Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live for the return of the Rothesay County Championship. Now, today sees day one of this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, and the two captains have been out there in the middle, Haseeb Hameed and Johnny Bairstow, and it ended up with Haseeb Hameed saying, "I'll have a bat." Yes, Has won the toss and he has said they will have a bat. So him and Ben Slater will be making their way down the steps very, very shortly. But let's tell you about the rest of the players that will be representing Nottinghamshire for this fixture. A couple of changes from the last time here at Trent Bridge, and it's a very, very welcome to Ishan Kishan. The India international makes his debut for Nottinghamshire today. He's here for 2 games, obviously replacing Kyle Verheyen, who is out there with South Africa. And the other change from last time here at Trent Bridge is Dylan Pennington in for Brett Hutton. So they are your 11 players for Nottinghamshire in this fixture. Now, it's been a while since we've had red ball action. It's been about the Vitality Blast. But let's remind you of Division 1 and how it stands currently after 7 games. And you will see that Nottinghamshire are at the top. 10 points ahead of Surrey, and Yorkshire are in 9th place. Don't forget that there are 8 points, bonus points they are available, 16 points for a win. So it's all about getting those bonus points at the start. Notts obviously be looking to get maximum batting points if they can, 5 available for that, and then Yorkshire will be looking to take advantage of maybe these overhead conditions this morning. There's a nice breeze currently, but they have 3 points available obviously from a bowling point of view. So, as I've just said, it will be Haseeb Hameed and Ben Slater making their way down the steps very, very shortly. So, I'll tell you what, let's take a look at who's scored runs in the Rothesay County Championship for Nottinghamshire at the moment. And it is the openers that are leading the way. Haseeb Hameed at the top there. You'll see he's done so well at the moment. He's been in great form with the bat. 734 runs for Haseeb Hameed. And to be fair to Slats, he's not far behind, 541 for Slater. And then, as you can see, Jack Haynes in there as well, which kind of shows you that that top order have been delivering at the start of this season. So they'll be looking to continue that this morning. Just to remind you that it was Haas that won the toss and he's elected to bat, so maybe that tells you something about the pitch that we've got here at Trent Bridge for this 4-day game. But as I said, Yorkshire will be looking to take advantage of maybe, you know, there's a bit of cloud about. It is quite warm, but there is a nice breeze. But they'll be looking to take advantage of that, obviously, in this first session on day 1. So that is pretty much everybody up to date. So it's time for me to hand you over. The bell has rang, which means the players are making their way down the steps. So it's time for me to hand you over to the one and only. I know he's missed everybody. I know he's missed the red ball format. So it's time to say good morning to the Sheriff of Newark. It's Dave Bracegirdle.
The return of the county championship, the Rothesay County Championship. And, it's a lovely morning, pleasantly breezy out there, not quite as hot as over the last couple of days. And the news from the middle is that Haseeb Hameed, the Notts captain, has won the toss and opted to bat first. Give you all the details about the teams in a moment. You can hear some applause in the background. Very sad news for the cricket community today. The death has been announced of David Sid Lawrence, the former Gloucestershire and England Test cricket, of course, who's been sadly suffering with MND over the last number of years. News announced this morning of Sid's death, aged 61, so taken from us tragically early. Bad news, there's just been an announcement out there on the field. The news has only just been confirmed over the last few minutes. Sid took 625 wickets in 280 matches for Gloucestershire, a 16-year career at the top of the game. Played 5 times for England, the fast bowler. Rest in peace, Sid. All the thoughts of the cricket community with Sid Lawrence's family and friends all down at Bristol as well. Really tragic news this morning to bring you. as we turn our attention to what's in front of us. Nottinghamshire versus Yorkshire. Notts give a debut to Ishan Kishan, the Indian test player. He's played a couple of tests, played for England, for India in all formats. Explosive player in the short form game. Hit a 40-ball century in the recent IPL for Sunrisers Hyderabad. He comes in for these couple of games for Kyle Verreynne. No Brett Hutton in the side, so not Sir Hamid, Slater, McCann, Clark Haynes. Ishan Kishan will take the gloves and bat in the middle order. Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White, Farhan Ahmed, Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas. A very good morning to you. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Hopefully we'll be able to entice some guests and add to our cast of thousands for this game. The headmaster Kevin Howells is in the building. We'll try and bring him onto commentary at various points through the game. We'll try and get one or two guests, as I say, but to my right, watching on, of course, it's always a great pleasure during these Notts Yorkshire games to be sat alongside the voice of Yorkshire cricket. Very good morning to Jonathan Doidge.
Good morning, Girdler. Yep, but if you're the sheriff and Kev's the headmaster, I'm not sure what. Maybe I'm just the undergrad or something like that, or the young schoolboy. I'm sure Kev's got something to say about that. But yeah, great to be here. Used pitch, and it looks sort of warm from a distance up here on the third floor. I felt, I think I said to you off air, that whoever wins the toss will probably want to bat first, get first use, because you'd expect some deterioration as things go on. We shall see. But from Yorkshire's point of view, no Ben Code he's a bit of an eyebrow raiser. Wasn't aware of anything coming into this, as Jack White then is going to start things off from the pavilion end and bowling to Hasib Hamid.
Kookaburra ball, mate. No, not. You know, Brett Hutton's just picked up a little bit of a knock. I'm not entirely sure he'd have played in this one. Not so spin heavy. They do have Dylan Pennington, Mohammed Abbas will try and get something out of the Kookaburra with the new ball, but there's plenty of spin options in the Notts side. So it just may be that they've taken a look at the wicket and decided that perhaps Moriarty's a better bet. Just got BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears, Jonathan. They'll come to me in a second, so we'll bring JD back in a moment as White bowls first contact with the ball from Hasib Hamid, runs it down to fourth slip, where Dominic Bess, who skippered the Yorkshire side when they met at Headingley, 3-4 weeks or so ago now, is back in the ranks today and makes a decent stop at fourth slip. Going to feel like a long day, 96 overs, having sat through plenty of blast matches over the last few weeks.
They've all felt like long days for Yorkshire.
Yeah. Of course, there's
most of them.
Been a lot of double headers around as well, hasn't there? As Jack White bowls, Hamid drops it on the leg side. Last time we saw Jack White in championship action, he was frustrating Notts. I think he batted for more than an hour, didn't he, that last wicket partnership at Headingley?
Yeah, he did his best, didn't he? Yeah, there were. I mean, listen, Nottinghamshire deserved to win that match, but one of those ironies about cricket, I was there quite a bit longer than you after the match, and probably about 50 minutes after play finished, the rain came. Yeah. You want anything on your side, don't you, when you're trying to save a match?
Still waiting for the call from BBC Radio Nottingham, which will happen in a moment. Meanwhile, here's White in again from the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end, and again it's just angled by Hamid down into the ground, forcing a half diving stop to his right by Dominic Bess. Went down in one knee to clutch it. Nobody down at third, so had it got away from him, there was the likelihood it would have run away for four. Four slips in there: George Hill, Adam Lythe, Finlay Bean, and then Dominic Bess, all alongside the captain Johnny Bairstow. So here is that radio update. And Nottinghamshire have won the toss here on the return of four-day cricket. Hasib Hamid, the Notts skipper's out there batting. He chose to bat in a Notts side that shows a couple of changes from the last time these sides met. Ishan Kishan, the Indian Test star, into the side, into the Notts side for his debut. And also Farhan Ahmed, he returns in place of Brett Hutton. We're in the first over, yet to see a run. So one ball left in this over. That's our update's done. I feel like I've stolen your over here.
Not a problem, we've got 4 days. Here's White in, and Hamid played with soft hands into the ground to fourth slip where Best does the fielding. So yeah, you mentioned Yorkshire's side, which I'll just run briefly through before this next over starts. So it's Adam Lytham, Finlay Bean, the usual opening partnership. James Wharton looks like he's going to bat 3, and David Milan was a bit of a surprise. He's in at 4. Johnny Bairstow 5, George Hill, Matthew Revis, Don Bess, Dan Moriarty, as the girdler mentioned, in the side here. So they're playing those 2 frontline spinners, and of course they can get a bit of tweak out of Adam Lyth as well if needed. Will O'Rourke, who I'm expecting to open, yet he's going to do from the Radcliffe Road end, and Jack White. Steve O'Shaughnessy and Russell Warren, the 2 umpires. Russ, I got him a freebie at the Cheltenham Festival about 3 years ago, yeah.
What, a free ticket to get in, or a free tip?
A free ticket, him and Gareth Clough, yeah.
Gareth Clough, crikey.
Yeah, they were there for a jolly up, I was working.
One of 2 Everton supporters I think we've had on the Not staff in the recent past, Jake Ball being the other one. Here's Will O'Rourke then, round the wicket, the Kiwi. Pacey delivery, but just a little wide of Ben Slater. Goes through to the keeper. Slater's been busily scoring masses of runs for Chesterfield over the last 3 or 4 weeks. Didn't play yesterday. Players were here having a net, just getting themselves ready again for the switching format, most of them. O'Rourke bowls wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. BBC Radio Nottingham just saying I was a little quiet. Oh well, I'll just
make the most of it, folks.
I'll just talk a little louder next time we do an update in an hour's time. Hopefully it's not an issue with me coming through to your end. Aeroplane goes over the top of the Batman board. There'll be plenty of that today. Here's O'Rourke round the wicket and wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. We're on all the normal online BBC Radio Nottingham frequencies. We're on the live stream as well. You can see the pictures with the BBC commentary. If you choose, you can mute us if you don't want to. That's available through Not's website, trentbridge.co.uk, or if you put Trent Bridge /live, it tends to get you a little quicker. There's obviously the other video streaming website that the pictures go out on. You can find us there, and we're also on 5 Sports Extra Channel 2, I believe, as this is turned on the leg side, and there's no run, so we're still waiting for the first run here. Slater turning that one to leg, and there's no run. And of course you can get in touch. A number of people already got in touch on the old X. I'm told I've got to stop calling it Twitter, but the old X at Brace Cricket, and you can be found in various places as well today, should anybody to get something off their chest.
Yeah, well, everybody knows what my personal handle is, but now advised that we're not allowed to use those. So at BBCWYS, if you want to use X, you can send me one on my personal one if you like, but I can't advertise it anymore.
O'Rourke bowls, and this one goes through to the wicket-keeper Johnny Bairstow, and there's no runs. Lovely bit of bowling from Will O'Rourke.
And also we have a new email address, by the way, as well. So those of you who haven't been used to the old BBC West Yorkshire Sport one, after all those years of getting it ingrained in the brain for you, nope, we're going to have a change, and it's now yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
T, one of our regulars. I'm getting you loud and clear, Dave. Thank you, T. Slater on strike. O'Rourke round the wicket bowls, and the left-hander pushes it into the offside. And there's no run. So a couple of maidens to begin with. Accurate start from Jack White and Will O'Rourke. I guess everybody that's watched a match in this country with the Kookaburra ball, and certainly the players who've played with it, know that the first hour is when it's likely to do a little more, and then obviously once the lacquer goes, it does tend to be tough work for the bowlers. So Notts will certainly want to lay the foundation in this first hour. Obviously lose as few wickets as they can in the morning session. They've taken the decision to bat first, but Yorkshire will be pressing for early scalps.
Yep, this man's trying to do that. Jack White, right arm over the wicket. Hamid gets a ball just short of length and pushes into the offside for James Wharton to field. So 4 slips. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth at second, Finlay Bean at third, Don Bess at fourth. They've got Matthew Revis in at point. Moriarty is in at mid-wicket for the right-handers, or the right-hander I should say. Milan up at mid-on, and James Wharton a bit tighter at mid-off come extra cover. He's kind of a halfway house at the wicket ends as White comes in again, and Hamid just had to be watchful with that, played it nicely, just backward of point. Revis fields. Yeah, Yorkshire struggled to take wickets with the Kookaburra in Division 2. Even there was a match, for example, that sticks out right at the start of the season at Bristol, where they needed 6 wickets on the final day to wrap the match up. Looked like they were going to do so before play started, and I think they managed to get about 2, something like that. So maybe the used pitch is brought into the equation to try and just assist with the negation of movement from the Kookaburra ball. It might just do a bit of up and down if it's not doing much off the seam. That one was slid down the leg side by Jack White, no run.
Yeah, the 2 rounds of last season that they played were right at the start of the season, weren't they? And in Division 1 of the, what would they have been, 5 matches in the first week and 5 matches in the second. So of those 10 matches, there was only 1 result, and that was here. Notts were Sam cooked against Essex.
White to Hamid again. Another dot with a push into the offside. So Yorkshire are, well, they're there or thereabouts in these early stages. They've not offered up a freebie just yet, which is a handy start, but yeah, they're pressing for wickets, and these two, well, they'll know this surface obviously better than the Yorkie boys. Haseeb Hamid and Ben Slater, and I'm sure just sit tight, wait for opportunities, and then put the bad one away as White comes in again. And this one whipped off the legs by Hamid is going to be the first runs of the match in the 3rd over. Away backward of square leg, and they get through for a couple.
In that there Headingley, there's been a wicket right at the start of day 3 of the Test match. Ollie Pope is out. He added 6 to his overnight score. He's gone for 106. So England 225 for 4. Harry Brook there on 10. It looked as if he was out right at the end of play last night, wasn't he? But that cardinal sin of getting a wicket with a no ball really did bite India late on, but they've got a wicket early on day 3.
Last ball of the 3rd is a dot as Hamid shoulders arms. So 2 without loss after 3. Haseeb Hamid has both those runs.
Yes, mistakenly, I thought with Ishan Kishan, I mean, he's not on the field in any case, but I thought, wow, the live stream figures will take a bit of a boost today. He's apparently, understandably so, hugely popular in his homeland. Ishan Kishan thought the live stream would attract an extra bundle of viewers this morning from his homeland, but of course, silly me forgetting that India are actually playing, so they'll all be watching the Test match rather than following Ishan's progress. Here's O'Rourke to Slater. Shoulders arms, goes through to the keeper. Playing everywhere else in the county championship, which is good news. The only wicket thus far in Division 1, says he, firmly anticipating that it'll be the kiss of death here for one of these openers, but that's gone down in the northeast. Sussex, the visitors, batting their 9 for 1, an early wicket there. Essex batting against Hampshire at Chelmsford. Somerset, the visitors, batting at Edgbaston, and Worcestershire batting at New Road against defending champions Surrey. There's O'Rourke on the pads of Ben Slater drops this on the leg side. If you're just joining us, I know there's people all the time will be tuning in. Notts won the toss, opted to bat first. Ishan Kishan, the Indian international, comes into the side, playing for 2 matches, whilst Carl Verena's away with South Africa. Verena, member of the World Test Championship winning side, has now been whisked away for a little 2-match series in Zimbabwe, so he'll miss this week and next week. So Ishan Kishan will play for Notts in these 2 games. Take the gloves. This is down the leg side from O'Rourke, bowling with decent pace here, 2 without loss. And from the last match, the match at Headingley, Brett Hutton, you may remember, played in that one. Notts didn't have Farhan Ahmed in their side in Leeds. Farhan Ahmed comes in, so they've brought a spinner in for the extra seamer. And of course Yorkshire, they were also hoping to introduce a debutant here, but visa problems.
Yep, and Will O'Rourke as well. Make mention of the fact Nottinghamshire supporters probably won't know, but this is his one and only championship game in his stay with Yorkshire.
Where's number 6? Around the wicket bowls. Slater angles it to backward point. There's no run yet to get off the mark here. Ben Slater faced, what is it now, 16 deliveries, something of that order. Yep, all from Moriarty, beg your pardon, all from O'Rourke, who's yet to concede, or in fact 10 deliveries. 10 deliveries. We're only in the second over from this end. Will Sutherland still with the club, but not playing red ball cricket. Just nudged up to mid-on and there's no run.
There are a lot of things.
I sense there's a story in that.
There are a lot of things that need a lot of explaining
Okay.
this year from Headingley, and yeah, so Sutherland and O'Rourke, the 2 current overseas players. Sutherland's had a toe problem, so if you remember when he came down here for the T20 match just the other week, he couldn't bowl. He did bowl for the first time back in about 3 weeks on Friday night at Durham in the defeat there. He's not playing in this one, and I think the hope is that he's passed clear to bowl next week in the match at York against Essex in red ball cricket.
O'Rourke bowls. All it's on to 2 without loss after 4. So if Shafiq had been here, it would have been him and O'Rourke.
Yeah.
But next week it
It will be Sutherland and Shafiq. Yeah. So it's just like a jigsaw puzzle where there's always a missing piece or 2. You know what I'm saying? And
is O'Rourke staying for the next little batch of Blast games?
He's got 2 more at the So he'll, by the way things are at the minute, he misses out next week in the Championship. Presumably that's something to do with his international commitments and what they've got to do with it. And then he plays a couple more T20s. So Jack White bowling to Hamid, who tries to flick this one square on the leg side, but it catches him on the body. No run. So yeah, it's you know, when you hear that expression, it's complicated. It's feeling like that. And then, you know, there are things that surprise you. So I didn't expect David Milan to be playing here, and thought that Shafiq was obviously going to be that batting spot, but he is, and maybe that's as a result of Shafiq not being able to make it. Here's White, and that's run out to point, where Matthew Revis does the fielding. No run. So I think it's fair to say never a dull moment where the Yorkies are concerned this year. There's been chopping and changing, injuries here, there and everywhere. And you turn up here expecting Ben Coe to play, and he's not. And if there is a niggle or something like that, then I'm not aware of it. So I'm trying to find that out from the coaching staff.
I suspect that's a look at the strip
decision. It might purely be that, yeah. Here's White, and that's down the leg side, and Hamid misses out because he was out there warming up with the lads. Maybe they just think that Kookaburra ball on this surface, Jack White the way he bowls, and the fact that they've got Will O'Rourke and obviously going to play him, that they've got the best chance of taking wickets with seam up front. let's not forget, of course, George Hill's had a brilliant season with the ball in red ball cricket, and they have got him in the side. Matthew Revis, is another seam bowling option. So there's 4 of those anyway, plus 2 quote-unquote frontline seamers. So they've got 6 bowlers here without Ben Code. As Hamid gets in behind that, that's turned into the leg side for Moriarty to field, no run.
And also, since the Headingley fixture, the last county championship match, of course, the news has come through about Jordan Thompson, but he's going to move on. He's going to go to Warwickshire, but it seems from the outside he's not been ostracised because he played in the blast the other night, but he's not here today.
No, and again, that'll be a question I'll be asking Anthony on the record. Jack White making his way in again for ball number 5 of this 5th over, which is defended by Hamid. You think about that, and obviously Jordan's been one of the mainstays of the team over the last half dozen seasons now in both formats. Rarely injured. He's had an injury obviously recently, which as you well know, he did that in the game against Nottinghamshire at Headingley. Missed a few of the T20s, but he's been back in more recently. Announces he's leaving. Then you start to think, well, is he not playing because they know he's not going to be playing next season, so they want to use the players that are? Is there some other injury that I'm not aware of from Friday night? Maybe, don't know. As Hamid is a little late on playing this final delivery of the over, but he does enough to defend it. 2 without loss still after 5 overs.
And sometimes it's just a case of he can only get 11 into the side.
Well,
I mean, I sort of put the question to you, but then looking at the 11, who would drop out for him?
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, so it could be just that. It wasn't included in the squad in the first place. Who knows? But we'll try and find out.
Yeah, Nick Morrell, given Knott's options for this match, Dave, I was expecting a Road or a Bunsen. It looks more like a Road at this stage, so I guess Knott's will be 40 for 5 at lunch. Typical Knott's assessment of how things generally go. As O'Rourke starts a new over. This is the 6th, 2 without loss. It is a little bit of a thing. Why can't Notts have pretty things? Why can't Notts have nice things? Well, let's see if they can have a good run between now and the end of the season in the Championship. Top by 10 points at the halfway stage. Lily's with us. Hello, Lily. Good morning to you both. Yorkshire need to get back to winning ways. Good to have Johnny back as captain in the Championship side, and good to see Will O'Rourke getting a game. All the best to you, Lily. I guess that's Lily from Malton. I guess she'll be at Scarborough with you. Round the wicket comes the Kiwi and bowls very, very wide through to Johnny Bairstow. Outlaw Chris, good to see you this morning, Dave. Yeah, Chris was down there at the base of the stand where the players emerge from now. Obviously, a lot of Nottinghamshire supporters will be well aware the pavilion out of commission. Maybe those following from further north aren't aware, so the players are getting changed and using the facilities at this end of the ground. It's all very different, isn't it?
Yeah. It's good, actually. It makes our job easier, selfishly.
The closer. O'Rourke just not quite got the radar right. Now Slater will cut it to backward point. Decent stop from Matthew Revis, 2 without loss. I've always gone either Matthew or Matt, and I saw Yorkshire yesterday when they announced the team had him as Matty, which is one I haven't used before.
I'd never asked him if he's got any preference. Some people prefer, the Sunday name, don't they? But I usually call him Matthew, and that's what he's called, so I don't think you can really argue with that.
Come on, Rocky. There's a cry from on the field. And Rocky's doing a good job so far. 2.5 overs yet to concede a run. Bowls to Slater. And that's another delivery that's through to Johnny Bairstow. Is he asking enough questions of Ben Slater will be, I guess, one way of looking at it.
Yeah, I'd say not so far. What I've been saying about him during the T20s is because he had a disastrous start when he just got off the plane and went for 60 odd in 4 overs, is that he feels like he's one of these guys who picks things up quickly, so he's improved even within his 4 overs during a single match. He's had a good tournament. He's been one of the positives about a pretty wretched tournament for Yorkshire in that format. But he says, you know, this is his preferred format and this is his specialism. So we'll see.
Slater still yet to score. Again, pushes it to Revis on the offside. There's no run. Again, not surprisingly, because we've had about 4 weeks to prepare for this game, come armed with stats. Many of them won't go anywhere near, unless it really does become a bit of a bore fest, which it generally doesn't in the county championship, despite what some would have you believe. But there's one, well, there's a couple actually that absolutely leap out at me that I just find it so incredible, and I'm saying it wondering if it will change this week, but it's just astonishing. I'll mention it in a second, because this is the final ball of the over. This is way down the leg side. Now it's 4 somethings. Will it be 5 wides? No, 4 byes. That's harsh on Johnny Bairstow. That would certainly have been 5 wides in the short format cricket. So he gets away with a maiden there, O'Rourke. That's really wide. But 6 runs on the board for Notts now. 4 of them extras. Come back to that stat. Notts have done the double over Yorkshire 4 times. So I'm not blowing Nottinghamshire's trumpet here, because the last time they did it was 1891. They've not done the double over Yorkshire for 134 years. And Notts have won the last 2 matches. They won here at Trent Bridge, the last meeting here in 2021. They won at Headingley a month ago. They've not won 3 in a row, 384 seasons. That's unbelievable. Been playing cricket for 150 years against Yorkshire, and they've not done the double over them in 134 years. That's incredible.
It's been a fairly quiet period then. So the score's just trebled at a stroke with those 4 byes. 6 without loss as we go into over number 7. No, it's not the first over outside the power play, folks.
Oh, no.
We are back with the red ball here.
Get
So
those
the field
fielders
hasn't changed. They talk about players needing to adapt.
Yeah.
So Friday night I was doing a T20 game up at Durham. Yesterday I was doing a test match in a studio for another service in Leeds, and then today back to Champo cricket down here. Versatility is not my middle name, so I'm expecting to see players come out in coloured kits as the day goes on. I'm only joking. 6 without loss.
Look, a bit of Sweet Caroline later on.
Hamid on strike, yeah, and he blocks that latest delivery from Jack White, who has been preferred here to Ben Code, purely because they were trying to, you know, jam as many players in to satisfy as many requirements in the team. So Jack White's bowled better than Ben Code this year, is the coaching staff opinion, and he's got the nod with Will O'Rourke, who you bring in. You clearly got to play him. And they wanted 2 spinners in the side. They've got that with Bess and Moriarty, and they need enough batting as well. So Matthew Revis and George Hill, you know, you clearly play them in preference to Ben Code with the bat, as Hamid turns this one backward of square and gets his 3rd run and Nottinghamshire's 7th. It's overcast at the moment. It was, I tell you what, I arrived about 9ish last night. We'd had that temperature around about 30, hadn't we? Most places around the country. I think going on for 33 was the top temperature in the UK, and the room at the hotel, no aircon. It's just what you don't want in there. So it was like trapped like an oven last night. And even this morning, the corridor was slightly cooler. I'd kept the door open for a while this morning, hoping that a few people, when they opened their doors, there might be a bit of a through draft to shift some of the warmer air out. Hoping it's cooled down by the time I get back tonight.
Hello, reception. Have you got a fan I can borrow, please?
There were 2, but that's just recycling warm air, isn't it? As in comes White, and that's run backward of point by Slater, but well fielded by the diving O'Rourke. Will O'Rourke, I've always liked. I think this is just my upbringing. You know, shirts tucked in, whatever it is, whether you're playing football, cricket, rugby, whatever. I don't think he can tuck his in, Will O'Rourke. He's got such a long body. It's flapping out in the breeze. It looks like there's barely anything to tuck in his trousers, to be fair to him. Slater yet to get off the mark. He's faced 19 so far.
Yeah, we've got the end change now, though, with that single.
Jack White round the wicket to the lefty, who's going to get his first run,
Yeah.
and 4 of them here. He's just punched that one away nicely off the back foot, up on his tiptoes. Probably could have timed it marginally better. Didn't seem to zing its way to the boundary, but it did the job.
Just to say something we got a whisper of on Friday night. Notts were at Wantage Road, Northants in the Blast. We got the whisper then that Northants had made an approach to get Calvin Harrison back. He spent the first part of the county championship season on loan with Northants. They've asked to have him back. He is there. He is playing for Northants today at home to Middlesex. Middlesex 28 for 2. 2 wickets to Liam Guthrie, whose work I'm not familiar with. Whether he's an overseas or a new young boy, I don't know, but 2 wickets for Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, he played against Yorkshire in the T20 recently, I'm sure.
Calvin Harrison playing in that one. Anyway, so a little bit surplus to requirement. Notts got lots of spinners at the moment, of course, and one of the emerging factors of the Blast has been Matthew Montgomery. He's got the best economy rate and he's taking bundles of wickets as well. So Montgomery, who doesn't make the championship side, he's one of 3 to be left out of the squad.
Yeah, Liam Guthrie. I thought so. The unfortunate figures in that opening T20 match at Headingley when Northamptonshire beat Yorkshire, 3 overs for 68.
Crikey. No, I'm not familiar with the work of Mr. Guthrie. We must look him up. So for the first time, O'Rourke is going to be bowling to the Notts captain, Hamid, who's on 3. Steers this down to 4th slip. Nice stop from Dominic Bess. 11 without loss is the score. So Asib Hamid at the moment, top scorer in the county championship, Division 1. He's just a handful of runs ahead. Got it somewhere. He's only about 20 or so, if that, runs ahead of Adam Lythe. Pair of them having decent seasons. There's O'Rourke in again to Hamid, and this one goes through to the wicket keeper. Does have a couple of centuries against Yorkshire to his name. Asib Hamid from his Lancashire days got 2 in a match at Old Trafford back in 2016 or so. 28 years of age now. Over 8,000 first-class runs at an average of round about 40. Opened the bag of sweets, so he has to do it and make the rustle. This is run to backward point, and there's no run. 11 without loss in the 8th over. Lovely to have all our camera crew again back for the championship game, spread all around Trent Bridge, bringing you the pictures, and Aaron's on replays today on the production side of things, looking after us.
There's a rustle of sweet packet behind, I think.
There's O'Rourke, comes in to the Notts skipper, lets this go through to the wicket keeper, Johnny Bairstow.
No, fairly sharp, that brace. It was travelled through to Johnny Bairstow's gloves. Maybe he's taking the handbrake off here. Will O'Rourke.
How's he gone generally in the Blast?
Well, as I say, yeah, apart from his first match when he just got off the flight, there's been the odd over that's gone round the park. The Bears finished the match off an over early by taking about 16, 18 off him. But basically, yeah, I like what I've seen. It'd be a good play to see back again.
Next delivery wide of the off stump. Good bounce, good carry through to Johnny Bairstow. 11 without loss. Good morning, Kevin Howells.
Very good morning to you, David. Good morning to you, Jonathan.
Good morning, Kevin.
It's all well in your world?
Was that Haribo or
Oh,
cola bottles?
it's a whole mixture.
Or is it opal fruits made to make your mouth water?
Yeah. No, it's not those. Can you still get those?
I don't think they became Starburst, didn't they?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Other sweets are available, of course.
And I know about them all.
Don't spoil your lunch, you lads, says O'Rourke. as the sun makes its way through the clouds, and the arrival of the sunshine sees the first boundary from the bat of Asiba Mead. We had one that went for 4 byes, but lovely straight drive back past the bowler, and at last O'Rourke concedes his first runs. 4 overs now, none for 4. Lovely stroke down the ground. Nottinghamshire 15 without loss. Sad news this morning, Kevin, about David Sid Lawrence.
Sad and shocking. Obviously, we've known about his courageous battle now for a year with motor neurone disease, but still, it really hit me this morning. Just a couple of days ago, wasn't it? There was the sort of a pink charity day raising money for him, because he got MBE in the recent honours list as well. Yeah, it's very sad. I think they had a minute's applause up there at Headingley at the Test match. At Bristol, they had a minute's silence ahead of the Gloucestershire game against Derbyshire. Here, of course, the flags were at half-mast. I do wonder whether possibly, just possibly, ECB may say that tomorrow black armbands and whatever may be worn by all the players up and down the country as well.
Fitting as Jack White comes into bowl to Slater, who defends square on the offside, no run.
Yeah, the thing here with the pavilion out of commission, I mean, that's the main flagpole.
Is there anything above us here? No.
No.
Okay.
But, there was a who's that on the boundary edge there?
He's lost his hat.
That's Harry Booker, Yorkshire's S&C.
He was just merrily minding his own business, and his cap took off and did a little bit of a sail off into the far distance, and he had to go jogging after it. It's Harry Duke on the boundary edge on 12th man duties. Shock of blonde hair protruding from under his cap.
Here's White, angled in, good delivery this, which just holds its line. Ben Slater probably did well not to get a little bit of a touch on that. So 15 without loss, Slater on 4, that one scoring shot so far from his first 23 deliveries. Hamid on 7. All the time in the world though, on a pitch that has been used for 4 T20s, I'm advised, so far. So
two, I think.
Yorkshire head coach says 4.
The groundsman told me
2. Well, he'd know, wouldn't he? Yeah. So that is angled down to Gully and Bestfields.
I know this isn't the way that it's supposed to work, but maybe we should settle on 3.
Yeah. Well, let's settle on. It's been used a couple of times, shall we say, in a loose.
it was twice last week. Now, whether it was used before then this season, I'm not sure, but it was used twice last week in the double header.
If it's been used twice as a minimum, that's still an extra day's play on there, isn't it, before we've started, more or less. Yeah.
But this is Kookaburra.
It is Kookaburra country, so we could have scheduled this for 7 days, and it may still not have finished. If it was
but a pitch that's been used a little bit more, maybe that was in the thinking as well.
Yeah. Halfway through the 9th, White making his way in again, and Slater right in behind that. No run. It'll presumably play fairly slowly.
The thing was, I remember Rob Key came on a bit of a thing I was doing where he was defending the Kookaburra and all that sort of stuff last year. And of course they used the Kookaburra right at the start, didn't they, of the season?
First 2 rounds last year,
And he was quite right, though, what he said. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm either for or against, but certainly on the back of the round that we'd just had, if it hadn't been for the weather, I think all bar 1 or 2 would have had positive results, even with the Kookaburra, that particular round.
White wide on the crease, straightens things up, and Slater defends once again.
No, I don't think so. I think last...
That is 100% right, David.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, if not for the weather interrupting, there would have been more positive results. And I'm certain of it, Dave. I'm absolutely certain of it, because, as I say, I'm not saying whether I'm for or against, but I didn't particularly enjoy all those results at the start, and I had to sort of concede to Key that he maybe had got a point with that.
Here's White. Slater turns it to mid-on. Another dot to complete over number 9 at 15 without loss. Do you want to do?
Do I want to do what?
Do you want to join the girdler and do an end for a
join him while we do a ball each?
Do we still agree that it's not exactly the done thing really to practice with different cricket balls you know, it's all going back to the integrity of the competition, and we all know that in Division 1 that it's wrong because you don't play everybody home and away. But to have 2 matches where essentially, you know, you're still having practice against a different sort of ball.
Well, we've got 4 this year.
Well,
It's this 2 and the next 2, isn't it? Have you been talking about this? And
yeah, I'm not sure. Is it 4?
I think it's
middle?
4.
Okay.
I think it's 4.
Yeah, I think I've got this horrible feeling there is 4.
Okay. Do you want to do Mr. O'Rourke's over here then?
Oh, very much so. I hope Mr. O'Rourke doesn't mind. He's been bowling very well his first 4 overs, start of his 5th, and good carry and the like through to the keeper. I mean, Yorkshire still, Kookaburra, no Kookaburra, very interested with 4 slips in, aren't they?
Yeah.
Very interested.
And
This attacking field. 15 for no wicket, 10th over.
you know, we've got 6 Test matches scheduled for the English domestic summer. England hosting 6. They've had 1 against Zimbabwe. They've got 5 against India, the first of which is underway. No thought to trial the Kookaburra ball in one of those games.
You're not a fan, Dave. You're not a fan. Or you, I mean, legitimate questions. Maybe you are a fan, but legitimate
No,
question.
I'm not a fan, and it's the reasoning that
Hamid
does for me.
on 7. He remains on 7. That one is angled in, middle and leg, and push back up.
It's the reasoning behind it. We're never going to totally switch from the Duke ball to the Kookaburra ball in this country and use it for every single match, are we? So I just think the reasoning put out there is for once in every 4 years we take 14 people to Australia, and you know it would be handy if they were familiar with it.
Well, where I would agree with you is I always think there's far too much emphasis put on the Ashes, but there we go. 15 for no wicket, and that is defended. That's sharp stuff from O'Rourke. I think the only time I've seen him bowl, this can't be actually true, but the one time I do remember was that first T20 game, and I'm thinking, oh dear. Here, gosh, this is a joy to watch this morning, isn't it? Compared with that, especially.
Just to confirm.
Then, isn't it?
Yeah, so 1 at York and 2 at Scarborough for Yorkshire.
Oh, Scarborough won. What, the Surrey game?
2 at Scarborough, yeah. Might take it into a 4th day.
Next ball, driven. And there will be 4 runs for Hamid. Off drive takes him to 11 and takes Nottinghamshire to 23 for no wicket. Trouble is, Dave, when we have these conversations about how many rounds went out, I always think, did I dream that? But I was pretty certain there was 4. But what the question I was going to ask, did we have 4 or 2 last year? Was there only 2 at the start of the season last year?
No, I think we had 2 more.
I think we did as well, yeah,
I think
later on in the summer.
Yeah.
So, but they're all together in this batch in the middle of the season this time. 19 for no wicket, 2 balls left to the 10th over. O'Rourke bowls now, nicely punched. That's another glorious drive that from Hamid. That's another boundary, moves to 15.
Yeah, shot of the morning so far.
But Yorkshire have got 3 of the 4 matches at home then. I know they're not not playing at headquarters, but 2 at Scarborough, 1 at York.
Nottinghamshire 23 for no wicket. I think I may have given those. The board is very quick, forgive me. Excellent work from the board. 23 for no wicket. 1 ball left to this over. And O'Rourke now has it at the and just down in front of us. Still 4 slips in. And he turns now to come into Hamid. He's on 15 not out. Seen some glorious shots from him previously. What about this one? Defends this one. He thinks of a single. Slater comes dancing down quite a way, but turns to get back in safely. 23 for no wicket. Hamid on 15. Slater 4. And O'Rourke now 5 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket for 12. But, of course, 8 of those runs came from that last over of his.
They did indeed, yeah. I have managed to find, alluded to it 3 or 4 overs ago. Hamid was only 6 runs ahead of Adam Lyth going into this round of matches. At the top of the Division 1 run scorers chart, Hamid 7.34, Adam Lyth 7.28. So both having splendid seasons, but and nothing between them really. 23 without loss. Going to be Jack White to bowl the 11th over. He's 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7. 6 maidens out of the opening 10 overs so far. There is White then, former Northants paceman, round the wicket past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and Slater turns this to leg for a single. He moves on to 5. Umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy and Russell Warren. Our scorers, two of the best in the business. Roger Marshall doing the notching for knots. Johnny Potter. Always nice to see JP here whenever Notts play Yorkshire. Our match referees Phil Whittycase, and Ian Smith is doing the big screens here at Trent Bridge, so he's the one that pops the scores up quickly for.
It is good. It's very good
for everybody. 24 without loss. Next delivery from White, and a little bit of bounce and just a hint of away movement there, and I think White was on his way down to celebrate. I think he thought he'd kissed the outside edge there. Hamid meanwhile's gone off and done his little walk to square leg and then come back and will get himself all ready again. All his little mannerisms and idiosyncrasies. He's not quite Steve Smith or Alex Stewart, but he does have his own little routine between and before each delivery. Ground far from full, but a decent crowd in nonetheless. Huge numbers behind the arm to our left, middle tier of the Radcliffe Road stand. Next ball is fallen straight, and Hamid defends into the offside. 24 without loss.
Congratulations to Lily as well. She's become the first person, and it had to be Lily, didn't it, to email on our new email address.
Which is?
Yes, look it up every time.
It is Yorkshire Cricket. It does Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. She said she's going to be at Clifton Park, York next week, and at Scarborough as always. And she's hoping Matthew Revis gets wickets, because she is the chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club.
Oh, he's the current favourite, isn't he? Jack White bowling accurately and quickly. Bowls to Hamid, pushes this out onto the offside. She's very fickle with her affections, Lily, as you very well know. If Yorkshire aren't playing, she's always tuned into the Nottinghamshire coverage.
Is that right? Is that right, Lily? Really?
I think she's very
Dave,
fickle.
there was no need to have told him that.
She's very fickle.
That was very hurtful, Lily.
Well, but Dave should not have shared that information. That was their little secret.
She's very wise.
Oh.
And we thought Yorkshire was special to you, Lily.
24 on the board for Notts. Slater and Hamid trying to get them off to a decent start. This wide of the off stump. They've put on 7 50-plus partnerships so far this season. Looking to make it 8. Steve Crawley, that last over, Hamid had some jam and cream with regards to the 2 boundaries. That's an over or 2 back. Jam and cream in the same over. Oh, what about that? I thought about venturing out yesterday to go and visit 1 or 2 local cricket clubs and perhaps have a little bit of a look, see if there was any spare jam and cream going, and I ended up down at the Tip. We were having a bit of a bathroom renovation, and
there's a jam and cream on offer.
And you've got a new bath from the Tip.
Cut into
Dave, because
it was O'Rourke who shows that he's not afraid a bit of a hard work himself. Flung himself to the ground. Now he's engaged in conversation with Johnny Bairstow. What I'm thinking then, Will, is maybe you have one more and then I'll bring you back in half an hour from the other end. That's usually the skipper's chat, isn't it? 24 without loss after 11. BBC Radio Nottingham, we're online, we're on the live stream. I'm sure there are links on the Yorkshire County Cricket Club website.
Phones ringing there.
We're on Sports Extra.
Very sorry.
2. Is that what we call it? Sports Extra 2?
Yes, it's very much what you're calling it, Dave. And, but to call it that, you're spot on.
There's O'Rourke digging one in short. It goes through to the keeper.
It's only the head of cricket. I'll be back in a minute.
I thought it was Jim Rockford again.
I thought Kevin was head of cricket. Not telling me that Kevin's got superiors. All these years he's been doing as he feels fit. Now he tells us he's got a boss.
It's been a ruse, hasn't it, all along?
So we've now switched ends then. You've got Kevin's end.
Okay. I'll leave him with it when he gets back. O'Rourke then. That shirt flapping in the Nottingham breeze is in. Around the wicket. Slater plays that nicely just up on his toes and turns it back with a square leg to pick up a single and checks that his his willow is still intact. And it is.
Just the one of the well, Ishan Kishan comes into the side today, but of the regular top 8 that's been playing this season, although he's been a model of consistency, Ben Slater, only one of the regular top 8 yet to get a century this season. Top score of 92. Didn't he get 90 odd at have a look at Headingley.
Here's O'Rourke over the wicket. Good delivery, quick delivery. That's the measure of Haseeb Hameed on this occasion. Just having a little push at that.
52 and 78, the 2 scores at Headingley. He's got 92 here against Durham, but he's having a good season nonetheless, averaging 42 or so. 6 50s for Ben Slater this season's competition. Haseeb Hameed 2 tons and 3 50s. He's averaging 81 and a half.
O'Rourke then back at his mark. 4 slips in place. There's been no semblance of a chance created in the 11.5 overs we've seen so far. Nottinghamshire winning the toss and deciding to bat first. This time a straight delivery from O'Rourke. He's going to go for 4 off Hameed's bat. He did have a look round there, one of those sort of little looks as if to say, I'm not sure I got that where I wanted it. I hope there's no fielder there. There isn't a leg slip. And it's raced away for 4 down towards the pavilion, the under reconstruction pavilion. Another thing to say, people have been asking about Jordan Thompson, why he's not around in the squad. Nothing to do, I'm advised, with the fact that he's going to be leaving the club. More to do with the fact that following that side injury against Nottinghamshire at Headingley, he's only bowled 10 overs in competitive action since, and he wouldn't want to be coming here for a 4-day match when, you know, he might be susceptible to something else as O'Rourke is in, and that's pinged in, and Hameed rocks back out of the way of it. He's going to play in the 2s this week with a view to being in the squad for the match against Essex at York next week. So that's the news on Jordan.
Yeah, your key all-rounders, you need them to be able to really play a full role, don't you? Or as you say, if you just focus on one discipline, you can often be susceptible to another injury.
Hameed on 19, 29 without loss. Final ball of the 12th here. And O'Rourke past umpire Warren. That one dies as it's going by Hameed, and dies on Johnny Bairstow as well. Takes that down on bended knee. It bounced in front of him, just to his right. So already maybe a little bit up and down this used pitch. Could be some interesting cricket once things get going. It feels like it's not quite got going just yet, doesn't it? No wicket, no. Nottinghamshire have not got away, but they've had to work for most of those runs.
Test match, England 255 for 4. Harry Brooks on 31. Ben Stokes, the skipper, with him on 9. Division 1 up at Chesterley Street, Sussex 29 for 1. That's a long old trek, isn't it, for the Sussex side and their followers up to Durham. 29 for 1 Sussex. Essex 39 for 2 at home to Hampshire. Somerset going well. Their openers have put 50 on at Edgbaston. And Worcestershire 27 for 1 against Surrey. That's all the Division 1 scores.
Tell you a little story on the Durham front in a mo.
Slater on strike on 6. No bowling change yet. So it's Jack White bowling, and this has steered down into the gully to Dominic Bess.
Up at Durham Friday, our friend Marty was obviously doing the commentary for the home side, and he said to me that Adrian Harms, our colleague from BBC Sussex, what did he say now? I think one of his daughters was getting married yesterday, and he was obviously doing all the festivities, and he was getting up at something ludicrous like 4 this morning to drive this morning up to Chesterley Street for that match. So Harmsy, well done to you, pal. That's dedication.
If you're listening to us on the A1 where Harmsy lives, just to get to Gatwick and jump on a flight to Newcastle, I'm sure.
Yeah, that suggests that the BBC might have paid for that. I'm not sure that would have been the case.
I think Martin's done it the other way round a time or two. 29 without loss. I think he's caught the odd flight down to the south coast once or twice. Here's a man who generally flies by private helicopter here, there and everywhere. Just
I do like a helicopter.
returned. There's White round the wicket, bowls to Slater, and he eases into the offside. There's no run, 29 without loss. So you've got a boss telling you off. That's
He wasn't telling me off on this occasion. He often does. Yeah. How did you know that? Because you've heard me.
you said it. Oh, it's the boss.
I've received a photograph from our sometime colleague Dave Townsend from Thailand with a pint of Guinness and a photograph of a traditional Thai dinner. And I'm hoping, sincerely hoping, and I'm sure it will be, that the Trent Bridge Sunday roast will be far superior to what that looks like.
Pork today, roast pork.
Is that a meal for four? He's
Me.
There's White bowls cut away by Slater, fielded by Revis at backward point. No run, 29 without loss. That's a meal for four he's sent you there, crikey. It's very interesting. I saw the menu downstairs for everybody that's going into the restaurant, or you media guys that don't bring your sandwiches in like I do. And I think it's everything and Yorkshire pudding today.
Is it?
Yeah. I think
Well, a warm welcome to our visitors.
yes, I think there's the roast and Yorkshire pudding, or this and the.
I mean, the food is lovely. Perhaps you could bring Georgie and me some sandwiches tomorrow, David. A nice packed lunch for the three of us.
I'll have a word with the head of catering.
We can have a picnic.
Yeah.
We can have a picnic.
Next ball is left alone. Wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. Is it Yogi Bear with his picnic hamper?
If you could ask the head of catering if she could do a nice cake for us as well, something like that. You know,
Cake.
just
Yeah.
That,
Anything with chutney for me, Dave. Bit of chutney.
in your cake.
And not tomatoes. I don't like tomatoes
No?
in sandwiches, no, because they make them go all soggy.
Soggy, yeah.
So no tomatoes, bit of chutney. Thanks very much.
I've brought the confectionery in. That's
You
nearly
have,
all
actually.
disappeared, I think.
That's a bit harsh.
We've already gone to a slightly different field here with three men in front of the bat on the offside. Japs, and this is just over number 13.
We used to call it the funky field, and
Yeah, I don't
something
like
like that when Trescothic started doing it, as White round the wicket to Slater. Too much width offered by Jack White. He might just be at the end of his spell. 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 8, given very little away. Yorkshire have given very little away, 29 without loss after 13 overs here on BBC Radio Nottingham. 5 Sports Extra 2, and on the live stream. Hello.
I prefer interesting field to funky.
Yes, I do, but
Funky is.
It was early to go. It was early to go
music
funky,
genre,
wasn't it?
funk.
Wasn't it early to go funky there? We don't normally
bowling
see it either.
change. Leading wicket taker in Division 1 is going to have a go.
George Hill. Now this is turning into quite a summer for him, isn't it? Although, how long has he been talked about like this, or is it this breakthrough summer where he seems to be talked about an awful lot more than?
He's certainly his breakthrough somewhere as far as potential international call-ups are concerned. Getting that go with the Lions recently.
A funny feeling. Didn't he get a 6 for in the first innings at Headingley when they met a month ago, and then didn't bowl in the second innings, which we all found very strange. Something of that order, wasn't it? Anyway,
Well,
do you want to talk us through it, Kevin?
Nothing coming from the Yorkshire spokesperson as yet. Hill bowls, and his first delivery is turned away to the onside for no run. He's bowling with 2 slips and then out at gully as well.
He
and
did
then
bowl
backward point.
7.3 overs for 33 in the second innings, actually.
Oh, Dave, what's happened to your memory?
What number did he come on to bowl? Because
First change, but I think he bowled a fair bit, and then as the innings went on, he didn't. That was the.
I'll blame Bumble. I've just got the.
Hamid's on 19. Hill bowls to him now. Takes one hand off the bat handle into the offside. No run.
I've just got a memory of Bumble querying why Hill wasn't bowling in this innings.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the .3 was when Jordan Thompson got injured and he filled in with the last 3 deliveries of Jordan's over. Probably just cream crackered after getting through a lot of overs this year.
Okay. O'Rourke, he replaces. O'Rourke bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 17. This one is fended away to backward point by Hamid, who's happy to settle for 19 from 45 balls so far. Slater's faced 36 for his 6. And Yorkshire will be just a little bit frustrated because they've been bowling nice and tidily. Have they been asking enough questions, those Yorkshire batters? Well, time will tell. Nottinghamshire won the toss. They elected to bat first, so presumably they were anticipating a morning like this, one of patience. As we see Hamid on 19 facing again. So much width, it's a comfortable leave. White has bowled 7 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 8 runs. He's kept it very, very tight at that end. So too did O'Rourke until the last couple of overs, when we have got Middlesex 62 for 3. They were 33 for 3 away to Northamptonshire. Hill bowls, defended by Hamid. There is rain in Bristol. 35 for no wicket. They had a minute's silence in respect of Sid Lawrence there, the players, both sides, and all the officials as well. Lancashire with a new up-and-coming captain called Jimmy Anderson. Could turn into a good leader, yeah. Well, he won the toss. Whether he made the right decision in bowling first, I don't know. Kent 55 for 1. This one is defended here to the offside. For no run. He bowled 5 overs, did Sir Jimmy. 3 maidens, no wicket for 13. His first 3 overs were maidens. We had something very similar here, didn't we?
Yes.
Was it White with the maidens here, or O'Rourke?
Yeah.
O'Rourke with the maidens. Anyway, Dave's got an update in a moment's time. 29 for no wicket. Hamid on 19, Slater on 6.
That cannot be midday already, but it is. That's incredible.
It's the company, Dave.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Isn't that right, Dodgy? It's the company who's keeping it. It's made the first hour just fly by.
Flies.
Yeah, we've only had 14 overs, which isn't unusual. First hour, as the players just get back used to the pace of County Championship cricket. It might speed up a little bit now, because we've got some twirly-whirly stuff. Dan Moriarty coming into the attack. A spinner who started his career with Surrey. An early fact-finding mission here for Johnny Bairstow and his side. Just do a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. So Hamid 19, Ben Slater just 6 runs in the first hour. I'm not sure that will have happened too often. Slater 6 not out after an hour at the crease. Boundary and a couple of singles. So we're going to have a short leg in there. We've got a sole slip in Adam Live. Moriarty from the pavilion end, past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and he comes in off a pace or 2, and first ball past the outside edge. Johnny Bairstow takes it, lifts off a bail. So 29 without loss. Notts won the toss, opted to bat first, and the openers are still there. Sib Hamid, who's just seen a little more of a strike. He's on 19. Ben Slater, very rare for him, just getting his 7th run as he takes a single on the offside. Spin just introduced here on a wearing wicket. Nottinghamshire 30 without loss after an hour's play against Yorkshire. So there's the little update for local radio listeners. Just taking a single there.
We're expecting any rain here. It's gone very gloomy.
I don't think the forecast is that bad, but I agree with you. It's been a much cloudier morning than
we could. Ooh, we could, Dave. We could.
Moriarty's last umpire O'Shaughnessy just to go back a pace and comes round the wicket to Hamid, running between the umpire and the stumps.
It's your blooming retirement block that's stopping us from seeing properly over there now, isn't it? The cloud coming in.
We can see the cloud.
Can you? Well, there might be a bit of rain over there.
30 without loss. Hamid is on 19, pushes us back to the bowler. They're playing at Edgbaston, and if they're playing at Edgbaston, we'll be all right here. Don't have to worry about it. Once they go off at Edgbaston, we tend to get that about an hour later.
Okay.
So that's the one. But it could be moving up if they're off at Bristol. Takes a bit of time to get to Edgbaston, as this is down the leg side, swept away by Hamid. Nice, efficient pull of a leg side delivery, gets it away for a boundary. Hamid on to 23-34 without loss.
Somerset 63 for no wicket after only 14 overs. I mean, the timing of this Kookaburra is interesting for me, because post T20, when we start Championship again, you can often find within the first hour the team could be all out in some places. It's not playing that way today generally.
Cola Cadmore in the runs for Somerset. Had a spell with Yorkshire, of course, as Hamid blocks. This one ended the over 34 without loss after 15, so that swept 4 for Hamid and a single to Slater prior to that, 5 from that over. 34 for Notts in the first hour and a couple of minutes of day one of this county championship game. Notts Division 1 table toppers after 7 matches. Can they just carry on and really make it a title charge? Can they, Kevin? Can they?
Can they? Dave, the reason we're here is because we don't know. We don't know. We're here full of anticipation. You talk about the Somerset score in Tumcola Cadmore. This is from Anthony Gibson, which has been relayed via the BBC text service. I think this is probably worthy of a mention. Josh Davey, who surprised some by being an opener all of a sudden for Somerset. Yeah. And you've got Somerset next week. Trip down to Taunton, haven't you? Slater's on 7. Hill now bowls to him, and it's driven, but for no run to mid-off. You know Gibbo, our colleague Gibbo, he's got his own personal statistician called Steve Pittard from the Rose and Crown in Huish. How do you say that? I can't
Episcopi.
Thank you very much. Anyway, he reckons, and I say he reckons, it's very rude of me. It must be true. Josh Davey has gone 60 innings without a duck, which is said to be the longest by any current cricketer there at Somerset since Mike Burns went 64 innings without being dismissed for an odd. That's some run, that, isn't it? That's angled, but for no run to backward point from Slater, so he remains on 7.
Yeah, but is that as impressive as Notts haven't done the double over Yorkshire for 134 years?
Do you know what disappointed me? The only thing that disappointed, I thought you'd tease us with that for a bit long, because you.
Oh no, straight in.
Straight in. Because it was one of the first things you said to me this morning.
Because it would have been a bit flat to have brought it out with Notts 20 for 7, wouldn't it?
Well, maybe. Slater on 7, gets bat on that and beats the man who's sort of gully area and backward point in between the two. It's going to be 4 runs. Nice late cut from Slater, moves to 11 and takes Nottinghamshire to 38 for no wicket. Midway through the 16th over an hour of cricket. They couldn't be more different from what we've been witnessing over the last 2.5 weeks or so. However, and I would have thought if anybody's listening to this, they will be on the same page, so to speak. It is every bit as enticing and exciting, some might argue more so, than what we've seen over the last 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
Slater on 11, and Hill bowls, and again he's down on that fairly late, but more defensive than looking for any gaps there. This is Hill's second over. There's 2 balls left of it.
Seen some exciting things, seen some big hits and some good catches and some good fielding. Some close matches over the last 3 weeks or whatever, but this is the proper stuff. This is the nuts and bolts of the county game.
Slater on 11, Hill 2 now, defended again into the offside. Do you know what I enjoy most, Dave? Should I tell you? Well, I'm going to tell you anyway.
Please tell me.
The catches, some of those catches still are just absolutely stunning and amazing.
In the short form.
Yeah, in T20. Well, we can get them in this as well, of course we can. But there's something I think about the pace of the T20 game, that when you see them in T20 matches, add a little extra something to it. See some absolute corkers, and you think, well, is that the best one I've ever seen? Well, it is until the next one, half an hour later. This one is defended by Slater to the onside, so he remains on 11. He got a boundary off that. Hamid's on 23, and Nottinghamshire are 38 for no wicket. Hill has bowled 2 overs. 1 maiden has gone for only 4 runs.
I think the bowlers in this format will be a little bit relieved that they're not going round the park. You know, they're not returning figures of 4 overs for 45 and 50 runs, and very often it's not their doing. been asked to bowl in that initial power play. Only 2 fielders out on a short bound without loss. Moriarty to bowl his second over. 4 bowlers used so far. Yorkshire opening up with Jack White and Will O'Rourke. Now moved on to George Hill from the Radcliffe Road end, and there's Dan Moriarty from the Pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end. First ball on the legs of Hamid, turns it to mid-wicket where Don Bess has positioned himself. For Hamid, Yorkshire have done away with the short leg and they've repositioned George Hill at leg slip. So there's Adam Lyth at conventional slip, Hill at leg slip, and Hamid backs away, gives himself a little bit of room, cuts it out onto the offside to Will O'Rourke, single taken. Feel a little bit for the ground staff and indeed for the outfield, if it's possible to feel for the Trent Bridge outfield, because most of this 2025 season it has looked desperately in need of a drink. There's bare patches, there's brown patches. Don't think it's all that evident at pitch level, but where high up and looking down there's plenty of pockets of bare grass as Slater mistimes this into the ground. Bowler fields it off his own bowling. Little bit of a breeze down there at pitch level, ruffling the hair of the players. Moriarty bowls again. Ben Slater with soft hands runs it out onto the offside, fielded by Finley Bean, and there's no run. That breeze of course is keeping the clouds moving, and as long as they blow away the darker ones, the threatening ones, nobody will mind. As Moriarty in again bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler. Sunday start for this round of matches for the first time this season. We've been used to playing with the Friday starts. 39 without loss. Next ball on its way now and pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. Slater on 11, Hamid 24. In fact, Thursday starts, weren't we? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. First batch of games have now moved on to Sunday starts. The Division 1 scores fairly recently. Kevin mentioned rain was falling at Bristol. They're still off there. Gloucestershire 35 without loss there at home to Derbyshire. Lancashire hosting Kent. That's at Blackpool, Stanley Park, Blackpool. Kent division playing host to Glamorgan this week. Glamorgan got off to a decent start with the bat. They're 69 without loss, and Middlesex 82 for 3 at Wantage Road. That's against Northants. All the scores, all the text updates on BBC Sport website as Hill now bowls to Hamid, who clunks this one up to mid-on, fielded by Jack White. This is the 134th time the sides have met in Nottinghamshire. Most of the games have been played at Trent Bridge, although they used to play a number at Worksop, the town ground there. 13 times they met there. Hill bowls driven nicely by Hamid through the offside for 4. Very good shot indeed. I remember as a youngster going to Worksop year after year after year for this fixture. Remember seeing Geoffrey Boycott scoring a couple of centuries. I think he'd have been very pleased with the quality of that drive from Hasib Hamid. It's a long period between 1891 and 1953 where Notts didn't register a single victory against Yorkshire on home territory. Really found it tough going. As Hamid tucks this one away down to long leg, and there may well be a chance to come back for 2. There is good running. Hamid goes on to 30. It's 45 without loss. been easy for the batters. Been disciplined, accurate bowling from O'Rourke and White and Hill and Moriarty so far. Next ball is full straight. Might have just had an inkling of keeping a whisker low. I think the fact it was just pitched right up to a Seabermead, he didn't particularly get too far forward. He usually does, but seemed to play that from the crease and play it late. First Division 1 point of this round of matches has gone to Hampshire's bowlers. They're 651 for 3 at Chelmsford. Hill bowls nicely, turned to mid-wicket. There should be 2 more. Chased after by Will O'Rourke, who loses his cap, and that takes the knots total on to 47 without loss, and Mead on to 32 of them. Just starting to just accelerate nicely. That's 8 in this particular over. It's got 1 ball left.
The plan does seem to be working at the moment, Dave. And being patient and just go. Now, if this pair can see it through to lunch, doesn't really matter how many runs have gone on the board by then.
George Hill comes in, and Mead knew it was the last ball of the over. Just plays this from the crease down to backward point to Revis, end of the over. We had 18 overs, 47 without loss. Mead 32, Slater 11. Just those 4 and the extras column. A fairly wayward delivery to end one of his early overs from Will O'Rourke. May well have, on another day by another umpire, been debited against the bowler as 5 wides. It was certainly so far down the leg side. I'm sure you were watching closely. Don't think Johnny Bairstow had a sniff of a chance of getting anywhere near it.
No, he didn't. No. I'm sure he'll have a word with the umpire about it.
The bowler won't. He finished with a maiden, but really wide delivery. Here's Moriarty. Here's Kevin Howells.
And Slater is on strike. He's on 11 at the moment. And bowls now. And that's all. In and out? I think so. Out there in the covers. And back into his ground. You think that was bump ball?
I thought it was.
Well, the reaction makes me think differently. I thought it was, but their reaction... Perhaps they missed the fact it was bump ball. The player's reaction was that could have been a cat. And look at him now.
Yep.
With his head down.
Yep.
I think that's a chance gone down.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to see a replay or two.
I think it's best, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah,
Moriarty driven there square on the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. So off the case. All the reactions suggest that did carry straight out to him and was put down. That next delivery goes for 4. It brings up a partnership of 50-51 from 110 balls. Mead and Slater.
Match 8, and that's the 8th 50 partnership that they've put on. So it's a pretty decent effort, that, isn't it? That's a pretty decent conversion rate for your openers.
And this is next delivery, looking to cut the ball again. Can't get that away too far, but far enough to go through for a single. And Slater moves to 16. Nottinghamshire 52 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Kevin, and the reaction from Dominic Bess did shed a little bit of light onto it. Did look as if it went to him on the full.
So that was Slater on 11?
Yes, yeah.
11. Next delivery is, again, cut away late. And Jack White doing the fielding. Yeah, well, they need to take those opportunities because there haven't been too many. Although they've kept it nice and tight, economically, Nottinghamshire have not been running away with it. This one has worked away onto the leg side for a single again. They haven't really had too many chances or opportunities. That clearly was one that's been put down. So Slater on 11, and Nottinghamshire now a 53 for no wicket. 1 ball remaining of the 19th over. Moriarty in, turned away by Slater to the onside, and no run. Hamid's on 33, Slater on 16. And Moriarty's bowled 3 overs now, gone for 12 runs. I was a little bit concerned for you, Dave, when you passed very kindly. Allow me to use your pen, but it belongs to Nottinghamshire Police.
Oh,
I mean, they finally caught up with you, Dave. But such is his charm, Doidgy, that even when he gets pulled on the side, say, hello, sir, hello, and he ends up getting a free pen.
That's when I'll have been in the back of one of the cars and I'll have snaffled it.
This is Hill coming in and defended. It's not my over, lads, but I'm more than happy to take the first ball.
The strange thing is, I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, that's come you've nicked it.
Well,
in your sleep.
Clearly. Or somebody's left it in here, or what have you.
Oh dear.
I've no idea.
Anyway, I've gone and touched it now. That's what he's done. He's deliberately given me the pen to use, so now my fingerprints on it as well.
I can see you. Yep, the force turning up and extracting you from the commentary box. Dot ball there, George Hill to Haseeb Hameed.
I suspect that's a freebie from Newark Show. You know, they have a big farming agricultural show every year.
It's a good story, this one.
I don't know. I would just suspect. My daughter works for the police, but not for that particular force. A different one.
Force. Okay.
It may have. That may
have fallen into a handbag, or
No, that may have been the origin of it. I don't know.
There is no truth in the rumour that locally you're known as Dave Brace Burgle, then?
Very good from you, George. Very good. Lightfinger Dave. It's Lightfinger Dave's on his way.
Yeah, Dave's on his way. Good.
Michael Hickman, is Kevin Howells looking refreshed after yet another break for him? Earlier in the year, after the first 3 championship matches, he had to have a week off because he was tired. And then it's... Hang on.
George Hill to Hameed. Pushes into the offside from a land to field, no run.
It just moved down because more messages came in. Scott Reed was ripping him apart after that happened. Is this true? A, that you were tired after the first 3 championship matches and that Scott gave you a little bit of stick? And B, are you refreshed after a long break over the last 3 weeks?
Right, well, I think I've worked pretty much every day, and it was a family bereavement which led...
Oh dear. There we are.
Here's Hill and Hameed forward and blocking this one.
Well, so sorry to hear about that. And
I can't believe the Reed, and the Reed would have known, so the Reed Meister wouldn't have been pulling me to pieces for that.
Yeah, so there we are, Michael. There's...
and Michael wouldn't have known either, would he?
No. Mark the Mod, morning gents from sunny Sevenoaks. Let's hope the headmaster spends a lot of time at Trent Bridge for the rest of the season. Are you insinuating he's a good look omen, Mark?
I don't believe that much like in the T20.
Hill again, and Hameed playing out square on the offside to the final ball of the 20th over, during which time Nottinghamshire have got to 53 without loss, and Yorkshire striving for a first wicket of the match, unsuccessfully.
T has been in touch. Sunday midday law applied, starting early. I'm on a cold English stout. Enjoy T. Looks nice, that does. Cold English stout.
Taking a picture of it.
He has, to send to me, just as proof, just in case I didn't believe him if he said he was drinking a cold English stout. Ground staff,
I told you,
not only buy the covers, they're pumping a little bit of life into it.
The radar's not good, Davey. It's not good.
Didn't know that. I saw tomorrow could be iffy.
Well, tomorrow
moving through.
Next one. Who's this? It's
you.
Me
Why
again.
are you here?
Should we toss a coin?
No run off that one. 53 for no wicket. Busy looking at the radar instead of the cricket. Well, this says we're a little way off the rain. But anyway, they are there, and therefore their radar may suggest something a little sooner. Meantime, play continues. Slater's on 16. And driven, but for no run. Wide of Moriarty.
You listen to your mate. If they're playing at Edgbaston,
yeah,
we'll be all right.
Dave, I always listen to you. Always listen to you.
It's when they go
sometimes
off there.
I take notice of you. Oh, Dave, they're off for rain
at Edgbaston.
At Edgbaston.
Right, well, it's
Well, that's what my radar suggests as well. Well, you said 90 minutes, approximately. 60. Okay, 60. Slater's on 60. Next ball, almost squeezes through Slater's defence, but out there to the onside. And the wind's picking up so much so that umpire O'Shaughnessy has lost both his shades, his hat. Your papers could be going everywhere as well in a minute.
Dignity.
He hasn't lost his dignity, has he?
Oh, they don't like to ask the players to go and chase after their hats for them.
So he lost all authority out there now, Dave. And this wind is going to get stronger and stronger as the day goes on. Let me have you know. I thought it was supposed to be some massive heat wave that was going to go on for weeks and weeks.
Yeah. It's also ruffling all the covering down at the far end as well.
Yeah, from the tunnel by Slater.
You ought to explain that comment.
I beg your pardon? I don't think that statement needs any explanation, Dave. In whichever way you want to take it. What did I say? I hope it's safe in the tunnel of love.
Yes.
So there's a walkway at the far end. Because there's all construction work going on.
Have you been through it?
I've not walked through the tunnel of love for a long time, Dave, and I've not walked through this one here either. 2 balls left to Moriarty's over. And defended. Oh, I say defended. That's got through to the keeper, but nothing on it in terms of Slater's bat.
I think that needs a bit of Kenneth Williams on it, surely.
What's that? One ball left to this over. Moriarty to Slater. Bowls now. Leans back. Late cut. Nicely played for a single. Square on the offside. And Slater moves to 17. He's got to keep the strike. O'Shaughnessy will do well to keep his hat. 54 for no wicket. A Mead on 33. And Moriarty's bowled 4 overs. Just the 1 run coming from that, I think, there, Dave. Flags at half mast, which we can see there, obviously, for the passing of Sid Lawrence, but also how just strong that wind is. Dave, I'm almost tempted to say it's bending the trees in half there, but it is strong, isn't it? They are bending a little.
Hopefully we will be on air all through the afternoon session, and we're hoping to have a little chat. A guest popping to join us. We're just waiting for Don Best to get himself ready. It's a visit from an Australian group that is commemorating the very first Aboriginal tour of the United Kingdom. We'll hear a little bit more about that this afternoon, but those of you listening in the ground, there's a couple of things going on at lunchtime. There's the Members Forum, which is being held downstairs in the Radcliffe Road stand in the Hadley Hall. Is Best then round the wicket, bowls to Slater. He'll cut the first ball from the former Somerset and England off spinner away. Nice sliding stop out in the deep. Is that a Rourke again, who's really thrown himself around this morning? Come back for a couple of runs. Slater on to 19, unless it's already gone up. It hasn't already gone up. Will now. Slater on to 1956 without loss. So there's the Members Forum at lunchtime downstairs in the Hadley Hall, first floor of the Radcliffe Road stand. And there's also a talk put together by the Heritage Group as the next ball is pushed back to Dominic Bess, and there's no run. All about that very first Aboriginal tour of the United Kingdom way back in 1868, and there are relatives of that first tour here at Trent Bridge today. You'll be able to hear from them. Bess bowls. Next delivery is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. I remember when Dan Christian was here. He used to come over for 6, 7, 8 years as Notts T20 skipper. He also came back 1 year with an Aboriginal side. There's an appeal from Bairstow behind the wicket and from the bowler that this push out onto the offside was bat and pad, but they were hoping that the umpire would see it as pad first, but umpire Warren didn't. I certainly didn't think it was going on to hit the stumps, because he's not giving it out. The next ball is defended and there's no run.
I'm just trying to think to myself here, Georgie, just what Yorkshire will make of this. It's been the one drop catch. I mean, they've kept it nice and tidy, but
Yeah, they're just 1 wickets.
Yeah, this is pushed back to Dominic Bess, end of the over. I'm sure you can hear in our effects microphone that the breeze is certainly picking up. It does look as if it is starting to fill in a little bit. Where are we with the time? 12:30. Lunch, of course, should be at 1 o'clock. Adam Lyde's got his cap off. Is that within? No, he's just making his way down to this end, I beg your pardon. They just zoomed in on him on the live stream there and just wondered if he was going to get a twirl, but no, he's just carrying the helmet down to this end.
His alter ego, Adam Lith, as called by the Durham PA announcer on Friday night, might get some quick overs in. Fast bowler, I think, Adam Lith. But Adam Lythe, occasional off spin.
Did captain Yorkshire here one year when they came.
Now Moriarty is going to continue, left arm round the wicket, bowling to Hamid, who drops that into the offside. No run. Don Best, just going back to him, 6 wickets so far in this championship season at 61. I'll let you know what the tail of the tape is as far as Moriarty goes as well, because he's on at this end now, bowling, and that's hammered down the ground. 1 bounce from the bat of Haseeb Hamid and 4 straight over the bowler's head. Classic cricket stroke, and one of those that, well, unless you're the bowler or maybe part of the field inside, you never really tire of watching, do you, as a cricket supporter. Lovely shot. 60 without loss. Hamid, that 4 taking him to 37. And Moriarty, his stats in championship cricket this year, 2 wickets at 36, so just 8 wickets between these 2 frontline spinners for Yorkshire in the Champo. They've got their used pitch, the wickets column. Hamid just plays one out square on the offside. There was a yelp from the Yorkshire fielding contingent, but Hamid played it well. Slate.
Sorry, I was going to say it would be a cooling breeze out there for the fielders, but not great for the bowlers to be bowling in a stiff old breeze, is it?
No, Moriarty in, and a little bit of the open face, slight edge maybe about it from Ben Slater, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and he's run it down fairly fine towards third man for a single. George Hill doing the fielding. So 20 to Slater, 38 Hamid. 23rd over of this one. If you're just joining us more recently, Nottinghamshire won the toss on a used pitch and decided to bat first, and they're 62 without loss, and Moriarty bowling here to Hamid, who turns it to mid-wicket where Bess fields.
Stokes out in the test match for 20, England 290 for 5, Harry Brook 46 not out.
So they've avoided the possibility of having to follow on.
Yeah.
And Harry, of course, should have been out last night. Moriarty in. Hamid plays that one square into the offside, and Wharton fields. They get 1 run to complete that over at 63 without loss. Yeah, Harry should have been. It was a shocker of a shot, wasn't it, Harry's last night, that he was caught off the no ball.
Oh, I see. I just saw was the last 2 or 3 deliveries. Was it in that last over? Because I was in the backyard, stroke alleged garden, although it's too many weeds to call the garden at the moment. And I heard the commentators getting all excited. I came in, I just saw the last, well, was it the last 2 deliveries, and I'm thinking, crikey O'Reilly, what an over that must have been from Bumrah, wasn't it?
He's just, what a bowler. You know, there are some games, I love watching Test cricket, obviously, just like Championship cricket. You want to be there, don't you, to see those big players. He's one of those he'll talk about for a few generations yet. Top draw.
Well, this is Don Bess. I'm going to be talking about him, and I am there, and I'm here to see it, as he's about to bowl to Hamid, and he's on 39 at the moment. Nottinghamshire 63 for no wicket. What's the hold up here?
I don't know. Just on the last couple of balls of the test matches as well. I mean, it finished at 7:15 last night.
I know.
We saw with the the World Test Championship, perfectly capable of starting tests at 10:30 in this country and getting a full day's cricket in without going on that long.
Wise words, Davey, wise words.
Thank you.
Hamid on 39. Oh, depends, that comes out fairly late on it. Quick delivery that from Bess. He's bowling his second over. He went for 2 runs from his first.
Too sensible, that. Bryce, too sensible.
Do you know how much better the world would be if everybody listened to Brace? Eh? We all know it. Best bowls through the legs. I think they're forward short leg. Clipped away by Hamid. 24th over.
I did a churchy this morning. I was in here for about 8 o'clock.
Oh. So excited about the return of Championship cricket, eh?
Well, there's been some horrendous roadworks holding up the journey, and this morning there wasn't. I just sailed straight through.
Defended. Slater back up to the bowler. Well, I went the long way around because of that. The T20. I think the Deutschmeister. He was here a couple of weeks ago for the T20 as well. I think he may have avoided it that night. I didn't. I copped for it in the centre of Nottingham. That wasn't going to happen again. Squeeze through the legs of Slater, but he'll go through for 1. He moves to 21, 65 for no wicket. So he went down to the airport and came across. Sensible.
Very sensible. Just what I expect of you.
Yeah. Stationary on the M1 for an hour on Friday afternoon on the way to Northampton. A lorry fire.
But never mind you one, Dave. Came away with the points. 65 for no wicket then here. Nottinghamshire Championship cricket is back, and Hamid and Slater, their very fine opening partnerships, are back as well. Hamid with that single will move to 41, 66 for no wicket. They've kept it tight. It's probably just me. I'm turning to the Yorkie man here, Doige. How much jeopardy do you really feel here as Slater has driven this one through extra cover, and he will move to 22, and the score now 67 for no wicket. It feels like it's not been that easy. It feels like it's been, hard going at times, maybe, but I'm not too sure. Apart from the drop catch, which even then I thought was a bump ball to start off with, I'm not too sure how often I thought, is the wicket going to come any minute? Hamid on 41, Slater 22, 67 for no wicket. Just me on the wrong side of the bed, or what this one? I don't know.
No, he's not. He's felt all fairly calm out there from a batting point of view, hasn't it? So the Notts boys will be feeling pretty confident. They've seen off the first 24 overs now with this Kookaburra ball. Long time to go before another one can maybe used. Slater goes back foot, punches out to the sweeping Finley Bean on the cover boundary. They've got a slip and a leg slip in place for the left arm spinner. The shortish straight mid wicket, mid on, deep-ish, a few yards deeper than mid off. Man up just inside the wicket ends. Short extra cover. Cover's just been brought up as well off the boundary. Will O'Rourke, and then a backward point in the form of Jack White, as that latest Moriarty delivery is just dropped down into the leg side by Hamid. No run.
Yeah, Finley Bean is 200 or 300 yards away from the site of his second 400 2 or 3 years ago. It's down the road at Lady Bay.
Moriarty in, that's turned square by Hamid for a single.
And Kevin Howells was actually here for the county championship game and got wind that something special was happening, and actually went down, and Kev's just popped next door, but he actually went down and witnessed some of it and had a chat with Finley and got some photographs at the end.
Yeah, they're taking some doing. 69 without loss, halfway through the 25th, and maybe a bit of evidence of turn there for Dan Moriarty. Passes the outside of Ben Slater's bat. Bairstow whips off the bails enthusiastically. Hasn't had much to do in that respect so far. Just making sure he still can. Dot ball, and here's Moriarty in again, and this time Slater right over the top of that, strokes it away to Bean. Coming in from the boundary, 1 run.
He's had some moments on this ground as well. Johnny Bairstow, I think his maiden first-class 100 was on this ground, and he actually made it into a double. It was that'll be 13 or 14 years ago now.
Hamid goes back foot here, but cuts it straight to O'Rourke in the covers to complete that over at 70 without loss. Yeah, and of course there was the COVID year where when I was dancing around outside to the right-hand side of the boxes there when there was nobody about.
Yes, he had a brutal baseball game here. I think it was against New Zealand, where he helped England chase down something silly. 350 or so on the last day. Just kept whacking it into the Smith Cooper stand. So he'll have relatively happy memories of this ground, I'm sure. Lost the toss this morning, though. It was flicked by a Seba Mead. I think he called heads, and the match referee said tails. It's Nottinghamshire toss. 20 minutes to go until lunch. Hopefully we can get through this session without any interruptions. And if we do have any rain, hope it's a brief shower during the luncheon interval. There's Don Best bowling to Ben Slater, who's on 24, having faced 71 deliveries. Now 72 as he blocks this one. Freddie McCann listed at 3. Joe Clark, Jack Haynes complete the top 5, and then Ishan Kishan, who's played a couple of tests for India, played for India in all formats, due in at 6. Next one's a fullish delivery on the pads of Slater. Just works it out onto that onside for a single. The rest of the Notts lineup: Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White, Farhan Ahmed, Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas, who got a 5 for up at Headingley. In fact, both Abbas and Pennington. Abbas in the first innings, Pennington in the second innings. Next one's turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. In fact, from what I can remember, Pennington was very, very good on the last day, and he helped get those last wickets to get Nottinghamshire to victory as Best bowls, and this is cut away on the offside for a single. 72 without loss. Very much a bowler's game, wasn't it, the match at Leeds? George Hill getting, I think, 5 or 6 in the Nottinghamshire first innings.
Yeah, 6 for 5 for 40.
Best bowls again. Slater drives into the offside. There's James Wharton doing the fielding.
Yorkshire won the toss up there, not so won it here. Yorkshire have won 3 of the 8, the toss 3 times in the 8 matches now so far this season in Championship cricket.
Bess. Ball fired in towards the feet of Ben Slater, who defends it. It's the end of the over. 26 overs gone. Nottinghamshire 72 without loss. Winning the toss and looking to try and dictate terms by batting first. I know that Surrey are breathing hard on their heels now, not seen the defending champions win their last couple of matches before the T20 break, just to close that gap to within 10 of them now at the top of the table. 72 without loss is a score.
Moriarty, 6 overs for 23 so far. He's going to continue with the same field as he had to the right-handed Hamid in his previous over. Trying to get one through here. Straight onto leg stump though, first up, and is picked off for another single. 73 without loss. So the York is in search of wickets, just from an odd, and I mean an odd delivery in the first 26 overs. It's not like he's been doing much at all, but just from an odd delivery, get the impression that the longer this goes on, it might be the up and down bit of a used pitch that brings some wickets, rather than because it's moving so much off the straight. Moriarty in again, and Slater defends. So batting last, obviously pitch is more and more worn, might prove a little bit more problematic, but first of all got to get wickets in this innings. Slater drops one into the offside and Bess fields.
Yes, I feel we're extremely fortunate to be able to watch our 4-day match unfolds. Something that happens on the first or second day must come back and
striding into that right over the top. Defensive push there. It's felt slow, but 2.74 is not a particularly Sloth-like scoring rate. And of course, it's about just putting as many as you can on the ball for this first wicket, getting your team off to a good start. They're doing that as Slater runs one down fine and picks up a single. Jack White doing the fielding, 74 without loss, one to come in the 27th.
Poor all ground. It's really taken a bit of a battering from the weather this season. Is Headingley as bare as this in patches?
There's a few bits and bobs around. The stripy effect as a dot ball off the last one of the diagonal stripes. There's a few of those at Yorkshire. I noticed that on the television pictures yesterday from Headingley of the Test match. That sort of parched feel. Yeah, it's not quite 1976, is it? No. But it's been very dry. Yeah, there's an ad on the scoreboard. Lunchtime talk, cricket walkabout.
Yes, that will also be downstairs in the Radcliffe Road stand at lunchtime. They're going to do it again tomorrow for those of you that are coming to the ground tomorrow, like these heritage talks. Tomorrow lunchtime and tomorrow tea time is Dominic Best starting a new over to Ben Slater, cuts this to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, there's a party come across from Australia with relatives of the very first Aboriginal side to come from Australia back in the 19th century to visit these shores. Cricket tour, of course, this is pushed into the offside, so Trent Bridge delighted to play host to them, and one or two people that have put the tour together will pop up and just say hello to us this afternoon. Find out a little bit more about it. I think there's an LBW shout here again. Bess is down on his knees, a little frustrated there that Russell Warren hasn't given him the benefit of the doubt. That generally goes as far as the batters. 74 without loss. Here's Bess in, and this is pushed back to the bowler. Kevin's in the room. I just want to ask you a quick question. 74 without loss. Dominic Bess is going to bowl.
I wonder if there's a big prize.
No, there isn't. No, I was just talking about it. I don't know if you heard us. This is defended. You were here. What would it now be? 3 or 4 years ago when you got wind that something.
I got wind.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yes.
That something special was happening down at Lady.
Well,
with
this game.
That's
That's right. Yes. How could that have been? But anyway, no pun intended.
Best bowls and all without loss. You got some photos with him, didn't you?
It must have been the days when I was on that one of those social media thingies where Yorkshire were reporting that this was taking place, and of course we park at the same ground, don't we? Right next door. And I'm going to say, because I'm like this, know your audience, Notts. It was bound to be a Notts win early on that particular day. So I just got down there, and I thought, well, I'll just go and have a look. And I think on that day, he'd just beaten the record. He went on to score a few more runs the following day. I remember Brett Hutton was bowling.
400, didn't he?
Yeah. How much more he batted on the next day, I don't know. But anyway, because it's one of those things that happens. This happens where you take a photograph. It certainly happened back in the 70s and 80s and 90s. You take a photograph of said batter with either maiden century or whatever runs next to the scoreboard, and I had to go and plead with them in the scoreboard over what.
Leave it up there.
Yeah, please leave it up there, because they wanted to go home, and got the shot. Yeah. Lovely moment for him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, but the backstory, which of course John will have told many times. I mean, he was let go and then brought back in again, and that was part of his coming back and being noticed again. So
he was offered a contract on the strength
of that.
Really,
yeah, and of course so. Well remembered, Dave. Well remembered.
Bowling change. Matthew Revis into the attack for the first time this morning. I hope also Kevin remembers that I said an hour on from Edgbaston going off for rain. We will here. There's Revis's first ball, and it's cut to backward point, and there's no run. 74 without loss. We should be able to get to lunch. 11 minutes away. Ground staff are still loitering with intent near the hover cover, just in case. Still relatively few of those around hover covers. Understand are very, very expensive. Next ball is turned to leg by Hamid for a single.
moves him on to 45, 75 without loss. But they get the job done quickly, get the playing strip very quickly covered up, and they can then unfurl the big tarpaulins over the rest of the square, drag on the bowlers' run-up coverings as well. Revis, lively right arm, fast medium. Tall man comes in round the wicket to Slater. This delivery is left alone by the Chesterfield-born opener. Lets it go through to Johnny Bairstow, who's got Adam Lythe back in alongside him at slip, and George Hill in the gully. Sweepers on either side as protection.
Yeah, they've gone to the Revis plan.
Comes in once more, bowls, and again just turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Revis plan is, generally speaking, the short stuff.
It's better to have a plan, isn't it, than no plan at all.
Well,
whatever it is, give it a try. Some really filthy clouds overhead right now. Hopefully they'll pass by. Slater tucks this off his hip. Quickly onto it is Dom Bess. Fizzes the ball into the gloves of Bairstow, and it remains 75 without loss.
Matthew Revis, 3 wickets at 73 in Championship cricket this season. Best bowling of 2 for 51.
So it's a plan that's still really in its infancy. Next ball is tucked onto the leg side, just short of Dominic Bess. That would have felt like retribution for Dominic Bess had he been able to extend his arms like Mr. Tickle and scoop that up, but it fell just short of him. 75 without loss. Good news is that they're back on at Bristol, so if that weather is just sweeping up the country, taking in obviously Bristol and then on to Edgbaston where they're off for rain, and in fact they're back on at Edgbaston now as well, and then here by process it, well, hopefully it'll just come during the luncheon interval if we're going to get some rain, and then it'll clear for this afternoon. Let's hope so.
How far is it, Edgbaston, from here? 40 miles, something like that?
Yeah.
75 without loss then. Is it me?
Yeah,
Must
if
be.
you want.
Right.
If you want.
Don Bess at this Radcliffe Road end. Over the wicket. And Hamid strikes that firmly, but back to the bowler. The field's fairly tight in the ring. There's 6, 3 either side. Spaced just about equidistantly. Bess is in again. Hamid goes back foot and cuts. Finley Bean is sweeping out on the offside to the right-hander. Willow Rock is out at mid-wicket. Away to our right. Feels a bit gloomy out there at the moment as Bess is in and it's wide of off stump and Hamid leaves. There's no floodlighting on. And hopefully if this does move through, whether we miss it or not, things might brighten up on the back of it either way. Bess in again. Hamid well forward and over the top to defend. Revis in the white floppy. No call for that at the moment. I noticed that Finley Bean went out in his white floppy, and after not many overs, 2 or 3, called Ben Code on and asked him for his cap in replacement of it. It feels more like a cap day as Hamid defends to Revis in the covers. No run. Bess for the final ball of the 30th is in again, and Hamid not the most convincing contact he's made all day, but it's played to Milan at mid-off and there's no run. So Yorkshire so far. Jack White, 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 8, was tidy and tight but couldn't get a wicket. Willow Rock, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17, took a little bit longer to get the radar right, still hasn't managed to take one himself. George Hill pick of the bowlers in the season so far. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. Dan Moriarty 7 overs for 25. And Don Best now 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8.
Like ants scurrying around, there's lots of movement from in the crowd, the members in particular, who are for this season based over at the Hound Road stand, making their way to this end of the ground for the members forum at lunch. His short delivery pulled away down below us. There was cries of catch. It's gone for 4. Problem with the TV gantry in front of us is that just lost the tail end of that, but O'Rourke couldn't clearly get anywhere near it. A boundary to Slater. So the Revis plan, bang it in short. Ben Slater might have got a whiff of that as well as he was quickly into position, but got it away nice and fine, even though it was in the air for a while. 79 without loss. There's Revis in once more, and Slater will get a single, driving this square of the wicket on the offside. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if the call had been made to put the floodlights on, but I don't see them yet. But that's just an indication of how relatively dark and gloomy it has got at the moment. Certainly some filthy clouds that many have passed by at the moment, but let's just hope that it stays okay this afternoon as Hamid drives this next ball into the offside, and that will reach the ropes and away for 4. So a couple of boundaries in this over. Not trying to finish the session with a flourish. Digital numbers on the scoreboard tell us it's 12:56. Never sure exactly which clock the umpires are going by. They generally go by their own wristwatches, or at least make sure they've had a look at those just in case the scoreboard spot in the air as Hamid turns this to mid-wicket and will get a single, and that's his 50. Very well done, Asib Hamid. 93 balls and 8 fours for Asib Hamid. It's the 6th time this season he's reached 50. Gone on to reach 3 figures on a couple of occasions. Nicely in the groove at the crease for nearly 2 hours there. 93 balls and 8 fours for the Nottinghamshire skipper. Almost like he's not been away. 85 without loss. Revis round the wicket. Now to Slater, who's gone to pull that. It didn't quite seem from here as if it was short enough to pull. So it got lodged in his... I think it's got lodged in the flap of his pads, and Johnny Bairstow says, do you mind if I do a gentleman's excuse me here? And he thrusts his gloved paw into the top flap of Ben Slater's pad. 85 without loss. In terms of the weather, hopefully we're past the worst of it. Slater 31, bouncer high over his head, goes through to the keeper, end of the over. So Revis 2 overs, none for 11. As I said at the start of the over, a plan is better than having no plan, and he seemed intent on banging it in short there to see if it would deliver any results. It didn't on that occasion. 85 for Notts. Hamid with 50. Ben Slater, pedestrian in comparison, is 31 not out.
There was a time when he might have earned the nickname moniker for the as he bowled the ball there. But of course, everyone in tennis seems to do that these days. And maybe that would be a sporting reference that quite a lot of these lads would be too young to understand anyway. Don Bess is going to continue for what will be the final over of the session from this Radcliffe Road end. 85 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Short leg in place, plus a slip. And Hamid just rocks back to a ball that's just a bit too short first up, and strokes square on the offside for a single to the sweeping Finley Bean. There's been some movement among quite a lot of spectators during the last couple of overs, making their way off for an early lunch maybe, or might
no, it's the members forum downstairs.
Oh, okay.
They'll be coming to get a prime seat to ask their question of importance about the schedule, much of it I would imagine.
I think also it does look like there might be a spot of rain in the air as that is pushed out square on the offside, no run. Might be just an odd spot.
Can't see a brolly though, can you, anyway?
No. Just looking at it with the backdrop of the trees. 86 without loss as Best comes round the wicket to Slater and then drops one down the leg side, and he's going to pay for that with runs. Well, that's turned that one for 3. Slater on to 34. 89 without loss.
Yeah, just accelerated nicely over the last 10 or 15 minutes, haven't they? And it will look more like a traditional standard lunchtime scoreboard at the end of the first session of play than it seemed as if it was going to be.
Bess over the wicket. Hamid goes back foot. Yawning gap in the offside, which he exploits with a single out to Finley Bean. Update time.
Yeah, so we must be at 1 o'clock because BBC Radio Nottingham are into their 1 o'clock news.
Police say one person was arrested during a UKIP.
I think we'll get these couple in before they come to you.
Yeah.
George Hill just been brought in at leg slip. Adam Lyth at slip. James Wharton at silly mid-off. The left-handed Slater, and he plays that one very late into the deck. It's wide of off stump, would have missed. So 1 to come in the session. Bess back at his mark, waiting for Adam Lyth to get back in place. In he comes now. Slater goes back foot, pushes it out to O'Rourke. Square on the offside to complete the session then with Nottinghamshire 90 without loss. Hamid 52 from 95. Slater 34 from 97.
Thank you, Jonathan. More from JD. When we return, hopefully we'll be nice and fine and dry in 40 minutes, but I do think right on cue that the rain is now starting to fall and drift across the ground here. So can see for the first time 1 or 2 umbrellas, but the spectators have sat patiently through those 2 hours. We'll do an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment, but for those listening to Sky Sports Extra 2, I beg your pardon, to Sports Extra 2, I'll now hand you back to Kevin Howells. Those
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Apologies for the delay, not our doing, it was the drizzle, but thankfully the wettest moments all came during the luncheon interval. Thankfully we got the full morning in here in Nottingham. 32 overs bowled before lunch. Nottinghamshire won the toss, opted to bat first, 90 without loss. You're listening to the BBC's coverage of County Championship Division 1 cricket. Notts playing Yorkshire, and very pleased to have you along with our cast of thousands, all three at the moment: Kevin Howells, Jonathan Doidge, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, as we look out from our eyrie at the top of the Radcliffe Road stand, and the ground staff going in one direction, the umpires going in another. Steve O'Shaughnessy and Russell Warren are our men in white coats, and they're making their way out to the middle, and shortly they'll be joined by the Worcestershire side, led by Johnny Bairstow. JD alongside me. We were just watching both Will O'Rourke and Jack White just bowling one or two practice deliveries with the Yorkshire coaching staff, and we would presume that will be the way that Yorkshire will go. Yeah,
I think they'll have a blast again up front. Just wickets, but Don Bess and Dan Moriarty with 8 wickets. I think I said between them, 6 for Dom and a couple for Dan, and then 3 wickets for Matthew Revis so far. So 11 wickets between 3 of your change bowlers, as it were. Dan Moriarty hasn't played much in the championship so far, but when you are challenged for taking wickets, then I guess those are stats that you don't particularly want to see. On the other hand, the positive side, Will O'Rourke, test bowler, and it looks like it's been a very good one in the longer term at that. Jack White has been a good opening bowler so far, and the pick of them according to what we've seen with selection here, because he's been preferred to Ben Code. And then of course George Hill has been a revelation with the ball this year, so there's been some good positives, but it's just the depth, isn't it? And if you want to compete in Division 1, you've got to have that right across the board, not just from 2 or 3 of your bowlers.
We've been joined by listeners to Sports Extra 2. A very good afternoon to you. We're just a little tardy in getting underway after lunch here at Trent Bridge with a little bit of drizzle during the interval. In fact, the players, as they went to walk off for lunch at the end of the 2-hour session, they just had to put a little bit of a spurt on just to get off the field and get into the dry of the changing room, because it just came down a little hard then, but we did get the full session in. A little bit of drizzle, and that just required ground staff to bring the covers on, so we're 15 minutes late getting back underway. Looks okay now, and hopefully will remain like that for as long as we need it to. 90 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Asiba Mead has 52, Ben Slater has 34, and we're just about to get underway with White from the far end bowling to the Notts captain. First ball goes through to the Yorkshire wicket-keeper Johnny Bairstow. So Yorkshire for this game have Will O'Rourke as their sole overseas player. Notts have reinforced their overseas contingent. Mohammad Abbas playing his 4th match, and Ishan Kishan, the Indian international, making his debut. He'll take the gloves, bat in the middle order. 90 without loss. Hamid has 52. Next ball is catching the edge, and Hamid's gone. Just short of a length. Hamid, I think, was trying to work it onto the leg side, and it might have been an inside edge, and Johnny Bairstow just had to change direction and pouch it in his gloves, and the early breakthrough straight after lunch, just what Yorkshire would have required. Asiba Mead, without adding, has gone to his lunchtime score of 52. Hamid caught Bairstow, bowled White for 52, faced 97 balls and hit 8 fours, and Notts a 90 for 1.
Yeah, I was just down in the restaurant at lunch talking to Mike Hardcastle, dad of Graham, the Yorkshire website writer, and he'll be saying I told you so, because as I left him behind, he said they'll take a wicket in the first 10 minutes of this session, I'll tell you.
Well, he was spot on, was Mike. Warm applause for the Notts captain, Asiba Mead. Be very disappointed not to
have gone on. So very early in the piece, the wicket, just seeing it again now, and I think well, it's very difficult to tell. You're never entirely sure with Asiba Mead unless you can get right into his own mind or ask him whether he was trying to leave it alone or whether he was trying to help it onto the leg side. But I think it was an inside edge, a tickle, which got Johnny Bairstow having to readjust, move to his left and take the catch. And he successfully hung on. That was just the second ball of the session. 90 for 1 not, so the opening partnership is broken right at the start of session 2 of the potential 12 of this match. Left-hander Freddie McCann comes out to the crease. Really had a very instant impact right at the start of his career here. 3 first-class hundreds already to Freddie McCann, 2 at the back end of last season. This year, just 100 so far, averaging in the mid-30s. Scored 365 runs. Missed one of the matches. He was the one omitted when Ben Duckett came into the side. Here's White to bowl to Freddie McCann. A little drop and run into the offside, and he's off the mark. All Ben Slater through smartish there. So 2 left-handers out there in the middle. Freddie McCann's major contribution this season, 138 here against Hampshire. That really was a terrific knock. His other score of note also on this ground, 79. At Headingley he made 28 and 15, but you may remember, JD, on that last afternoon when Notts were desperate for wickets. They went a long time. Before the last wicket partnership, there was another period where they went a long time without a wicket, and they brought Freddie McCann on and he got a wicket. Was it first ball?
He did,
something
didn't he?
like
George
that.
Hill. Yeah.
Ben Slater on 34 defends his first delivery that he's received this afternoon. He was dropped on 11, Slater, we feel. Moriarty early into the attack. The slow left arm spinner, and Slater driving away from his body, hit it to cover, and Dominic Best couldn't hang on. 91 for 1. Conditions are much more resembling those at the start of the day at 11 o'clock. Dark clouds hopefully have passed us by. Fluffy stuff overhead, a little bit of watery sunshine breaking through as Slater pushes this into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's looking like might be set for quite a nice afternoon. Much brighter now than it was in that final half hour of the morning session. Rain blown over. Spectators after that members forum and a bit of lunch are back out there.
England have lost a 6th wicket at Headingley. They're 350 for 6. Harry Brooks still there. They're on 68. It's Jamie Smith out for 40. 350 for 6. Next delivery is nudged back towards the bowler. Successful one. Jack White with the first wicket of this one in that over. Asiba Mead out, caught behind by Johnny Bairstow. Just very quickly, of course, a lot of these games will have resumed after lunch at 20-2, so some of them have moved on a little bit. Sussex 108 for 3, they're away at Durham. Essex 102 for 4 at home to Hampshire. Somerset 71 without loss there at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. They had a bit of time off for rain this morning. And Worcestershire had a run out the ball before lunch. Last thing you need, 76 for 3 at home to Surrey. Division 2 quickly, well, they've also had rain at Bristol, but playing again. Gloucestershire 68 without loss against Derbyshire. Kent 105 for 2 at Blackpool against Lancashire. Glamorgan 127 for 1 at Leicester. And Middlesex 150 for 4 at Northants. All the scores, all the text updates on the BBC Sport website and app cricket page.
Will O'Rourke then from the Radcliffe Road end to bowl to Freddie McCann, and he's going to get 4 because that was just a little bit too short and offered him just a fraction of width. Played it well, Freddie, over the top of it, guides it past gully down through third man. Don Bess, as ever, sprawled on terra firma. So McCann on to 5, 95 for 1 in the 34th over. So YorkshireCricket@bbc.co.uk is the email address if you want to get involved in today's broadcast. At bbcwys for X, or if you know my X address, you're welcome to message on that. But I'm told I can't give that out any longer, as that is wide of off stump and dies on its way through to Johnny Bairstow. 3 slips and a gully. Point. Gap through the covers offered to Freddie McCann here. James Wharton's going to catch it now on its way back around the ring. He's at mid-off. Milan at mid-on. Moriarty in front of square on the leg side. Also a long leg in place, Jack White. So O'Rourke comes in again, wide on the crease, round the wicket to the left-hander. That's angled in and then does bite to some extent off the seam, but not close enough to ask McCann to play. And if you did have a criticism of Will O'Rourke's first spell from this end this morning, it was that maybe didn't ask either Hamid nor Slater to play as often as he might have done.
Yeah, there were some pretty maidens early on, weren't there? There were some very economical, miserly figures, but as you say, the reality was they didn't have to play at too many deliveries.
Very tall figure, Will O'Rourke, dark-haired, and he comes. Number 6 on his back. And that one kicks, as you might expect, off the pitch with the height of O'Rourke and just played from the crease by McCann out to gully, no run.
Generally good guys, aren't they? The Kiwis. I think most of the overseas players that come across generally get involved. They're very personable characters, somebody who's prepared to travel to the other side of the world and just learn their craft and meet other people. Generally come across as pretty decent fellas.
Yep, here's O'Rourke making his way in again. Only to McCann now short. He's not got the right sort of connection on that he wanted, but he has got it away down to fine leg. It felt like he was playing that squarer and he's probably rushed onto him a little bit. He's on to 6 with that single, 96 for 1.
I'm just wondering, here's one we know. We know sometimes our listeners come to our aid when we pop teasers out there, and we'll post little quizzes from time to time. This isn't a quiz, I genuinely don't know, but the Nottinghamshire side, of course, for this game has a new player. I'll come back to it after this delivery. Point I was about to make, which I've only just really thought about.
O'Rourke round the wicket then to Slater. That flex at the knee that Ben has, and then he's turned that one square on the leg side, and it's nicely dropped because it allows them to get through for 1 to complete that Will O'Rourke over at 97 for 1 after 34.
I know we've only just relatively recently gone back to having 2 overseas players. It was like that for a long time, but just wonder when was the last time, or if it ever has happened before, bearing in mind the relationship between the two countries, where a county side has fielded a current Pakistan international and a current Indian international in the same dressing room. And that's what Notts have got here, of course, with Mohammad Abbas and Ishan Kishan. Off the top of my head, I can't think of an instance where it would have happened. I'm sure there'll be somebody out there that will say, well, you've forgotten so-and-so and so-and-so, which I almost certainly have, because I've only just thought about it. But if anything springs to mind, well, let's see if there is a precedent to it, or if this is the precedent. 97 for 1, 7 runs added since lunch, but the wicket of Hasib Hamid. Got Slater on strike now, and Nottinghamshire number 26 pushes us into the offside. For those of you that like to know these things as well, Ishan Kishan will be wearing number 32. His favourite number, and I guess it's just a nice happy coincidence that there isn't anybody currently in the Notts squad at the moment with that number, so I know it's always nice when they can drop in and have the number of their choice.
32, I wonder where that came from. It's obviously not a birthday.
It's sometimes nothing more than that's the number when you're given when you first start playing professionally and you tend to keep it with you. Next ball is eased into the offside. No run. I did actually see when the signing was announced, because all his followers, all his fans and whatever, I did see straight away somebody put, I wonder if he'll be allowed to have number 32. And then, you know, obviously several hours later there was a picture of him holding up the number 32. So
I wonder if he lived at number 32 or something like that growing up, or was born at number 32.
Or double 16's his favourite double at darts.
Or he might have got 32 in his first over ever as a batter in cricket, something like that.
His highest snooker break. Here's just my end. Here's White into his 9th over, figures of 1 for 9. He's been good, Jack White. I was impressed with him at Headingley. I've been impressed when I seen him in Northants colours, and he bowls a full pitch delivery which Slater turns to mid-on and there's no run.
Maybe he heard that brilliant commentary by Harry Carpenter on the Rumble in the Jungle when he said, "Oh my God, I don't believe it. He's won the title back at 32."
That'll be it. That'll be it. Either way, looking forward, not yet, I should say, from the Nottinghamshire perspective, but looking forward to seeing what he can do over the course of the 2 matches. 97 for 1. Next ball on its way now, and this is pushed into the offside. No run. It might only be over 2 games, but he'd put himself into my good books if he can get a good score at Taunton next week, a ground that Notts traditionally have struggled on. Nice to see him do well here, of course, on a home debut. Probably the only match he'll play at Trent Bridge for who knows how long, but if he can just play himself in nicely in this game and then go really well down at Taunton, yeah, we'll take that. 35th over of the innings. We did make comment just before we started about Yorkshire during the morning. Slater pushes this back to the bowler. We both remembered as saying at midday, well, Yorkshire bowled 14 overs in the first session. Well, they'd bowled 32 overs by 1 o'clock. So bit of Best, bit of Moriarty, and that's what you can do. They bowled 18 overs between 12 and 1.
Yeah, relatively unheard of these days, isn't it? To get the allotted overs in the session.
Of course, this delay to the afternoon session starting means already we're looking at a delayed tea and a delayed finish by 15 minutes, but let's just not worry about that. Hope there's no further interruptions. Comes White again, Notts 97 for 1, and let's pass the outside edge. I don't think Slater pushed at that genuinely. Didn't get anything on it. Anyway, it's gone through to Johnny Bairstow, and it is 97 for 1. McCann 6, Slater 35. Asiba Mead out for 52. Faced 97 balls and hit 8 fours. Is that the Yorkshire physio coming on? Yes.
Yes. I forget her name actually. Sorry.
It's physio.
Yeah.
Fizz.
Yorkshire physio.
Fizz. They're all called Fizz.
Doesn't attend every match, but he's present at some. Ed,
something for Don
Bess. He's the head physio. Anyway, yeah, something for Don Bess. Maybe a bit of advice. Doubt it. As Will O'Rourke, shirt hanging out and now rubbing the ball thereon. He's preparing to start from the Radcliffe Road end again. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 23 so far for the New Zealand international, and he's making his way into bowl to Freddie McCann. Bowls it now. It's on the money. McCann has to be watchful in defending. There's a yelp from who else but Adam Lyth at second slip.
So I know you've told us this is O'Rourke's championship debut for Yorkshire.
Yep, this is the only match he's going to play. Yeah,
and this is his first stint in county cricket. This is his county championship debut.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he's got a good future in the game. Obviously New Zealand have latched onto that early. Here he is again, and that's dropped into the offside by McCann. And they'll get through for a single. I know Harry Brook, who had his moments against him in the series that took place in New Zealand during the winter, I think had plenty of positives to say about him from a bowling perspective, and I don't know whether that or not that was an influence for Yorkshire in going after him. I think there was a hope at first that he might play both these middle county games, but you know what?
And of course, Yorkshire signed an Indian as well to come. When's that for? The next?
For the two Scarborough games in the last 3 in September. Oh, now then, this nearly guided by Ben Slater to the hand of Finlay Bean at gully. It bounces short of him and a little wide, and Finlay does well to reel that in. But just a moment there where there was an extra bit of kick off the pitch for O'Rourke. Slater just trying to get himself back in again after that lunch break. But he got enough over the top of that to keep himself out there in the middle. Yeah, so he was signed for 8. Was it 6? I don't know. These things change so much. Here is O'Rourke again. That's flicked to the leg by Slater. And chased down by Moriarty. They're going to get back for 2. Whatever he was signed for in the first place, O'Rourke, that was extended by 2 in terms of matches in the T20. So he can play a couple more after these 2 championship games. 100 up for Nottinghamshire, 4 balls into the 36th over. Good start for the hosts. Table toppers. Having won the toss, you want to make sure you take advantage, and I think that's doing so. 2 slips and a gully. There's a leg gully as well here. Slater waits, and O'Rourke bowls it now. It's Fuller this time and pushed into the offside where Wharton's into field. He did seem to get quite a lot of steepling bounce, didn't he, during that test series? I don't know if you saw much or any of it.
Yeah.
And that's what they wanted him. You know, I think this match was earmarked for him. If he could only play one as the one test pitch, you've got to try and use what you can to your advantage. Bit of height, extra pace. Different again at York next week, as this sees Slater play out square on the offside. Final ball of the over, 100 for 1 then Nottinghamshire with McCann on 7 and Slater 37.
And of course he played here only a week or 2 back, didn't he, in the Blast, so he has had a little bit of experience on this ground. No, it's only 4 overs, a different environment, different ball and what have you, but it's always nice just to have a little bit of familiarity, even if it's just your peg in the dressing room and knowing where everything is from a previous visit. And he's gone nicely again. It's Jack White with the 1 wicket to fall so far, and he's going to continue. There was once more something brought out for Dom Bess. Well, maybe, I don't know, who knows, maybe, you know, hay fever tablet, or
could have been a penny bubbly.
Could be anything. Yeah,
remember those? Probably about 15p these days.
100 for 1. All sorts, won't they? Get a joke in them, and White round the wicket. McCann eases it into the offside, and there's no run. All sorts of things as kids now. There was those little packets of I'm going to say candy, which is the wrong word. It's an American word. Those sweet cigarettes you used to get with a you know, the picture card in, either
well, they were nice though, weren't they, as well?
A football, little cigarettes.
And then I remember getting football cards when I was younger. Before stickers came in, you just got the cardboard cards. I remember having Peter Lorimer and Eddie Gray and My Heroes on there, and that rock hard slab of gum that came with it.
McCann on 7. He's going to get a boundary to add to that 7. He's just guided it with soft hands between 2 slips and the gully, and it runs very quickly towards us at the Radcliffe Road end and away for 4. Freddie McCann on to 11, 104 for 1.
You'll be there in the playground at school. Got, not got. Yeah, I'll give you that one and that one for that one. Need that one for my collection.
Yeah, I can remember the 1970 World Cup. That was sort of the first time I'd stick a book, and there's lots of swapsies going on. We all got involved in that 1970 World Cup. Exciting Brazilian team. bought the Peru strip for Mr. Butio. 104 for 1. Some birthday money or whatever. Next one is, in the same place, identical. And look, he's not moved a muscle. Freddie McCann hadn't left the crease at all before the ball had crossed the boundary rope. Just opened the face and just ran it down there and said, if you're going to keep bowling there, Jack, I'm going to keep running you for 4. And now it's very much between the bowler's ears and the skipper's ears as to who's going to make a change here. Is Jack White going to change his line slightly and not give him as much width, or is Johnny Bairstow going to plug the gap? And Bairstow's taken no steps to plug the gap, so he'll just want... In fact, Adam Lythe has now moved from second slip to sort of 2.5 third slip. Just trying to second guess where this one might go. White round it bowls, and McCann had to deal with that one in front of the wicket and pushes it out. And there's no run. 108 for 1.
Ruined Jack's figures. This, and it was 9 off 9 overs before the over started. He's gone for nearly double in the space of 4 balls. The penny bubbly. Yeah, that rock hard piece of bubblegum you used to get in your football cards. You could chew it for about 5 minutes, and then you had to.
I could never blow the bubbles though. People get great big enormous bubbles, sort of like the size of a balloon, but I could never do that. 108 for 1. McCann 15. Next ball is cut away. This will be more runs for McCann. It's going to be touch and go. No, it's not going to reach the rope. Matthew Revis with the sliding stop, but they come back for 2, so that's 10 from this over. 110 for 1. I was never a fan either playing football, which I could never understand people who chew gum playing football, but lots of footballers do, and indeed even professionally, and same with cricket. Never really fancied being in a situation where either at football or cricket dive or move about. Never a bit of chewing gum stuck in my throat. No, never did that. 110 for 1. Next ball on its way now and steered to point. Again to Revis. That's the end of the over. 10 from it. 110 for 1. McCann 17. Ben Slater 37. This pair have added 20 since the Seba Mead fell. Second ball after lunch for 52.
Yeah. Top trumps as well. Remember those? The cricket top trumps.
Yeah.
Clive Lloyd. It said all-time great next to him on there. I remember that. Growing up, and the various other great names from the past at that point. People like Peter May, Colin Cowdrey, I think they had a card in the pack. And yeah, if I did a job, you know, maybe mowed the lawn or washed the car, I might get an extra 10p pocket money. I'd be straight down to Murphy's newsagents to get a couple of extra packets of football cards. 110 for 1. Here's O'Rourke in, and that's an inside edge from Slater. There's just been a couple of deliveries from this Will O'Rourke spell where Ben Slater has not been 100% convincing. That one and the one that dropped short of Gully. Finley Bean at Gully a couple of overs back. Kevin Howells is back in, and tell you what, I think you've not looked round, but I have both times, and he's, dear me, he's pilfering the sweets. There's barely any left.
That's what they're there for. They're there for the great man.
Here's O'Rourke again, back foot this time for Slater, and he's going to get 4 runs here through the gap between Gully and Point. Hands on head again from both George Hill and Adam Lythe in the slip cordon, so that clearly indicates that he's not far away from producing what they've talked about, I would have said. Looking for O'Rourke to use that extra bounce.
That's sad, isn't it? My brother's just got in touch to say he could remember me getting the Peru Subutio kit.
It still rankles, does it? Yeah. Jealousy from all those years ago. Yeah, I had that as well, the Subutio, both football, cricket and rugby as well in the house. 114 for 1 with that boundary. That's nicely played this time by Slater, and drops it out square on the offside and scurries through for another single. 42 to him. 115 for 1.
Kevin's back. Are you nicely lunched?
beautiful pork.
Went for the pork. Very good.
He's leaning back on his chair, Brace, as if he's had a lot of lunch, I think. I reckon he's probably claimed 2 lunch vouchers,
Well,
don't
did
you?
they go back for the pudding? Bit of something,
No,
something
that's
and
not part.
custard?
That's not part of the voucher. I have to pay for that. Is it?
Yeah,
Oh
custard.
gosh.
Oh, really? I'd have gone back myself. Short ball here, pulled, and that's 4.
See ya.
Backward of square leg.
Of course it is. You've been coming here all these years.
I have been coming all these years and I didn't know that.
I noticed there's afternoon tea on. Do we need an extra voucher for that?
No,
No,
you're all right.
no,
Just
no.
go down, you'll be all right. There'll be scones and jam and
Oh,
cream.
you
and
do well to avoid that, to be honest, because
No,
it's
no,
it's
no.
it's
If-
very heavy.
If you
very
lads,
heavy.
if you lads don't eat it, then they'll stop doing it.
Yeah, I know, and I'll lose weight.
So we're only doing it for the benefit of Trent
Yes,
Bridge.
your-
For
well,
for our
your
fellow
brethren.
commentators.
Good
yeah.
manners, good manners
Yeah,
and courtesy.
I think we should. We owe it to our
Your brethren
fellow
and
commentators.
what's the female equivalent of brethren?
Sisterhood.
Yeah.
That's it.
So that's a drive and invitation accepted by McCann. He's not gone hard at the ball. He's timed it. Wharton is chasing it down, and he's going to keep him to 2. Well fielded James, and nicely played Freddie McCann. 121 for 1 now. So runs beginning to come. There were, I think, 10 off Jack White's previous over. 1 for 19 off 10 for him now.
Did you collect stickers as a
Oh yeah, I love
young
them.
schoolboy, Kevin?
Oh, I loved all that sticker stuff.
Shrewsbury Town, were they in sticker books?
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Good call that. No, they weren't.
It wasn't just football. There are all sorts of stickers, isn't there?
No, I just did the football.
Here's O'Rourke again. Short ball, edged and gone. Oh, for a moment I thought he wasn't going to give that. At best, celebrated O'Rourke was certainly straight down there. And that is Will O'Rourke's first wicket in County Championship cricket. And it is that of Freddie McCann, who's been caught best bowled O'Rourke for 23. And Nottinghamshire 121 for 2, 17 balls in a 27-minute stay at the crease, including 4 fours.
Yeah, short ball getting the wicket, so they might give them a little bit more of that. Freddie McCann started quite brightly at the crease, less than half an hour, 23 from 17, so going along at almost T20 pace there. Couldn't resist, short ball, and edged it through to Bairstow.
And it's had a different feel. I mean, it really
Yeah.
set the tone for the afternoon, didn't it? That week, second ball
Yep.
after lunch, and it's carried on really, hasn't it? But you've been talking about the plan. We've had a bit of a chat at lunchtime. Mick Lewis, is it? Mick Lewis, isn't it?
Mick Lewis,
We
yeah.
had a chat. He would have said, "Look here, lads, you've done a decent job, but," and I think there would have been a but there, and they've listened to his wise words.
Look here, lads. He's an Aussie. Yeah.
Well, they don't go, "Look here," do they?
No, it'd be more like, oh look, boys, bang bang.
An Aussie who spent most of his life in New York.
You love to take the mickey out of my attempted impressions. But
At least you give him a go, Deutsch, and I'm all for that. He's not the sort I'd want to impersonate, actually, because nice man. I interviewed him a few weeks back, but I won't want to get on the wrong side of him.
No, yeah, I get
Who's-
that.
who's-
In a good way.
Who's this, O'Rourke?
No, Mick Lewis,
All right.
the bowling coach.
His reputation precedes him.
New man for Notts is Joe Clark, back in the ranks after skippering the side in the T20 Blast. Saw him out there warming up this morning in number 17's gear. So where's all your stuff? Oh, I don't know. Hughes Duckett's way. He's not here, he said. Hughes Duckett. It's not the first time I've seen him in Ben Duckett's training gear.
Until you broadcast it, is Duckett aware of this?
Yes, he will be. He will be. There's Jack White from the pavilion in the Broad End, and Slater eased it into the offside. Joe Clark, 425 runs so far in the County Championship this year, averaging nearly 39, 1 century and 2 50s. Started off a little sluggishly in terms of his returns, but just before the switch to white ball cricket, he got 119 up at Durham and then 64 and 94 at Leeds, 2 solid contributions in that win up at Headingley. Ben Slater on 42. The left-hander plays this up to mid-on, and there's no run. This is by Ben Slater's normal standards, a more pedestrian effort, but he's still there, and that's what you get at the end of the day, really, rather than how quickly you got it. McCann 23 from 17 balls, but he won't get any more runs in the first innings.
Kookaburra or no Kookaburra? There's some wickets falling, you know, up and down the country.
Pray tell us.
Yes.
Well, I tease it. Tease it. End of the over, we'll have a few, maybe.
21 for 2. Worcestershire losing a wicket before lunch to a run out. Dear oh dear. This is Slater defending this ball from Jack White. It's been Pace with the wickets, then White from one end and O'Rourke from the other. They've had well, this is White's 5th over since lunch, and O'Rourke's had 4, so maybe another couple of piece or so before we switch it round again. Might be George Hill, might be.
I'd like to see a bit of George Hill sooner rather than later, actually.
Matty Revis.
Bit of a wobble here for Notts. Get him on now.
Yeah, could be.
Slater has 42. Shoulders arms as this goes through to Bairstow. So do you want to start your scores?
Well, let me try and start with the most dramatic. You talk about that run out. Well, Worcestershire now are 98 for 5.
Oh,
against Surrey. Yeah. One place where wickets aren't falling is Birmingham. They're back on there. Somerset 99 for no wicket.
They never seem to fall at Birmingham, do they?
did you notice it started raining here just an hour after they went off?
I thought it was 59 minutes and 59 seconds, Dave. I was keen to just, and you're spot on.
I didn't say I was perfect all the time.
No, you're out by just that 1 second.
Yeah. There's nobody at the far end, but there's something catching the eye line of Ben Slater. If it's the tarpaulins bill, there's not an awful lot anybody can do about that.
We're not going to get a lot of cricket if it's that.
No. White bowls now, and Ben Slater will get a single, just turning it in the direction of square leg umpire Russell Warren, who played the bulk of his cricket for Northants, but at the end of his career he came and had 2 or 3 years for Notts, and one game at Lords, was it at Lords or at here? Certainly against Middlesex, he got a century in each innings, so he's on that particular list. 122 for 2.
That's 5 down. Essex are 4 down, 129 for 4 against Hampshire. Abbott, of course, with a couple of wickets. Fuller and Jack as well. Matt Critchley, he's 54 not out. Good cricketer, Matt Critchley. But Essex have had a funny season, a dreadful time. If Yorkies think they've had a bad time in T20, well, take a look at Essex.
Yeah, I did notice the table, yeah.
Yes, JD was saying that Yorkshire 9th, but Essex only one place just above them. Here's White, runs in with his hair flopping from side to side, beats the outside edge of Joe Clark's bat, and Clark a little lucky maybe not to just feather that through to Bairstow, who's taken 2 catches, which leaves Notts 122 for 2.
And George Hill removes his sweater right on cue. Kevin Howells called it, and he's going to replace Will O'Rourke at this Radcliffe Road end of the ground.
Dan Hughes is now out for 60 for Sussex. They're 125 for 3 away to Durham. Or the game known as Jofra Watch.
Is he playing?
Yeah, oh yes. Yeah. Well, eyes on Bethel as well, of course, at Warwickshire Somerset, but he's not taken a wicket yet. Middlesex are 6 down in the 2nd Division, 169 for 6 away to Northamptonshire. Glamorgan have lost some wickets here now, just a couple, 145 for 2 away to Leicestershire, still reigning in Blackpool, and Gloucestershire 84 for 2 at home to Derbyshire.
Here's Hill then to Slater. First ball is just dropped down to Gully, no run. I think the Girdler's got company coming shortly.
I'll move aside, lads. I'll move
2:30.
aside. 2:30, is it? No. Not here yet, Dave.
I think you're the key man.
Yeah,
Key man.
I'll move aside. You can stay on. It's fine.
Just for a few minutes, we're going to learn a little bit about the first Australian tour to this country, and some descendants from members of that side here at Trent Bridge today.
Hill bowling to Slater, who blocks. There was something bothering George, I think, then, as he walked back, as if it was about a stride before he's due to deliver. He's looking at it again. Don't know if it's maybe a little bit slippy after that rain, maybe a bit of water got on it. It would be around about the end of the covers. Russell Warren is just having a word on the walkie-talkie and looking in the general direction of some ground staff away to our left, as Slater's right behind that and blocking, so maybe he's asking for a bit of sawdust, something like that. Last thing Yorkshire would need now would be George to slip and have some sort of muscle injury. 122.42. 3 to come in the over. And in comes George then. That's flicked away through mid-wicket. Slater is going to pick up 2 here. Moriarty recovering that from just inside the boundary rope. They wouldn't have been the quickest between the wickets, the pair of them on this occasion. More of an old-fashioned jog through. 2 runs, 124 for 2. Slater on 45. Joe Clark, of course, who came in following that wicket of Freddie McCann, yet to score. And we have 2 balls to come in the 40th over. And here comes George again. That one short of length and flicked off the hip by Slater. He's through quickly for the first run this time, and that enables him to get back for a second. Moriarty again doing the fielding. George gone for 16 so far in his 4 overs and 5 balls, so 1 to come in this 40th over.
Yeah, 1
Good
ball.
afternoon.
There we are, 1 ball left, and then we'll introduce our guest properly. You should be able to hear us now.
I can. Just adjusting this so I don't wobble.
We'll give you the full intro, or as much info as I've got in a moment.
Be right.
George back over the wicket, slants one across Slater, who leaves. That's 40 overs complete then at 126 for 2.
So it's the end of the over. So I've given this a little bit of a trail a couple of times today, that we're delighted here at Trent Bridge to have, like they have a lot of first-class grounds. I know they have at Headingley as well, a magnificent heritage team and a team of volunteers who look after the history of all the different counties or whatever, and they're always looking to put on exhibitions and presentations and whatever. And we're delighted that here at Trent Bridge this week we've been joined by, now we're going to have to fill in the gaps a little bit here. First and foremost, I'll say a very good afternoon and welcome to the Trent Bridge commentary boxes to Josie Sangster from the Harrow Discovery Centre. Now, idiot me, I was thinking Harrow Discovery Centre, well, that's got to be down near London, Harrow Discovery Centre, but of course it's not. You are talking about, with great wisdom and knowledge, the very first Australian cricket tour here, because you've come from Australia, so very warm welcome, Josie.
Oh, look, thank you very much, Dave. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at Trent Bridge. It's a pinch me moment to be here after watching it on television screens in Australia for a long time, so I'm thrilled to be here. And I am from the country town with a population of 110 in country Victoria.
There's Will O'Rourke, who switched ends, New Zealander. Don't know how well that will go down with our guest, but this goes through to Johnny Bairstow. We've got to keep an eye on.
I know.
The cricket,
I'm very much a novice at this commentating thing.
And then in between,
I've got it.
Now, Steve Lamotte, the Notts Heritage Officer, who's just kindly popped you up, has given me some information, and I've read up a little bit. This all centres on the 1868 original tour of the UK by some very keen cricketers from Australia. This next ball's turned away to leg by Clark, and there's a fielder down at long leg down below, as we can't see, so it's gone for a single. 127 for 2. This was all way back in 1868, and you're keeping the spirit of that very much alive by your visit here this month. And also there's a new cricket book all about it.
The book is actually called Cricket Walkabout, which covers the story of the first team to represent Australia abroad in any sport in 1868, and it was a group of young Aboriginal men from the southwest of the country that I live in Victoria, which is in the central part of Australia looking at the map. All Aboriginal except for their captain, Charles Lawrence, who first played for Surrey.
Here comes O'Rourke in again round the wicket. Slater just drops it on the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, I've got Charles Lawrence. I've also got a list of names of that initial tour party, and well, we know that in many parts the wrestlers' nicknames are a thing, and darts players' nicknames are a thing. There's some extraordinary names here amongst that cricket side.
I can help you out with those if you'd like.
Well, there's Bullocky, there's Jellicoe, there's King Cole, there's Lake Billy, there's Redcap, there's Harry Rose, Johnny Muller, there's Mosquito. There's some great names.
Great names. Great names.
Next ball is pushed to backward point, and there's no run. So these are all cricket players of Aboriginal descent.
Those names are the names that were given to them by the white folk of Australia that couldn't actually say their tribal names. So, for instance, Bullocky, his tribal name is Bulkanar. Johnny Cousins' traditional name is Yalanak. Dick was given the name Dick for reasons I'm not quite sure, but his traditional name was Yungan Junanuk in the tribal language.
Slater on 47. Faces O'Rourke, bouncer, bobs underneath it, goes through to the keeper. So how did this come about? Because the other fascinating thing about it is obviously it was a crossing by sea, and they were away from home for exactly 12 months. They left Australia in the February of 1868 and they got back to Australia in February of 1869. That's
they did.
Extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. They left on February the 8th, 1868 and arrived to Plymouth on May the 13th. So that's how long the journey took. Keeping in mind that these folk weren't from coastal areas.
O'Rourke bowls. Slater will pull this on the leg side. Cries of catch, but there's nobody there, and Ben Slater will go through to a half century. Very nicely played. That's his third in a row against Yorkshire this season. It's also his fifth in a row. Last 5 innings, 52 and 74 against Durham, 52 and 78 in the last match against Yorkshire. This one's come up much more pedestrian than his normal rate. 129 balls and 6 fours. Ben Slater 51 not out, and the score is 131 for 2. But Josie Sangster with us just for the next 15-20 minutes or so, just to tell us about the very first Australian cricket tour here, which were all the majority of them, as you say, the skipper used to play for Surrey. So would that have been where the interest came to generate a tour?
I'll tell you how. I'll as much as I can take you back to the beginning. Charles Lawrence was spotted actually by.
Bear with me half a second.
Yeah.
Kevin's with us as well. Kevin's going to talk us through this over from George.
Oh, excuse me for interrupting.
It's all good.
Next delivery, and there's no run. Over to you again.
Oh, right.
That's the way it's meant to be.
Charles Lawrence came out to Australia with H.H. Stevenson's first All-English 11 in 1861, the first team to ever tour to Australia. He stayed on in Sydney and got a job coaching, teaching those colonists of New South Wales the game of cricket.
Clark
yeah, go ahead. Do you want to?
Clark is on 131 for 2 is the score here. Hill in his 6th over. He's now bowling. Drilled straight back onto the stumps. Nothing doing, no run. All yours.
When first settlement happened in our parts of Western Victoria and Australia, the Aboriginal people were moved off the land so that the station owners could move in and bring in their sheep and farm the district. Some of the Aboriginal men were allowed to stay on the station, or they were moved off onto Christian missions. Those that stayed on the stations were introduced to the game of cricket.
Again, it's Hill approaching, runs away from us in and bowls. And again, no run, just up to mid-off.
It soon became apparent to the English, Scottish, Irish people that had settled this country, that the set of schools that enabled these people to evolve over 60,000 years applied to the game of cricket made them outstanding cricketers. So when they threw a spear to hit a kangaroo, they were going to go hungry if they didn't get it. So they had to be pretty accurate.
Hill again turns. He's bowling here to Joe Clark. Clark is on 1. George Hill bowls to him now. Edge short at first slip. Very close. I tell you, this is at the moment a dangerous time for Nottinghamshire. 131 for 2. They've had a good day so far, but post-lunch it's been a different sort of story.
Yeah. Are you a cricket fan yourself, Josie?
Yes, I love cricket. Always have loved cricket.
I had to put it out there.
Yeah, I know. Well, I have a husband who doesn't like cricket very much, so I've had to sort of, you know, keep it with my love for it a little low key. But
Training not going well then?
no,
No.
but yes, I moved back to Harrow after living there for a bit.
Clark remains on 1. He's struggling at the moment. He gets good solid defence on that, but for no run to mid-off.
And they needed somebody to run the museum there. I went, oh, I love cricket. I'd love to do that. And then I was obviously introduced to the story in more depth, and I knew about it. It was like, that was okay. But the more you learn and the more you hear, you find how just extraordinary it was for the era.
And how would this have been funded then, way back in 1868?
Hill again to Clark. Final ball of the over, and that is a dot ball again to the leg side. 131 for 2.
I'll just go back to what I was saying. The Aboriginal men started playing cricket with the stations, and it was advantageous to have as many of them on their team because that means that they'd win when they played the neighbouring station. And then they got a fellow called Tom Wills from Melbourne down to coach them in the finer points of the game. And then Tom Wills decided that they were that good, he was going to take... By car, Harrow is 4.5 hours from Melbourne.
Crikey.
Okay, so back in the day. He decided to take a team back... they were good enough for him to form a team to take to his club in Melbourne to play a game. That club happened to be the Melbourne Cricket Club, first 11, and they played on the MCG on Boxing Day.
Crikey. O'Rourke starting a new over. Slater will cut this away for 4. Lovely shot from the left-handed Ben Slater, now just celebrating, reaching his half-century with a flowing shot of some authority. Slater on to 55, 135 for 2.
They played at the MCG on Boxing Day, 2-day game, pre-test, 9 years before test matches were invented. That is why Cricket Australia have honoured this game, with the introduction of the Muller Medal. Unaram and Johnny Muller was from Harrow, and he was by far the star all-rounder.
It's actually a name that I've come across at some point as Slater gets the next one to backward point, and there's no run, just purely, I presume, by watching Ashes cricket.
Yes.
I've heard of Johnny Muller, yeah.
Yeah, well, he was a star all-rounder. W.G. Grace actually wanted to keep him in England to play county cricket, but he decided to go home to country instead. How they funded, getting back to your question, George Parr actually in 1863 introduced athletic advance on the field as the games.
O'Rourke comes in past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and another flowing drive through the offside. Yorkshire are going to have to either plug that gap or take one of the slips out and just reinforce the offside, because twice in this over now Slater's just punched the ball away into the wall at the base of the Fox Road stand, and he's on 59.
Athletic sports were introduced to the games. Spectators would pay a shilling or so to go into a contest to try and beat the Aboriginal team that were very athletic, naturally, and to try and beat them in the flat race or the high jump.
O'Rourke again. Bangs it in short. Got his wicket with the short one, getting Freddie McCann out hooking. Goes through to the keeper. That was when they got here, was it?
Even in Australia, they played a year of... this team played a year touring New South Wales and Victoria before that. And to fund that, they would have these athletic sports, which they'd win because they were so athletic. They'd beat everyone. Nobody could beat Tarpot running backwards over 100 yards, but they'd try, give a shilling, and they'd lose, and the Aboriginal team would win the purse.
That was an event, was it? Running backwards?
Running backwards over 100 yards. No one ever beat Tarpot doing that.
139 for 2. As Will O'Rourke, the New Zealand fast bowler. Bowls a full pitch delivery on the pads of Ben Slater, drops it on the leg side. Takes a run, 43 overs now gone, 140 for 2. Got Josie Sangster with us, who's come across from Australia with stories of the very first Aboriginal tour of the United Kingdom, the very first Australian cricket tour. And you've not come alone, have you? There's descendants of that early side.
Yes, it's the first time that a few descendants have knowingly come over to retrace the steps of their forebears. They're enormously proud of their heritage and this tour.
I beg your pardon, there was one ball left in the over. The screen had beaten me to it, and Joe Clark plays this down into the ground. Just had to be careful where it had gone. It is now the end of the over. So how many of you in all have come across?
There's five on our in our entourage from Australia, but we've also connected with a descendant of Yangan Dinanok Dickadik, who actually used to earn the most money for the team by dodging cricket balls that people would pay a shilling to dodge it, throw at him and hopefully get his potty, but he would deflect it with a shield. He'd clean up. He was, he earned the team a lot of money. But anyway, the descendant, Aaron Gunn, great-great-grandson of Dickadik Yangan Dinanok is here, joined us today. He's based in the UK at the moment. And so is Kate Edgar, who's from Buckinghamshire, who is from the station that her great-great-grandfather taught Johnny Muller to play cricket. They've joined us today, which is just marvellous.
Slater's on 60 and Hill bowls to him now, and that's driven and well stopped, fairly close in the cover.
Just to bring it quickly, just up to date, Josie. There's something, and I think Jonathan mentioned it a little earlier. Jason Gillespie have?
Yes.
Yes. Right. You can finish the question before I've even formulated the question. And Dan Christian as well. I'm sure Dan Christian
definitely
came
most
across with
fiercely proud Aboriginal.
An Indigenous 11, I think. Is that what they call it?
In 2018, for our 150th anniversary.
Slater's on 60. Hill bowls again, defended by Slater into the offside. Remains 140 for 2.
Is that what they called their side, the Indigenous 11, or was it another Aboriginal 11 that Dan Christian brought?
It was the 2018 Aboriginal men's and women's team for the commemorative tour of the 150th anniversary of this team. Yes, and Dan Christian was captain, but part of that team, two members of that team were Scott and Nick Boland.
Yeah.
Now, we all know Scott Boland. Now he went on to win the Marla Medal, so you can imagine how significant that was.
Hill bowls again, solid defence, no run.
And in that tour of 1868, so they were here from May till September time, all through the cricket season.
October, actually,
they played all over the country, including here at Trent Bridge, including all over Yorkshire as well. I saw your list of
47 matches.
Of the fixtures. That's incredible.
47 matches. They were just continually playing, and they traversed the country, and then they go up north and then go south, and then decide to go back up north, and then went over to Swansea. It seemed that there was no method to the madness of when the games were scheduled, if you will look at the timeline.
Once again, this is George Hill in and bowling to Slater. Does well there to keep that down. That could easily just popped up to the fielder in the cover, no run.
And in the days when there's people telling us they play too much cricket, I think for the bulk of the games, they only use the same 11 players.
Unfortunately, they went with 13. A couple got 14, then a couple got sent home early. I think a bit of homesickness and not so much lack of performance, but not quite sure what came into that decision.
2 balls left of this over. Hill bowls, that's allowed past the off-stump Slater for them.
But most significantly, one of the players, Bripakoi Bripampariman, also known as King Cole, died of tuberculosis. And he was buried in the Victoria Park Gardens at Bethnal Green, which is now Meath Gardens. And only the other day we had a very powerful and culturally meaningful celebration there. I failed to add that we are also here with 2 descendants from the Aboriginal team from Australia.
140 for 2, Nottinghamshire, and that's past the off-stump through to the keeper Bairstow, no run. End of the over, 140 for 2, Nottinghamshire.
We're here with Auntie Fiona Clark, who is a Kire Gunditjmara woman from Victoria. She, Kire Wurrong, I should say, Gunditjmara woman who is a descendant of 2 of the team members, Yellowknack, Johnny Cousins, who actually made, when he was here playing in the Aboriginal team, impressed the crowd with his 70. that the Nottingham people jumped over the fence and carried him off the oval on his shoulders.
Yeah.
Yes. Right here.
Good heavens above.
I've got the score sheets down there in the room that we're being hosted in.
So you've done a presentation today. You're going to do another one tomorrow because it clashed a little bit with the forum. So
Apparently so.
Those listening coming to the ground tomorrow, they'll be able to hear more and see pictures and whatever.
And buy the book.
Right. So
That on Cricket Walkabout, we've released it today. This is our UK launch of the book Cricket Walkabout, which tells this extraordinary story from Woe to Go, including what happened here at Trent Bridge. The front cover has the most wonderful photograph taken here at Trent
Bridge.
put my teeth back in. Trent Bridge. And I'd not seen this photo before until the team here provided me with it last year. It is an extraordinary clear photo, worthy of the front cover.
Joe Clark's on strike, on one, and eases us into the offside. And there's no run. Well, this is tremendous, absolutely tremendous, Josie. Absolute delight to meet you. You've enjoyed your.
It's a delight to be here.
And you're staying around in Nottingham for a day or two.
My word.
I think Kevin's got a question.
Just one, I mean, so you go back, and this book obviously is all part of this, but I mean, it still seems to me, and this is a political, social issue, it doesn't just affect Australia, but this country as well, because this next ball is bowled, and you clipped away, that's going to be 4 runs for Clark, you move on to 5. The recognition of the achievement, what was done all those years ago, in the last 15, 20 years, it's only seemingly then that there's really has been properly recognised. I know for the Big Bash, I think that there is the case that on every one of those franchise teams they will have an Aboriginal Day and
The kit.
the kits and things like that. So how much still is there to be proper recognition of what was achieved all those years ago? As we see this next ball being bowled, Clark's on 544 for 2. Good Yorker length delivery straight back. I think he might have got a fingertip on that, but he's safe at the other end is Slater.
One of our delegates in the team is Auntie Fiona Clark, who's the designer of that Aboriginal art that is on the team.
Okay.
So Australian Test teams, they've got their whites, but they've got their branding and whatnot. And if you look at the right lapel. Yeah, lapel.
Yeah.
On the right-hand side, it's got the Walkabout's Wickets logo that Cricket Australia now have included on all of the Test teams.
Mm-hmm. Clark on 5. Revisitt is bowling and defended for no run.
She's here with us. So is the descendant of Charles Lawrence, the English captain, Ian Friend, who's here with his extraordinary collection from the Charles Lawrence. What he's got is just crazy. The original fob watch was awarded to Johnny Muller by the Gentleman of Lords for his fine display of batting at Brighton. Essentially the first trophy awarded to an Australian sports person. This was the first team to represent Australia in any sport, not just cricket.
Yeah. Next ball, and that's worked away, finds a gap. I'm not sure it's going to beat, shouldn't beat them out there on the offside, it'll just be the 1 run, 145 for 2.
So Cricket Australia are working they've introduced the Muller Medal to acknowledge the Aboriginal, the game at the Melbourne Cricket Game on December the 26th. Obviously, that's the day the Boxing Day Test is. So the Muller Medal, which we actually have on show with us here.
Okay.
I was allowed to bring it over.
Yeah.
Is on display here, and it will be tomorrow if anybody's coming. That's been introduced to acknowledge their contribution.
Yeah.
It is now the Player of the Match award. We're actually kind of hoping it goes to an Englishman in the Ashes series this year, because it'll do a lot for the story if it comes back home.
That's very true. Slater's on 60, faces now. Bat on that fairly late into the offside, no run. So recognition, but still more to be done.
I feel so. They've got a lot of grassroots, incentives, inclusion programs and whatnot. It seems that our football game is Australian rules football. There seems to be a lot of Aboriginal people playing that game, but there seems to be a little bit more entry for them. Also, a couple of Aboriginal people that play cricket have said to me that some of the marginalised communities in Australia of Aboriginal people, it's quite expensive for them to get the kit. All of the kit. So football's more accessible because they just run around in their country, barefoot, kicking a football, and can run like the wind, and it's just natural. I mean, just watching them is just pure symmetry. It's just wonderful. Cricket's a little bit harder.
There's George Hill from our end of the ground. Nice and full, lovely shot from Clark. Twice he's driven straight back into the stumps at the non-striker's end without reward. On this occasion, just turns this slightly and works it through mid-wicket away for 4. Lovely shot from Clark. Knots up to 149 for 2.
I mean, the thing that we notice when we're sort of watching stroke listening in on the Big Bash is that the players, it's going to be well ahead of the game, maybe an hour or so, but they actually gather in a circle, in a
yes.
group. So there's a lot of learning still being done, isn't there?
Hill in again to Joe Clark. Defensive block this time.
Usually what is happening there is a cultural custom which is called a welcome to country, where the Aboriginal people of that nation, so there's Aboriginal people have a different view of country. But they don't mean borders and boundaries and whatnot. It's where it's like a tribal land where their mob.
Third time already that Joe Clark has drilled the ball into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Crikey, he's on 10 not out, should be on 22.
So traditionally, so like if you're in Harrow and there's a cricket game, we will traditional owner or elder, if they're present, because there's not too many Aboriginal people living where we live, they will hold a welcome to country where a traditional owner or an elder, which is usually somebody higher up in the family, will welcome people to their country.
Hill to Clark. This one's blocked, no run.
Which is a traditional custom, which just says, you've come to visit us. It's like opening the door, ringing the doorbell, and somebody answering the door, and them saying, welcome, come in. It's pretty much the same, but it's in a traditional way. They'll gather in a circle, and the traditional, the elder will just say, you come in peace. We welcome you in peace, and welcome to the land of the Wodjabollock and Gunditjmara. But we're right on the boundary, so we say 2, and it's just a welcome.
Hill once more whipped away by Clark down to long leg for a single. That'll bring the Nottinghamshire 150 up in the 46th over and takes Clark to 11.
There's something seemingly, even at a distance, just finding that when I'm watching or listening, that seems very spiritual. Seems very spiritual, very beautiful, actually pure.
Well, I certainly love it. Not everybody does. Everybody wonders. Some folk wonder why we have to do that. We don't have to do it. In my opinion, I think it's a beautiful cultural thing. We've got a very deep culture of our First Nations people. I don't think it hurts to have 30 minutes of something really wonderful at the beginning of a game.
Hill to Slater. Runs it down with soft hands into the gully. End of the over, 150
especially
for 2.
Especially if it's opening up to more communities. I mean, it is not a straightforward analogy to say that in this country there are certain groups of society that are forbidden financially and all sorts of reasons from the game. So it applies in different ways in different cultures in different ways, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And each nation, when I say nation, I do tribal nation or mob, have their own way of presenting that welcome. Mm-hmm. If you're not Aboriginal, you can't do a welcome. I'm non-Aboriginal, but if I ever have a game or a match or event or anyone, I do an acknowledgement to country. So we say we acknowledge the first people of this land.
Revis back into the attack. 3 overs, none for 16, and Clark this time manages to dodge the stumps at the far end by drilling it down the ground for 4 runs. Just a shame, Josie, just before we finish, that you can't see the famous old pavilion here.
Oh, I know.
You're not exactly seeing Trent Bridge in its finest today.
I've heard all about it. Well, I'll just have to come back, won't I, and see the finished product. I would just love to do that.
It's been an absolute joy. We'll pop down and see you tomorrow lunchtime if
that'd be lovely.
we can.
We'll take a photo of you holding the Marla medal that might be coming back to England.
Well, we'll hold you to that. Sincere thanks for really educating us a little bit on the 1868 tour. There is a book out, Cricket Walkabout by. Next one's pushed out onto the offside. I can't quite see. Is it John Williams on?
No, it's both of those authors are parts. That's why we've done the 4th edition on their behalf with permission from the family. It is by Professor John Mulvaney and Rex Harcourt.
and it's available, I understand, in the Trent Bridge shops today.
Yes, because I don't want to take them all home. The bag is very heavy, full of books, so anybody wants to come and relieve the pressure.
This one's turned to leg by Joe Clark.
But wait, is just this trip to Trent Bridge, or are you going off other places?
This is the last hurrah.
Yeah.
Actually, we've been well received at Swansea. Wonderful, because the photo that is in the Muller medal was taken at Swansea. So they were so excited to see that. And we've been to the Oval and Lords, anywhere that they played. Not everywhere. Maybe next time we'll do the other.
Again, another
39 fields.
Yeah.
Another reason. Maybe for the next Ashes tour when it's here.
Yeah, because
Revis bowls, Slater pulls protection out onto the leg side, and a single taken.
thank you also for putting up with answering the questions brilliantly in between each delivery. It's not easy.
Well, I didn't do the first one. I forgot to watch. There was someone coming in.
You did something. Do you know what? You did something that Dave and I couldn't do. Is you stopped mid-sentence and then started again a few moments later, remembering exactly what you were saying.
Yep.
We couldn't do that.
Well, my family would say, Mum, that's an absolute miracle.
Clark on strike turns this to mid-on. Brilliant. We'll send you back to Steve and the rest.
Thank
of
you
your
so
group.
much for having me.
I hope there's a glass of something cold waiting for you when you get back to them.
I'll find it. Don't worry.
An absolute delight.
Thank you,
like I say,
Dave.
we'll
It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure to host you, and we'll pop and
I'll see you at the
checkout.
checkout. I'll see you at the checkout tomorrow for a book. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. 156 for 2 here then, Nottinghamshire. Clark 16, Slater on 61. This partnership with 35 runs at the moment. Bat on that from Clark into the offside. Just a slip in and also gully, but that's the end of that over. So that one's now completed. We think, I'm waiting for confirmation on this, but we think even though there was a delay in the restart after lunch because of rain, which fell just on lunch at 1 o'clock, that we will be playing T to 32 overs. However, to bowl right now is 49 overs. I was wondering whether or not it might be 4 o'clock. I checked with, I'm not going to say who I checked with, it would be unfair. We're sticking to 30 overs for T, but that's a lot of cricket between now and then. 156 for 2, Clark 16, Slater on 61. Whilst we were talking there, Dave, to say that Brook is out for 99 for England. 11 fours, 2 sixes. A pretty typical Brook innings by the looks of it. 99 of 112 balls.
Crikey.
That included 11 fours and a couple of sixes. The England score is 441 for 7, and they trail India by 30 runs. What a test match brewing there, eh?
Very much so, yeah. Obviously got on with it a little bit today. So nice to hear Josie's story there, and I don't know if it would have come across on the airwaves. Her passion for her subject, Kevin, was unbelievable. It was radiating from her.
I felt a bit bad about having to do the commentary between her answers, really, but we have to, and she was fine with that. But So there's some tremendous stories, and as I say, we clearly, obviously, we're made aware of goings on in Australia, where they want more and more people to just become aware of what exactly was done. Then,
You watch a big bash game, and like you say, they'll be in a, Sydney Sixers will be in a playing the magenta colour one game, then the next they'll have
beautiful
the Aboriginal design.
Okay, start of the next over, and that's just out of the reach of extra cover. They'll go through for a couple. Ball doesn't get all the way down there to the boundary, so the score moves on to 158 for 2, Slater on 63. Well, whilst we've been talking, this partnership has got, the partnership was up
37,
there. 37,
third underneath.
Oh,
Slater.
yeah, gotcha, of 55 balls.
But it should be 12 more, shouldn't it? 3 times now he's smacked the ball into the stumps at the other end.
Unbelievable. If you're really annoyed, annoyed full stop, but if T20 cricket, that's 3 balls you missed.
Yeah, 3 dots.
Anyway, into the offside, no run. And we do see quite a few of those in T20 cricket, don't we? Those beautiful straight drives. Bess is 7th over here, and defended again by Slater. I'm really interested, Dave, in what you're saying about the Slater innings. You're saying this is not a atypical Slater innings, but what a great job he's done to date. It's 146 balls for his 63. Left-hander on strike again, and again defends. He was given a life on 11, wasn't he? He was on 11, and it took a long time to get to 11. But he's making.
No, he's
good
done a
use.
good job. I mean, he'd only scored 6 by midday, hadn't he?
That's right. Yeah. 63 now. Pass around the wicket and defended again. Just happy to do that. This is 4-day cricket. Remember, everybody, we don't have to rush around. We can just enjoy our pork Sunday lunch, sit back and enjoy the afternoon.
Nice snooze.
Well, I haven't snoozed yet. Next ball defended. Back up to Bess, and that's the end of a very quick over. But the scores moved to 158 for 2, with Clark on 16 and Slater on 63. And JD is back. I've given them the Brook news. They're now on 99.
Yeah, we're bang on halfway through the day's play. I think my brother must be at the test match, unbeknown to me, because he made a comment earlier today on a WhatsApp group, and then just before the Brook wicket, just after the Brook wicket, but before I'd realised he was out, I just got this message saying, "That's unbelievable," and I thought that's got to be something to do with Harry Brook, so I quickly checked the scorecard, and yeah, he's gone for 99.
Yeah, and just before Josie joined us, I put a little thing out there, JD, you may remember that. I just sort of noticed that Notts were fielding a Pakistan test player and an Indian test player in the same side, and wondered if it had happened before. Got an answer.
Here is Revis bowling to Clark. Defence into the offside, no run.
T said yes. Sussex had Chiteshwar Pujara and Mohammad Rizwan a couple of seasons ago playing in the same side, that championship season for them.
Him and his questions.
Yeah, well, there's
I
always
was here a few weeks ago and he had a blooming double B. How many cricketers are there with a double B in their surname? And I'm thinking, oh, this is going to last 30 seconds. It lasted 3 days.
Revis to Clark, who pushes to mid-off.
That was we'd either got Bass bowling to Abbott or the other way round. I thought, well, there's not that many cricketers with double B in the name, and away it went, didn't it? That one caught fire.
And don't start it again.
No.
I've got me intrigued now.
No, just we'll talk about it off air later.
We had that many. We had to have a selection meeting one lunchtime, didn't
Pick
we?
a one. Well, you and Kevin James did one to 11. Yeah, I think you might have even come up with the 12th.
Revis to Clark, no double Bs on offer here, but a pull shot that's missed and into the hip. Johnny Bairstow was keen, and there's some supporters away to our left who've jeered him, and he's round and having a good look at them. He's having a joke with them.
He looks like a big grizzly bear, doesn't he, with his paws as he's waving his gloves at them. It was all in good humour.
I think he said I couldn't see. But he appealed nonetheless. Revis in, and that's nicely played by Clark with an open face to the sweeping Jack White, square on the offside, 1 run.
Yeah, the bad thing about that double B is we ended up one of my favourites, because he's a lovely lad, having Jake Libby as 12th man. Couldn't find a space for Jake Libby. That's how strong it was. Wasn't happy about that. Kevin James had the deciding vote.
Oh, you've thrown him under there. Can't sit back and allow that to happen because he's not here.
Slater waits. Revis round the wicket to him. Bowls it now. Short, pulled with control. Same fielder, Jack White, out square on the legs. A couple of wickets to get the session going. 156 and 224 they fell at. And what are we at now? Going on for an hour after that. 45 minutes. And nothing since. Looking forward to it. It's the anticipation of the afternoon tea that's getting to me here, I've got to say. Revis is in, and Clark drops that out into the offside and scampers through for 1. So they're doing well, these two. They're starting to keep it ticking. Joe Clark already on to 18, and as I think has been observed, 3 straight drives that all hit the stumps. He could have been on a fair few more, but they've got a partnership building. 40 so far from 66, and it's to Yorkshire to try and break it.
Somerset's openers still together, 140 without loss. Kohler, Cadmore, 81 not out. Josh Davey, 50 not out. It's rather more than a makeshift opener, isn't it? It seems whenever he's asked to, Davey rather, whenever he's asked to do it, he seems to churn out the runs.
And TKC back at the top of the order, used to open for Yorkshire, of course.
Worcestershire 123 for 6 at New Road. So we wait for Don Best to get himself ready. Essex 166 for 5 at Chelmsford. And Sussex 170 for 4 at Chesterley Street in Division 1.
The other thing about that Somerset batting order, of course, is that Archie Vaughan has dropped down the order. He was there as an opener. And hopefully, and I think already proven, I think he got a few runs just before the break there. Maybe it'll work out a lot better for him. Batting just a little bit lower down. He's batting at 7 at the moment. Maybe 5 for 6. So, with his best 7 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs for him so far. Nottinghamshire starting to feel a bit more settled, are they? Clark's on 18. He had a bit of a struggle early on, but he just pushes that into the offside. He'll go through for a single. He'll move to 19, 162 for 2. We had rain earlier as well. The cloud is moving from right to left in front of us. The wind is really quite strong. But we've got no worries about the rain. How do I know that? Because it's not raining in Birmingham.
There you go.
See, not only do I listen, but I learn, David. I learn.
Every day's a school day.
Yeah, you watch it. The rain, the rain at Birmingham.
Yeah, marks at the end of the day here. Homework to do, Kev.
So, we've got slip and leg in as well, leg slip, and this one is punched into the offside for no run by Slater, who had a little look of frustration about it in there. Don't do that, Ben Slater. You've played brilliantly. Just stay out there, stay cool. For the fact that you've batted brilliantly. If you're 64 of 151 balls. Round the wicket again pushed into the offside. I wonder if it is ticking away a little bit. If this isn't, you know, the normal, natural Slater you see. I mean, maybe he will start to play tricks with his mind, but he should be on here for some runs. He's worked hard enough, and that's cut away, late cut, and that could bring him a boundary. It should, and it will do. Behind square on the offside, that 4 takes him to 68, and Nottinghamshire to 166 for 2.
No, he's not going out see ball, hit ball all the time, but I just thought today he was even more determined to do a job for. I mean, he would say, yeah, he always wants to do a job for the side, but 6 in the first hour, very, very watchful.
Well,
if he could leave it, he would leave it.
He's 68 at the moment.
He's put the bad balls
defensive
away.
Yeah, he's been mindful of it.
Good player.
Got 1 ball left of this over. 166 for 2. It's the opening day of the resumption of the championship. Around the wicket and defended again by Slater. That's up towards mid-off end of the over. 166 for 2. Clark's on 19, Slater 68. Bess has bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, gone for 20 runs. Nottinghamshire won the toss and they elected to bat earlier today.
The opening day of the resumption of the championship. I like that. We could have packaged that up into a big, bonanza fanfare, just like the start of the championship every year. Oh no.
Just like blast off with a few fireworks.
We're midway through, aren't we? This is sort of the start of the second half of the season.
Yeah, don't say that.
Dan the Spinner Man comes
bringing
back.
on winter already, is that, Kev?
No, it
I don't want to.
We're almost at the end of June. It's that silliness that apparently summer has only just started in the last 24 hours. What a nonsense. It started on April the, 3rd or 4th?
Well, it kind of did this year, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Did you have your Midsummer Night's Dream?
Excuse me.
No.
Dan Moriarty is back into the attack at the
It was Midsummer, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yes, it was,
Yeah.
Dave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't fault you on that.
166 for 2.
Good.
Joe Clark on 19 is on strike. Moriarty round the wicket, and Clark immediately gets runs, and probably 4 of them here. Jack White is giving chase, but he's flicked it away down through fine leg.
Oh, he's got that.
And White has got that. So just the 2. Well fielded, Jack. 21 to Joe. 168 for 2. We're into the 51st over of the day's play. So we're only just past the halfway point of the day in playing terms. And unless something drastic happens later on, they'll get all of those overs in today. They might get them in with a bit more spin. Too far behind the schedule. Lovely shot here, short ball, and not a great delivery from Dan Moriarty, you've got to say. And allowed Joe Clark to go back foot and bang that away through the covers. 51 the pair have put on now from 74 deliveries, 25 of them to Joe Clark and 26 to his partner out there, Ben Slater. 172 for 2. Nicely played. Can't give him any room. And they'll know that. Dan Moriarty will have done 2 before he dropped that one in a bit too short. Even though there is a sweeper out there, no chance of getting to it. Well timed by Clark. Moriarty then between umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy and the stumps round the wicket bowls, and Clark turns that to Hill in the onside. No run.
So it's York next week, is it?
It is York against Essex.
Is that the first championship game back there, or have you had some championship games?
No, not since 2019.
No.
Moriarty in, that's turned to leg by Clark. There had been in the deep history of Yorkshire Championship cricket in York, but from then, whenever it stopped, I can't remember the specifics, until 2019 when they went back and played Warwickshire in the only 4-day game in modern times. There was a huge gap, and then there's been another 2019 to 6 years till this year. Another dot ball line.
I really enjoyed my one visit there. I don't know if you, you would recall it in the...
I do. I remember you saying, here we are at York, seeing him another school trip. Where are we going to go this year on our school trips? Oh, let's go to York then and walk around some walls. I think he said something like that as Clark drives one up to mid-off. And Harry Duke, who's out there on the field, does the fielding. Dot ball to complete the over.
I probably said that because there was an element of truth in that. Yes, for our school trips, we always used to go to York. But I think we tossed up. I think Notts openers went out there, and then it rained.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you remember, but
Saul Buddinge playing that day.
I'll refresh your memory. It rained with Notts still having their openers there, and it rained, and then lunch came, and we sat down to have our media lunch, and then the fire alarm went off. And outside we went, out onto the road.
He had forgotten
and then
that,
it threw it down with rain whilst we were out on the road, and we were out there for an hour. And when we were allowed back in...
Yes, Dave?
The catering team had taken all the food
No,
away, all
taken
our
your
lunches
food.
away, and packed up and gone home.
George, what's your defence?
No defence, Your Honour.
He wasn't part of the catering team.
Slater's just pushed that into the offside
and
for
then,
no run.
And then the match was called off.
Yeah, and no food.
And no food.
No.
It looked lovely, whatever it was, but the fire alarm went just as it was delivered.
Next ball is worked away onto the onside. Sounds like a right shambles to me.
Well,
shambles. Please. No, 172 for 2.
2 contrasting comments to come about York.
Again, leans back, cuts away, but straight to the fielder there. I'm wondering who the Duke's on for. You had a quick shifty around to see who's disappeared.
It'll be whoever's just finished a bowling spell, I would imagine.
Well, maybe. Slater on 68, defended again into the offside off the bowling of Bess.
Well, Jack White's still on. Is Willow Rock around? Yeah, he's still on as well. Matthew Revis.
Milan.
I'm going Milan.
Yeah.
Who's the first one you think might have needed a break?
Yeah.
Round the wicket, defended to the onside and no run.
So York, best food on the circuit in our part of the world on a regular basis. Always lovely.
172 for 2 round the wicket on the leg slip. Oh, just out of the reach. The leg slip races, runs so quickly, and will it be quickly enough to the rope? Yes, it is. 4 runs. Slater moves to 72, and they love it here. Takes Nottinghamshire to 176 for 2. The end of Bess's 9th over. 2 maidens gone for 24 runs. Clark's on 25. Slater 72. A partnership of 55.
Conversely, last Sunday, the first T20 game on the ground in the history of the county. First
Yes.
senior T20 game. At lunch, conspicuous by its absence last week.
It's not all about you and food, Deutsch.
That's the first time on the county scene I've not known food before a T20. There were some cakes. Before you start to email in.
Have you been to Northants?
Yes, we have. We can move on to that quickly.
No food there either.
I would suggest that Potts' bowling, although I wasn't there, was a little bit more upsetting for Yorkshire than the fact there was no food.
Oh no, definitely the fact there was no food. I had to go buy my lunch from a burger van over the other side of the ground. And get a receipt. And then you ask for a receipt, and of course, receipt.
After
you
email
talking
it
about?
to you.
I've got to claim it, man.
Should I do an over?
Yeah, go on, go
Here's
for it.
Dan Moriarty from the far end. 8 overs yet to bowl a maiden. First ball of this one is a dot ball, though, as it's turned to subfielder Harry Duke, who saw out there this morning. He was one of the first Yorkshire fielders I saw, or Yorkshire players out there on the field with wicket-keeping pads and gloves on. Thought, aye. As second ball is eased into the offside. Just wondered if JB wouldn't be keeping today or something, but then he came out with his gloves on as well. They were just both having just a little bit of practice. On 76 for 2. Clark on 25. 2 dots into Moriarty's 9th over. Third ball is cut away for at least 1 out towards O'Rourke, who comes in from the boundary just on that very dry part of the outfield. Single taken, 177 for 2. Notts winning the toss at 10:30 this morning. Lovely. But I guess if you were top heavy with seamers, and maybe if you were playing with a Duke ball, you might have thought about inserting the opposition, but not selected to go in a different direction with the makeup of their side as Slater eases this out onto the offside, no run. 177 for 2.
I'll run down some scores if I may at the end of this over, Davey, and may go and make sure tea is going to be provided for Deutsch.
Next ball is chopped away by Ben Slater, no run.
I'll go find tea actually while you read some scores.
Quite all right. It's quite all right.
You're going to waste away, Deutsch. I mean, I've got no room to talk, my friend, and I'm perfectly aware of that. And do you know, I was on such a good diet at the start of the season, then I turned up here, I think, for the Hampshire match, and the girdler produced all those sweets, and that was it, all over.
177 for 2. Next ball sees Ben Slater waft at fresh air, goes through to the keeper and lobs it back to Dan Moriarty. He plays keepy-uppy in the manner which would get him very close to the full England squad, and then that's the end of the over. 177 for 2. What have you got?
Scores. Let's go from top to bottom. We've
Test
got
match then?
Oh, you want test match as well?
Well, top
England,
to bottom.
Well, I'd stick to the county championship, Davey. But anyway, England 453 for 8. They trail by 18 runs. It's a cracker of a test match, that, isn't it? Sussex 187 for 4 away to Durham. Essex 172 for 6 at home to Hampshire. Somerset, we've just talked about them, just going so very, very well. Cola Cadmore now on to 92. Davy 51 not out, but Somerset 156 for no wicket against Warwickshire. Remember that Surrey game which just dragged on and on and on for a draw? I wonder if that's going to play out the same way there. We'll wait and see. Worcestershire 6 down. Worcestershire 134 for 6 against Surrey. Gloucestershire 114 for 6 against Derbyshire in the second division. Kent now 138 for 2 away to Lancashire. Glamorgan 182 for 3 away to Leicestershire. And Middlesex, having been 33 for 3 at one point, are now 230 for 6. Deploy made a 66. Cracknell and Holman still going well there for Middlesex. That's way to Northamptonshire.
For whom Calvin Harrison is playing. Start of a new over. A single taken, 178 for 2. Just having a little look. Master Guthrie has taken 4 wickets there. I was just saying earlier, Kevin, I'm not aware of the work of Mr. Guthrie, but he's got 4 wickets. Calvin Harrison has bowled 9 overs, none for 35. Couple of wickets to Justin Broad as well.
And he speaks so highly of you. Bess around the wickets. It's me again. I'm going to take this over, then I'm going to depart. Duke is doing the fielding there in the covers. There shall be no run.
I'm not aware of Liam Guthrie's best work.
Well, you might be witnessing
Yes,
it from a distance right now.
From
He,
afar.
he took those first 3 wickets when they were 33 for 3 as well. That was very full, but Slater again defended into the offside for no run. There's a bit of an afternoon hubbub about the ground and venue, isn't there, this afternoon now? Breeze still blows. It's bowling from this Radcliffe Road end and defended. Sticks bat and pad out there, gets the bat to it up towards mid-on.
Just a 53-year-old says there seems to be an awful lot more followers on the live picture feed today. Is it because this game is going out to India, or is it because we've got Kevin Howells with us?
Next is into the offside. There'll be no run. I'd like to think the answer to that was fairly obvious, Deutsch. Would you not agree?
Yeah, because it's going out to India.
Yes, exactly. And a certain new signing. Next ball into the offside. There will be no run to finish. 170. You could have played along for a little while there, Jonathan. But anyway, 178 for 2. Clark on 27. Slater on 72. And Bess has now got through 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 25.
That's Kevin Howells of BBC Mumbai. Signing off for now.
I did see I was looking at all sorts of things about Ishan Kishan, and I saw a website. Is the 11th most handsome cricketer in India on one side.
Again, he's easily confused.
I saw him this morning. So there'll be none of that here, but I'm here at Trent Bridge. There'll be none of that. But you know, take into it what you like. Virat Kohli was #1 on that website. So again, take into that what you want.
Why do you think Kevin Howells has been on radio for as long as I've known him, and longer than I've known him?
Can't fault you, JD. Spot on.
Moriarty then round the wicket and bowling here to Clark.
Kevin Howells, the 11th most handsome man to be in this room today.
I think I'll just pop back over there.
Well, you're on the move, are you? You're on the move. A little bit of chair swapping here at Trent Bridge. 178 for 2.
It's just a slightly easier chair. That one you feel like you're going to slide off the end of it as Clark is playing forward to this one and Wharton Fields.
And you've probably got a better view straight through the open window rather than with the
with the frame.
The frame in front of you.
178 for 2 then in the 55th. Nice afternoon now. Lovely conditions really for playing cricket. It's not too hot as Moriarty tries but fails to field off his own bowling. It's bright enough. Nice atmosphere. Good stuff for the red ball game. Clark on 27. Waits as Moriarty comes in and bowls now. He's dropped 2 short again, and that's up for Clark, and he cuts nicely out to O'Rourke. Lobs the ball back into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. George Hill's in at first slip. Jack White, he's about 45 backward of square leg. Ben Slater now assuming strike. Finley Bean backward of square leg to the left-hander, and Jack White short third man effectively for the lefty. Just been moved squarer now by Moriarty. There's a square sweeper on the offside, Bess, and a square sweeper on the leg side, O'Rourke. And this time Slater tries to get it away towards O'Rourke, but James Wharton was quick across the ground from mid-wicket, no run.
Name me a cricketer who has played for both Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire in first-class cricket since COVID.
Think about that one for a moment as Moriarty is in, and that's dropped into the offside by Slater, and there is no run to complete that over. Since COVID, Tom Lowton, did he get a go down here?
No, didn't get a first class game.
No.
179 for 2. Might leave it dangling for a minute or two. We can let you off the leash, pretending you know, and see if we've got a listener or two. It's going to be Dominic Bess to continue. Scratching your head.
Just thinking about the players who played in recent times for both camp. Will Frayne, of course, was down here.
Not since COVID.
No, I was going to say, I thought it was back up before that.
Bess wearing number 2 into bowl to Joe Clark, who a little bit agriculturally drags it on the leg side. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, otherwise he'd like to have blazed it down the ground for 4. Drags it out onto the leg side. Finley Bean Fields single taken.
It's got to be a loan signing, hasn't it?
And the score is 180 for 2. In the 56th over, so that's ticking along at 3 1/4 an over or thereabouts. Ben Slater will try and whip this away on the leg side, was surely going down. Strangled appeal.
Loan signing or an overseas player who's played for both counties since then.
180 for 2.
The trouble with overseas is that they're so short. There's so many of them these days. You can't keep track.
Best bowls. This is dropped on the leg side. I don't mean to cause you any pain or anguish.
No, you're not. I'm quite happy to admit that I can't remember.
Best bowls a delivery, just holds it back and it's defended. And Kevin's whispering in his in Jonathan's ear there. Oh, he's not giving you the answer. Next ball is striking him on the pad here, asking Russell Warren. Nothing doing, according to the umpire.
I think Kevin's asking, is Adam Lyth out there? And it's a good point. I can't see him because David Milan is back on.
Yeah, Harry Duke's there, yeah.
Jack White's out in the distance, so no, Adam Lyth isn't on, Harry Duke is.
Next ball is turned away on the leg side. Ishan World is now following me, and Ishan World says I'm really enjoying this match. I don't know if it's any connection with or any support of Ishan Kishan. Oh, there goes Harry Duke, and here comes Adam Lyth. There you are. So it was just presumably just a quick comfort break. 181 for 2. We'll stop this when I get a response at Praise Cricket, who's played first-class cricket. You know, when it comes, everybody goes, oh, of course. Since COVID, 181 for 2. Ben Slater has 73. Joe Clark has 29. Adam Lyth back on the field, maybe imparting a word or two to Johnny Bairstow. Thoughts from the changing room when Bairstow comes back and lines up alongside him. A little bit of watery sunshine trying to get through.
So Moriarty, 10 overs for 33 so far, yet to bowl a maiden, unbelievably, or take a wicket. And he's in again, over the wicket left arm to the left-handed Slater, flicks to leg, no run. But a message in from Steve Carmichael on the old email address. Thanks, Steve. If I can usher you towards the new one now. I know it gets confusing, but Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is our latest email address. I did ask for one of those right at the very start of my first season, and I believe my first ever match as the appointed Yorkshire commentator was on this very ground as Moriarty bowls one to Slater, and that's pushed back as a dot. No, was the response. We can't do that. We've got BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Well, now, 2025, forget that. You've got to forget it, folks, and email us on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk as Slater drops one out into the offside and there is no run.
Kirkstall call it. Is the player, Dave? Is he Connor McCurr? No, Connor's not. I don't know if he played first class for Yorkshire.
He did.
He's played on loan for Notts in the Blast, and he's back now here at Trent Bridge, and he's only played in the Blast.
It's a good shout, though.
Yeah, it is a good shout, but it's not right. It's good, but
it's not right. Moriarty to Slater, no. So Steve's email says, listening to Octagonal Metal Dice, do you remember it? Yeah, I've talked about that a few times on air in the past.
Yeah.
Great game. How's that? Moriarty bowls to Slater and he drops it to leg. So no run.
So you rolled, if you were batting, you rolled one, and if it was a 2, you got 2, and then a 4, and then a 4, and then if it was an how's that, then you had to roll the other dice, and it would say caught, LBW, bowled, run out, or not out.
Or no ball as well. No ball, it would say, and I was a fun with that with my 2 brothers as Moriarty is in and Slater pushes that out square on the offside, no run. He also says, for football we used a 2p for the player and a 1p for the ball and took shots at each other using the short edge of a ruler to propel the 2p against the 1p, snooker style, into the goal formed by the other player's ruler held against the edge of the desk. A taped-up matchbox was used to play rugby league. The players stood at opposite ends of the school desk and took turns to flick the ball so that part of it hung over the opponent's end of the desk without falling off. That was a try, and a conversion was scored by flicking the matchbox between the posts, which were formed by the other player's hands against the edge of the desk. The hours just flew by. And he finishes, if top trumps cricketers had been invented in the 60s, all you'd need to win would have been the Fred Truman card, Right. Well, once you had it in your hand, you could sit back and enjoy a satisfied suck on your FST licorice pipe. Brilliant, Steve. Thanks very much for that.
Very good, Steve. Very much enjoyed that communication. Is Dominic Bess bowling to Clark and played that shot similarly to how he played it in the last over when I called it agricultural. I have to say he's meant to do it then because he's done it again. 182 for 2. Still nobody at Brace Cricket who's played first-class cricket for Nottinghamshire and for Yorkshire since COVID.
Got one on the Indian and Pakistani front though.
Okay, good. This one's dropped back to the bowler, no run. Nick
Mole says that Mushtaq Mohammed and Bisham Beatty playing together for Northampton in the 1970s.
Of course. Yeah. There's been Sadiq Mohammed and Sarfraz as well, yeah. Don't know if they all played together, but this is eased into the offside. 182 for 2, but very good shout. And the 58th over. So there'll be 6 overs after this one before the tea break, which should be taken round about now. This is pushed through a little quicker and flatter by Dom Bess. Defended out onto the offside to James Wharton, not giving him too many mentions today. Got the protective pads on under his flannels, doesn't really need them in there at extra cover at the moment, but just in case he has to pop in at short leg. The next ball's played back to Dom Bess. 182 for 2. Clark 30, Slater 73. This pair have added 61. So this is eased into the offside end of the over. 182 for 2. Notts openers were still together at lunch. 90 without loss after 32 overs. Second ball after the resumption. It's amazing how often that happens. Couple back through a complete session and then they parted immediately afterwards. Asiba Mead, second ball of the post-lunch session, which began 15 minutes late. Mead out, caught by Johnny Bairstow from the bowling of Jack White for 52. That was 90 for 1 in the 33rd over, and then in the 38th over, Freddie McCann also caught by Johnny Bairstow, this time from a short ball from Will O'Rourke for 23. That was 121 for 2. So they've added 61, 182 for 2.
And Joe Clark back on strike to face Dan Moriarty, who's round the wicket between umpire and stumps and bowling it now. Clark punches up to mid-off. No run. Richard Nichols, good afternoon to you. This is a while ago. I picked it up on X, but he says, great to see DM David Milan, I assume, playing red ball, although I thought incorrectly he'd only got a white ball contract now. And you thought correctly, actually, as Moriarty is in and Clark drops into the offside no run. He does only have a contract for white ball cricket, and it's a bit like going to the local municipal golf course, Rich. Pay as you play for red ball cricket, or receives pay as you play in his case. 182 for 2. Moriarty in, Clark down the track, just using his feet to try and unsettle Moriarty, but Dan was up to the task on that occasion and got the ball punched back to him. then tried to shape as if he was picking up to throw down the stumps, but unfortunately Ben didn't take it cleanly. And he comes again. He seems to have shortened his run up slightly. He's just doing a couple of steps. Might be just something different, but either way, Clark works it away for a single backward square. Moriarty going to come over the wicket again to Slater. Got that slightly crouched stance, sticking his backside out behind him towards square leg, and then tries to kick this one away wide of off stump and doesn't really do so.
I know you're just scanning and scrolling down your emails. Do any of them look like giving the answer to the little teaser? If not, I'll reveal all at the end of the over.
Not as I can see. Just one more quick check on the laptop as that's pushed down to mid-on for a single. Let's have a look. Oh, now then. Give me a new email address and then trying to get it across to your phone is different. So we've had a few.
Meanwhile, Ishan, my new friend Ishan World, in India presumably, is now very much a converted Notts fan. He says, I'm now truly hoping and praying that Notts lift the trophy this year. Thank you, Ishan. So, if nothing else, the signing of Ishan Kishan has brought Notts a new follower.
Yeah, there's no mention of the two players.
One player,
one for each county, I should say.
One player who's played first-class cricket for both Notts and Yorkshire since COVID. There's Don Bess round the wicket. This is eased into the offside. So he played 2 first-class matches for Yorkshire. Scored 4 runs with a highest score of 3. There's Don Bess round the wicket. This is driven into the offside.
Sam Northeast.
And there the penny drops. And he played 2 first-class matches for Notts. Did slightly better. 65 was his top score. Scored 113 runs in those 2 matches. Sam Northeast. It is indeed. This is turned onto the leg side for a single. Of course, he started with Kent and then went to Hampshire, and there was a bit of a falling out, presumably, because Nick Gubbins moved from Middlesex to Hampshire, and then Sam Northeast was suddenly on his travels. He went to Yorkshire, I think, on loan, and then that fell away. Then he came here for 2 games, and then he ended up at Glamorgan, 185 for 2. But
yeah, the game,
he
the
moved
one
here,
game,
there, and everywhere, didn't he?
Yeah, I couldn't remember his second game, but he definitely played at Northants in a match.
There's Don Bess. All into Joe Clark on 31, and he blocks this one. But easy how we forget.
Yeah. Yeah, the here and now and all that.
He's been a good player in his time, and indeed still is. Just didn't quite happen at either Yorkshire or his brief stint with Notts. Next ball is left to go through to Johnny Bairstow, who I think was a little surprised that Clark had left it alone, because it clattered into his body and deflected off to Lythe. $185 for 2. Bonus points kick in for the batting side at 250 as Clark forward and defends, and of course they kick in at 3 wickets for the bowling side. So Yorkshire would like to end this session with at least 1 bowling point on the board. They've got 4 more overs in which to do it. 185 for 2 after 60.
Yeah, it must. The effect of the Kookaburra, and I accept what you said earlier on about wickets falling, results in that one of the rounds last year. It's almost akin to playing with a white ball in a championship game, isn't it, really? Martin Bloomfield has emailed in on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I thought I would drop a line to celebrate the birth of a new media channel, or Chanel as he's put. Disappointed to learn of Ben Code's omission. In my humble opinion, Yorkshire need him to be available and firing for all remaining matches, or I fear Doidge will be enjoying the delights of the Lord's combox again next season. The food at Lord's will probably do nothing for his slim waistline. As Moriarty is in and Slater down the field for a single.
Yes, the lunches at Lord's, there's always a question that's asked round there, because you get a big tureen of soup, and what's for lunch? Soup. What colour is it? Green. That's as much as anybody will ever tell you. What colour is it today? Oh, it's orange soup, or it's brown soup. Nobody, I don't think, ever really knows exactly what soup you get in there, but it's generally a big tureen full of soup.
Here's Moriarty to Clark. Oh, now then, he's gone aerial here. Could it be? Oh, has he got it? He has. That's a brilliant catch. Matthew Revis, I think, is the man backpedaling at mid-on. And Joe Clark has gone. A 3rd Nottinghamshire wicket has fallen. Moriarty gets his first, and he needed that, didn't he? Clark gone for 31. It's 186 for 3. Matthew Revis, what a catch. Left-handed, I think he took it in. Going backwards, it looked like, is he going to get there? Is he going to get there? No, he's probably not. And then, yeah, he emerged from terra firma with ball in hand, and Joe Clark trudges off looking at the deck.
Yeah, I don't think Joe went at it with total conviction. Certainly didn't get hold of it properly. It was a very difficult one for Matthew Revis to take, because it was
swirling, and then he also seemed to lose his footing a little bit. There was a definite stumble mid-attempt, but he hung on. Joe Clark out for 31. He was at the crease for an hour and 20 minutes, 55 balls, 4 fours. And we're just going to see it on the monitor in here. Don't know what else that will tell us, what we didn't see with our own eyes. But yeah, one-handed, left-handed catch. It was both hands off the ground. He was rushing backwards and stumbling, as I say, as well, but managed to hang on. Looks like he's got some big paws there, Matthew Revis. The ball was instantly grabbed as he was falling. Here comes Jack Haynes. Out to the middle at number 5 for Notts, 186 for 3. Jack Haynes, a couple of centuries this season, 436 runs in total at an average of 39.6, top score of 142. Also bettered his career T20 best in the matches we've just had against the Bears, making 89 not out here at Trent Bridge.
So the wicket falling, second ball of the 61st over, a first for Dan Moriarty in the match, first for spin in the match. Edward Harland has emailed in as well on our new address. Says, JD, as you're all talking about food, I was listening to Bex's show, that's back up at Radio Leeds, prior to you coming on air. Surely you don't have parmesan with your apple pie and fruitcake. Apple pie without cheese is like the kiss without the squeeze, etc. Yeah, I think I was merely asked to do a preview of today's today's match, and talk about my favourite cheese. Nobody put it in the context of whether it came with apple pie and fruitcake. So I said, yeah, I love Parmesan cheese on the sort of food that you normally put it on. Not necessarily apple pie, I don't think. Moriarty's in, and Haynes pushes back to the bowler, no run. So if that was the context and I sounded stupid, then I'll be having a word with Jeremy, the producer of said show, ahead of next week's little word about whatever I'm asked to talk about at York. As Moriarty is in, and that's patted back by Haynes, no run.
Lily's happy. Fantastic one-handed, left-handed catch by Matthew Revis. Go on, get in, Matthew, says Lily.
Yeah, chairwoman and president of the Matthew Revis fan club, self-appointed, as that's turned to leg by Haynes, no run.
Also a big Notts fan.
Oh, I think you might have stirred up something there. She's sent a few emails in about it now.
She sends me lots of messages every match.
Moriarty in again. It's straight and punched to mid-off by Haynes to complete the over then at 186 for 3.
Or it could just be me, perhaps. Is it just me, Lily? So Moriarty has a wicket. He has a maiden as well. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 36. Ben Slater still there on 76 for Notts. And Yorkshire lead. Yorkshire lead by 1 goal to 0. They lead by 1 point to 0. Bowling point. Again on the monitor, seeing Matthew Revis's twin attempts. 1 to catch the ball with his left hand, and 2 to look elegant, look stylish as he fell to the ground with it. I'm not entirely sure the second part was completed, but he hung on. Slater turns this to leg. He goes to 77. So we're inside the final 3 overs before the tea break here at Trent Bridge. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage, if you've been with us for part or all of the day. Very nice to welcome our guest Josie from Australia. Hope you enjoyed a little chat with Josie. That book, Cricket Walkabout, clearly very passionate about her subject, and just enjoyed seeing somebody come up and get the view from the commentary boxes here for the first time as best bowls cut away by Haynes. He's off the mark for a single. We do take these views for granted, don't we, Jonathan, as we go round the county grounds, and obviously over the years, the more we go to various grounds, the more and more we take them for granted. And it's still nice to see somebody sit down in here or you know, wherever, Headingley, Lord's Oval, wherever, just to get the commentator's aspect and view for the first time. This is cut away into the offside. I know on the Trent Bridge tours here, you know, this is part of the, you know, pop in and have a look, and this is, you know, this is where they commentate from, and this is this, and there's the spot on the desk wherever it is where Alex Hales hit a six through the window and all the rest of the stuff. Down the leg side, swept away by Slater. It's partially stopped by what's that behind the round the corner? George Hill.
Yep.
Partially stopped it, kept them to 189 for 3.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to Australia for a couple of Ashes Test matches, Adelaide and Melbourne. Yep, never been before, so for me it'll be the same. Really, turning up there, going, wow, I've seen this on television so many times. Yeah, and it was just as she said when she came and sat down. You know, I've seen this on TV so many times, and there's that air of excitement about the thing.
Best bowls wide of the off stump. This goes through to the keeper. Well, I've only been down there once, and did Sydney and Melbourne. This is cut away into the offside by Haynes. 2014-15 winter, and tickets for the Sydney Test match, the New Year's Sydney Test match against India, and was very much looking forward to that, and obviously tragic events took over with the really sad passing of Phil Hughes. Couldn't think of his first name. Phil Hughes. So the Sydney Test was postponed. I think in the end they put it back from being the first Test of the series to the 5th Test of the series, or whatever, or second Test of the 5th Test. But the Sydney Test was cancelled.
Here's Moriarty bowling to Haynes.
But it was the winter. Sorry, it was the winter when both Michael Lunn was already with Sydney Sixers and Ricky Vessels was with Sydney Sixers as well, and was in touch with them. And we'll come on down. We're going to have a net tomorrow morning, and they showed me around. Watched Sydney Sixers net with Steve Smith and Brett Lee and what have you.
Haynes pushes to mid off. No, well, Dizzy's not with any tickets for me for Adelaide.
All right, and then well, he will do. And then went to Melbourne, had a week there, and obviously went to the MCG and watched some Blast games and what have you. But it was fantastic, magnificent cricket arena.
190 for 3 as in comes Moriarty again, and Haynes once more defends. Just get to tea, isn't it, really, at the moment now, without any further damage on the scoreboard from the host's point of view. Maybe something in Jack Haynes' eye here. He's just stopped for a moment. Okay, now to continue. Just 9 balls left before the tea break, and he defends again.
Have you got a little stop off en route and on the way back? We did a few days in Dubai on the way out and Singapore on the way back.
Yep, Thailand on the way out, nothing on the way back. It's just, well, enforced stops really just for the changes of flights. 2 changes on the way back as well. And Haynes is in, is pushing, I should say, through the covers. Will O'Rourke's giving chase. Fielded well today as the big fella, and he's going to do so again and pull that in before the boundary rope. 2 to Jack Haynes, takes his score to 4 and the total to 192 for 3.
Thailand, do you know somebody in Thailand then?
I do.
Very good.
Yeah, and then back via Thailand, but basically just for a 4-hour turnaround or whatever, via Paris again.
Okay.
Moriarty is in, and that's punched to short extra cover where Wharton does a good piece of fielding. End of the 63rd over then, so 1 to come before the tea break, 192 for 3.
Yeah, and this session's going to end in much better climactic conditions than the first session. The players actually had to quickly scamper off as soon as the umpires called over in time at the end of the morning session after 32 overs. Nottingham 90 without loss. There was a spit or a spot of rain falling as they called over, and then as they were slowly walking off, just you know how players walk off and they start to mull what had happened. The rain just intensified, and 1 or 2 of them had to just put a bit of a sprint on just to stop getting a soaking to go and have their lunch with. So last over, Dom Bess will bowl it. Breeze blowing gently across the ground now. Ben Slater was 34 not out at lunch. He's on 78 now, and he'll cut this to backward point, and there's no run. 192 for 3. Notts winning the toss, opting to bat first. Mead out for 52 in this session, followed by McCann 23, Clark 31, so all getting good starts. Slater pushes this back to Dom Bess. Still to come, Ishan Kishan, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White, Farhan Ahmed, Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas. Bess bowls. This is driven into the offside, and there's no run. Kevin's giving me those beady eyes from the commentary box next door, as if to say, just make sure you hand back to me properly. There's this one down the leg side. Slater's sweeping at it and didn't get anything on it. So for the second time today, byes. Right at the start of the morning, we had 4 byes down the leg side as Will O'Rourke got his line wrong, and the next lot of extras come up in the 64th over as Dom Bess spears one down the leg side that Bairstow couldn't take. So 196 for 3. So Kevin Howells will look after your interest during the 20-minute tea interval. Those of you following on Sports Extra 2, those of you watching the pictures or with us on BBC Sport online via the website or app, we'll be back in ample time for the restart. 20 minutes after they go off, bails come off at this end, replaced by umpire Warren, and Dominic Bess bowls to Slater. 63 overs and 5 balls have gone in the day, and we'll have one more delivery, and then it'll be right on 4 o'clock. Time for tea. Bess bowls, Slater defends, and there is the end of the afternoon session. So not scoring 106 runs for the loss of those 3 wickets. We've had 2 even sessions, 32 overs this morning, 90 for none, 32 overs this afternoon, 106 runs scored for 3 wickets at tea. Jack Haynes, relatively fresh at the crease, is 4 not out. Ben Slater still there on 78. So as I say, those of you following on Sports Extra 2, I'll now hand you back to Kevin Howells. And from Jonathan Doidge, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, thanks for your company this afternoon, and we'd love to hear from you. If there's anything you want to get off your chest or get involved in any of our nonsense, we'd love to hear from you in the usual places. If not, well, we'll catch up with you next time, but the commentary will return when the players are back. Around about 17 or 18 minutes time or so, we'll be back in ample time for the post-tea session. At tea, Notts 196 for 3. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge as the players return to the middle for the final session of this opening day of Division 1 cricket between Notts and Yorkshire. Great to have the County Championship back with you, and so far we've had a couple of very good competitive sessions which has seen Nottinghamshire won the toss this morning, seen them move on to 196 for 3 by tea. They were 90 without loss at lunch during the afternoon session. Wickets for Jack White, for Will O'Rourke and for the spinner Dan Moriarty, as Notts were reduced to 196 for 3. Asiba Mead out for 52. Freddie McCann made 23. Joe Clark 31. Ben Slater's been there since the start. The opener is 78 not out as we prepare to begin the last session of the day. Slater's soaked up 202 deliveries so far. It's going to be he's going to be at the non-strikers end. It'll be Jack Haynes who's on 4. He'll be on strike. Dan Moriarty's going to bowl. Kevin Howells is with us. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and a warm welcome back from the dessert trolley, Jonathan Doidge.
Yeah, it was difficult to tear myself away from that as well. There were several spare, would you believe, spare.
Got to do your bit, mate. You can only do your bit.
Yeah, I did. I took one for the team there, just to try and ensure that they continue the tradition. So, Moriarty moving towards us as he bowls it now. First ball of the session is pushed by Jack Haynes to George Hill, who's been brought in there in a change in the field as a second man in a catching position. So he's at a straighter of the two men who are kind of extra coverish, and there's only about 3 yards tops between James Wharton, who's the man to the right as we look. Moriarty's second delivery patted back, very blustery out there, but still plenty warm enough. But we can hear it more so now than we have done at any point during the day, as Moriarty's in again, and that's turned into the leg side by Haynes and fielded there at mid-wicket. Another dot. Milan at mid-off. Bess at mid-on by the look of things. I think Matthew Revis is the man who's coming at mid-wicket. It is unusually for Matthew Revis with a cap on. Dot ball again, pushed back to Moriarty. Usually has the white floppy on, but maybe the wind might be a reason for not wearing that this afternoon or this evening session. 2 to come in the over. Moriarty in again. Nicely played paddle sweep by Jack Haynes round the corner. Jack White will come in and do the fielding, and they get 2.
I know we watched it and thought, oh, cracky, that's strange at the time as we watched it. When you see it written down in paper, it seems even more remarkable. Blighter of Blighty, Dave, Joe Clark, 3 glorious straight drives. He hit the stump at the non-striker's end 3 times in his first 18 deliveries.
Moriarty to Haynes, drops it into the leg side, but quickly out. Bairstow to stop any thought of runs. 198 for 3 then, after just 2 off that first over back from Dan Moriarty. He's got 1 for 40 from 15 overs, including just the 1 maiden.
The finishes, I don't think I've ever seen that before. I guess we wouldn't know, would we? But it's remarkable, isn't it, when you see it written down 3 times in his first 18 deliveries. Straight drives clattering into the stumps at the non-strikers end. 2 of them certainly would have gone for 4. The middle one, it would have been a chase for the mid-on and mid-offers. I don't think he got that one as sweetly as the other 2, but a couple absolutely laced into the stumps at the non-strikers end. So potentially is gone for 31 rather than at least 43. Dominic Best to continue, so all spin so far for Yorkshire. New ball is 15 overs away should they wish to take it. First one's landed on a sixpence by Dominic Best and eased into the offside. There's no run. 198 for 3. Slater left-hander, pushes it again into the covers. In only his second game for Notts, Slater scored a century against Yorkshire. It was his home debut in 2018, made his debut at the Oval. Tough place to go against a good Surrey side. This is eased into the offside, but his home debut back end of 2018. Scored 109 here against the White Rose. Takes a single now, 199 for 3.
Surrey, of course, were title winners, weren't they, I think, in 2018?
Yes, Morny Morkel was taking wickets for fun. Best now to Jack Haynes, and Haynes cuts this to backward point. He's also got a century against Yorkshire at Headingley 2 years ago in his Worcestershire days. Bobs down slightly and then hits it briskly to mid-on, calls Slater through. Finlay Bean with the fielding. Haynes has dropped his bat halfway down as he makes his ground, and that's applause for the 200 up. Used to mean a little more up until, what, 3 seasons ago, because that would be a first batting point, but Notts still require 50 more before they can start to get into the points and accumulate as many as they can. Best round the wicket as the breeze picks up again, and Slater tops his intended drive back to the bowler. 200 for 3. Very good for the over 8, this pair.
Yep. Might get out somewhere near time tonight.
Lily says, I get in touch with you, Dave, because you're my second favourite commentator after my favourite and best, and that's Jonathan. Thank you, Lily.
I've heard it all before, Lily. Whoever's on is your favourite.
She spreads the favours round, does she?
Yeah, there's been a few favourites down the years, well, down the matches, in fact, let alone down the years. Moriarty just having a chat here with David Milan, Yorkshire's T20 captain, of course. Jack White has been asked to come up from off the boundary, which would be a slightly unusual position for the left arm spinner. Well, where he was positioned would have been anyway, which was a long leg really, and he's brought him up to 45 behind square, probably what would be just inside the circle if it were a white ball game. It's wide of off stump, fired in a bit quicker from the hand of Moriarty, left by Haynes.
I know you scrutinised the Yorkshire squad this morning to the nth detail. I don't think we mentioned Jaffa Chowal. Does he play red ball?
No, he's not got in the side at this point in a first class game, as that's turned to leg by Haynes, fielded by Matthew Revis. No run. Haynes on 7. Moriarty in again. Haynes this time using his feet to come down the pitch and defend to George Hill, who was quick there getting the ball back into Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, different games, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
Moriarty in again, and Haynes opens the face, opens up the offside, brings O'Rourke into play, sweeping square, and get 1 run.
Fortune to be made in one format, history to be made in the other.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's a vast difference between bowling a 4-over spell and playing over 4 days, and what you can get away with and all of that. Slater flexed at the knees, waits for Moriarty, and then drives him away through the covers on the boundary edge. Revis fields 1 run.
You know, it is I say it, and some people probably think I say it in a derogatory manner. It's a little bit like exhibition cricket, the short format, isn't it? It's, you'll see lots of runs, lots of wickets, but there's another game the next day.
Yeah.
And there's the same bunch of stars going to Bangladesh, to Sri Lanka, to India, to Australia, to the Caribbean, to America, to the UAE, all the time. The same the same players. It's it's a lovely thing to get on if your career wants to take you in that direction. If your family commitments allow it, you can make an absolute fortune. Far more those that just play
from within the four walls. Whether or not Jaffa Chan puts his hand up and says, I want to play red ball cricket, is he putting any pressure on to do that? Don't know.
Bess into Slater, packed offside field, can't thread a path through it. No, and again, like we said this morning, you can only play 11, and you know Dom Bess is in there with a spin option. Dan Moriarty's in there as a spin option. Adam Lythe, you know, should they need somebody else in this particular contest. This is cut away by Slater, and he might get 4 here. It's beaten the diving fielder. Well, it just touched the ropes. It will indeed. So Slater gets 4 runs. Who was that throwing himself to the ground at
Moriarty
point? Yeah, just finished his over, and had to make a really valiant effort to stop that cut shot from Ben Slater, which has gone for 4. Takes him to 84. 206 for 3. There's Bess tossed up, and Slater drives it to Bean at mid-off. There's no run. Of course, if you're playing cricket, it's not so bad anyway, and I applaud everybody. It's those that maybe picked up for a tournament and spend 3, 4, 5 weeks in a hotel not playing, just a spare player. It's cut to backward point, earning a small fortune, but what they actually get out of it, cricket-wise, is certainly up for debate. This one keeps a whisker low, keeps more than a whisker low. It's a good job Jack Haynes had his wits about him then. Just followed it on to the very bottom of his bat, turned it to leg. Stopped by maybe the pads of feet of Wharton, but Bess was already, I think, semi-believing that it was going to scuttle under the bat and bowl him. Comes Bess again, tries it once more, but all the alarm bells had gone for Jack Haynes from the previous delivery, so he was waiting and watchful. Defended it, 207 for 3. So we've had 11 runs in 4 overs since tea.
Yeah, so it's going to be Moriarty to continue. And interesting day's cricket so far, in spite of the Kookaburra, really.
Kohler Cadmore got to 3 figures, by the way. The only other one I've seen, there might be 1 or 2 more. Asa Tribe of Glamorgan, he has also reached 3 figures today.
Moriarty in and flicked it up to mid-on where Milan fields, but they get through for 1 there for Ben Slater. Yeah, England, of course, all out 6 behind India, so that ended up looking very much like a 1 innings match between the 2 sides there.
Yeah, India have lost a wicket already. Jaiswal has gone cheaply this time.
Moriarty to Haynes, who defends.
Bryden Carse with the wicket early on.
Please, the Durham contingent, there's quite a few around the England squad these days. Moriarty in again. Haynes turns it into the leg side. Revis does the fielding.
Of course, from the moment I said this morning that I wasn't aware of the work of Mr. Guthrie, he's now got a 5-fer for Northants. Liam Guthrie.
Maybe he heard.
Yeah.
As Haynes right over the top of that smothers any thought of spin.
Division 2 Middlesex are 280 for 7 against Northants at Wantage Road, for whom Liam Guthrie's got 5 of the wickets.
Moriarty in again, wide on the crease, cut by Haynes, well fielded by Finley Bean, backward of point. No run. Still that breeze out there. Players White's flapping in it. Blowing from which direction's that? west.
Yeah.
West to east then. Oh, has he got a nick on this? I think he might have done, you know, Jack Haynes. And it's to the left of Adam Lythe. Don't know if he got a hand on it until it was too late. He's looking at the heavens in frustration, Adam Lythe. 208 for 3 is the result at the end of that 69th over. We might, for those who can see the pictures, get a replay of that. But good delivery by Dan Moriarty. And another maybe semblance of an opportunity.
Yeah, we'll get a chance. I think Lewis is on replays today. Chance to have a look at that. If it is, it's both of these that have gone down. Ben Slater very early on off Moriarty. Dominic Bess putting him down. And here's that chance, if that's what it was.
It was. Yep.
Yeah. Hit him on the wrist, maybe? Heel of the hand.
Doesn't put many down, Adam Lythe, that slip.
Wouldn't have had a great sighting of it, but this has turned to leg. I was just waiting for the boundary rider to come in and keep the to-one, but there isn't a boundary rider. And Slater's tucked it away and goes to 90 for the second time this season. 212 for 3. First ball of the over there from Dominic Bess. Just presented a relatively easy scoring opportunity, and Slater's been out there long enough just to cash in. Horton very close in on the offside. This is cut away, and another diving attempt by Moriarty. Don't think this one's going to go for 4. They should get 3 from this one. So it's a very good start to this over for Ben Slater. Of course, he's off strike now, a 4 and a 3, but you don't have nervous 80s and 90s if you're able to go through them very quickly with a succession of high scores. 215 for 3, Slater's highest score of the campaign now. Had a 92 earlier, now he's on to 93. Jack Haynes put down in the last over, drives this to extra cover, and Matthew Revis, Lily's favourite, makes the stop. Bess once more cut away. This will be another boundary. I think it will indeed. This time to Jack Haynes. Dominic Bess brings up his own 50 in the 18th over. 3 maidens, none for 51 now. To the former England man. Not been involved with the current regime. Dominic Bess. Shoaib Bashir is, I'd say, his former Somerset teammate. Bashir really hadn't established himself. There's another one swept away, this time with a reverse by Haynes. Sort of Bess and Leach fighting over the same slot at Taunton. Whilst Bess was down there, but Bess has moved to Yorkshire. Sort of opened the door a little bit for Shoaib Bashir, although he seldom plays for Somerset now, either side of his England stints. I think he's going to be on the move at the end of the season. This one's cut away by Slater. So that was a really good over for Nottinghamshire. 4 and a 3 to Slater. 4 and a 1 to Haynes, and then another one. 12, 15. Let's try and do that again. 4 and 3 is 7, 11, 12, 13 from the over. 221 for 3. Ben Slater's on to 94, Haynes on to 13. 17 from the 13 from the over. 13 from the, I'll get it right.
I can lend some extra fingers if you
like. Well, everybody knows that you're dealing with an idiot here when it comes to basic maths. 221 for 3.
So still 26 overs remaining today. Moriarty to bowl the next of them, and he's coming over the wicket to the left-handed and slightly crouched Ben Slater, who turns this one into the leg side. Wharton round to do the fielding. Slip in place, Adam Lythe, one that got away in the previous over from Moriarty with the final ball of it. Jack Haynes nick, and Lythe got his left hand to it, but couldn't get a clean contact to pouch it. Moriarty in and bowling, and Slater just sticks his pad out there to cover his stumps and then leaves.
Of course, it doesn't half make my missus mad if we're watching Countdown and straight away I get one of the numbers spot. How would you do that?
Slater driving this time. Bottom of the bat up to mid-off, no run.
She'll press the old button, you know, and it'll be 642, and I'll go, got it. She go, what? And then she'll pause it. How have you got it then? And did it. And of course, I only ever say that when I do get the easy ones.
Moriarty to Slater, runs it back at a point. Whitefield, no run.
I applied for Countdown in 1982 when it first started, and they invite applications to come on this new programme with Richard Whiteley. I'm still waiting to hear from them. Must be my turn sometime soon.
Moriarty in. It's cut by Slater. The sweeper square on the offside. Matthew Revis returns it for the concession of 1. 1982, was it? Yeah, well, I suppose it would have been because that was the start of Channel 4, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was 82, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Would you do it? Would you go on it? Get a letter through the post? Or an email? I need somebody. Jonathan?
I'd have a go.
Could you do Countdown next week?
I'd have a go. I've never applied to any show, to be honest with you, on television. The one I'd apply for currently would have been Race Across the World, I think. That could be a bit of fun. As Haynes pushes one into the offside, no run. End of the over. 222 for 3.
It's a lot of walking uphill, which I'm not a great fan of. I'd want a route that only took me downhill. It always seems like at the end, you know, when that little bit when they've got to get to the hotel, they've got to almost run up a vertical climb for the last 2 miles, and they make it out that, you know, there's another team just behind them. So, we've got to run with the backpacks up the hill. But no, great programme. 222 for 3. Slater on 95. Will this be a milestone over for him? From Dominic Bess, hoping not, as his first ball is pushed back to him. Slip and a leg slip. 3 on the offside, saving 1. 2 on the leg side, saving 1. 1 out either side. Slater will cut it out into the offside, and a single to move to 96. 223 for 3. Yes, the premise of Race Across the World, I'm sure most of our listeners have come across it, is to get from A to B without using an aeroplane. 223 for 3, and you've only got, I think, well, it's the same amount of money it would take you to cross a continent or whatever it may be, and you've got a budget for it generally takes about 6 weeks, doesn't it? This one again keeps low through to Bairstow outside the off stump.
Yeah, we should do a cricket version. Race Across the Cricket World.
They don't seem to try and thumb a lift as much as I'd be tempted to do. I mean, that's the best way to get around, surely, and save your money. This one's cut away onto the offside. I don't know if that's just a British thing, thumbing lifts. 224 for 3, a bit like queuing. It's only a British thing.
Where could you go? Race Across the Cricket World. You'd have to probably start from Lords, I suppose, wouldn't you? Taking Melbourne.
Slater on 96. Bess in and bowls, and this is nudged up to mid-off, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. A few years ago, I don't know if you'd started, or would it have been before 2018? Maybe before 2018. But on the first day of the county cricket season, I think it probably would have been before then. BBC Sport / Cricket had the idea of Dan Norcross and Emily Rainford-Brent going to all 9 grounds on the first day of the cricket season, commentating on an over from all 9 grounds with a driver. Starting off, I think they actually started at Headingley, so they'll have done an over there at 11 o'clock. And I was at Leicester with Richard Ray, and they came bursting in. Norcross gave me a pat on the back and there we go.
Moriarty, Haynes leaves.
Emily gave me a peck on the cheek. One grabbed Richard Ray's microphone, one grabbed my microphone. They commentated for an over and they'd gone.
Is she Ebony's twin sister?
Oh, yeah. I knew as I was saying it.
Moriarty to Haynes, who defends, no run.
Yeah. And I think play was extended, as they generally are, till late on in the day at the Oval. I think they just got to the Oval in time. Kevin would probably know more about that when he comes back.
Impressive to get around all 9 in a day's play. Moriarty is in and cut firmly by Haynes out to O'Rourke for a single. Yeah, race across the cricketing world, mate. You'd probably have to start at Lords, wouldn't you, or finish at Lords, something like that. Get the MCG in. Maybe a finishing point for that sort of programme might be Dharamsala, something like that.
Crikey. Phileas Doige.
Around the world in 80 days play. As Moriarty is in, and that's drilled to George Hill in the covers and taken. And Slater has gone 4 short of his 100. 224th delivery. It's been a very good knock, but he's going to regret that one because there was 100 there for the taking for him, and Nottinghamshire at 225 for 4.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear! What a tremendous innings from Ben Slater, first and foremost. He was dropped on 11, but chanceless up until 96, and he'll be very disappointed. The small consolation that Trent Bridge will rise and give him a really good ovation, because he's played a tremendous innings there. 274 balls and 12 boundaries, been at the crease obviously since the start of play. 270 minutes. That's 4.5 hours, and he makes way for another left-hander. This time it's Ishan Kishan on his way out to the middle. 26 years of age, plays his IPL cricket for Sunrisers Hyderabad these days. A quick fire 40-odd ball century in the recent edition. Seems very likeable fella. Met him this morning, plenty of big smiles, big chunk of gold in his right ear. He's on his way out to the middle to join up with Jack Haynes, who has a little touch of gloves with him, but a real shame there for Ben Slater falling for 96. Kevin's back in the building.
It was a trudge, Dave.
Yeah.
He trudged off, and I trudged with him in my heart.
I did as well.
You want to see him get a century. Well, once they've
I've got
got
to say,
past
he
the
spared
90.
my blushes, because I should have been handing to my colleague for his ton there, and I completely overlooked that.
Well,
so
he's a kindly
He
soul.
was very kind to me.
He's a kindly soul. He wouldn't have made a big deal of it.
So Moriarty then to Kishan. His first ball faced in Nottinghamshire colours is dropped into the leg side, and there is no run.
We know who to blame then. We know who to blame. Did you manage to get a scone?
Very much so, Dave.
Good man, good man, good man.
Very much
good
so,
man.
yeah.
Good man. Do you recall the start of the cricket season? We were just talking about when Ebony Rainford Brent and Dan Norcross had to race round all the grounds that cricket was going on the first day of the
What on
season.
earth was that about?
Jonathan wasn't with us then, I don't think.
Moriarty in, that's turned to leg, and completing an over in which he took a wicket, a second wicket of the match for him. 2 for 45 off 19 overs and 1 maiden for Dan. No, I wasn't.
They failed, and they were always going to fail, because the last port of call for those two, because guess where they wanted to
It
finish?
was the Oval, wasn't it? I was just saying that. Was it the Oval?
Yes, it was. And you're never going to get from Chelmsford up to there in the length of time that they had to do it. I think they had to do it from the first ball of the day, and had to get there by the close, didn't they?
I think they started at Headingley, and I was at Leicester with Richard Ray, and they burst in. Ebony and Dan, one took Richard's microphone, one took mine. Commentated on an over, and then off they went.
Yeah.
There's Don Best then. 225 for 4.
Geographically, to enable him to get from Headingley to the Oval, in taking in Leicester and Chelmsford.
And there were other places.
Edgbaston, presumably.
I don't know. Well, we're going to have to guess the rest.
Derby.
But it was ridiculous.
Best bowls, and this one's turned to leg. A funny feeling they got to Leicester for us, and it may well have been the last over before
lunch, so they sort of fulfilled that. If they hadn't got there within that 5 minutes, they'd have had to wait 40 minutes. So they were very pleased to do that. As this is cut to backward point by Haynes, no run, 225 for 4. But it was all about. Well, I don't know what it was all about.
It was a little bit about all sorts of things. Profile started the first day of the new season.
Yeah. This is defended. Now, I did say there'd been 9 games, but they probably wouldn't if they were unequal. If it was a time of unequal divisions, maybe there were only 6 or 7 matches going on.
I can't recall that,
No,
but I do recall it wasn't a BBC thing, even though they called it on BBC commentaries. It was another well-known cricketing website.
Okay. I thought that was the purpose of it. Bess bowls and goes through to Bairstow. So we're in the 74th over. New ball you'd imagine would be snapped up by Johnny Bairstow as soon as it becomes due. Might not necessarily pan out like that, but you'd be thinking for the last hour or so they've been hoping to get that second new ball and unleash Jack White and Will O'Rourke again as the breeze picks up. It's been quite a nice cooling breeze at times today as Bess bowls, and again it's defended by Haynes. So it's the end of the over, and we'll have Ishan Kishan on strike for the next over.
Yeah, it definitely must have been before my time. I can't remember it anyway. I do remember my first day being the nervous new school.
We all remember your first day, Dodgy, for different reasons than you. Go on.
With you two in the box here, and
it was here.
Didn't on that first day.
Was it here?
First day of the.
Do you remember this?
2019 season was here.
Oh, a lot's happened since then, Dodgy. A lot's happened. We've had the old COVID and all sorts, and so therefore that's why I can't remember that. 2019.
Yeah, because I remember Aggers saying that when I think the Girdler asked him, chance to come watch some county cricket, and he said,
Jonathan was here that day.
He said it was more to get out of mowing the lawn because it'd been quite a nice week, and his wife was asking him to mow the lawn.
He's always one for a Josh. Is Agnew? Oh, it was that day. I do remember that day, actually.
T says the good old days of thumbing a lift, Dave. It always served me very well. Sadly, it's a thing of the past.
Oh, you've got to be careful if you put out the public warning.
Thumbing a lift.
Yeah.
You were doing a bit of that, yeah.
No, you've got to put out a warning of that, please, Davey, because it's a sensible thing to do. The old hitchhiking. I'm not so sure.
I've never done it.
Yeah.
Is it me now?
Yeah, it's definitely you.
Is it me you're looking
quickly
Moriarty
got told off there.
To
telling off.
It wasn't a telling off, Davey. It was a bit of a concern. It wasn't a telling off for you,
it was a reference to that television program.
I know, Race Around the World. Yeah, Race Across the World. I mean, they do it all the time, but they have got they have got the fair-sized camera crew with them looking after them.
So Kishan's across and defending.
Yeah, you always forget about that, don't you? When they're trying to get in a rickshaw or something, you wonder what actually is the logistics of having a camera crew following these two.
Of course, a former Yorkshire Academy player was on the last edition, not this last one, the one before.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I missed that.
James Mukherjee.
Yep, that's pushed into the offside by Kishan. There's no run. I think he got a bit of a telling off there. Girdler by Kev.
I'm always getting told off.
He'll be coming out with the disappointment line next one.
I wasn't angry. I was just disappointed.
Just disappointed in you there, Dave. Sorry. But
can we just focus on Mr. Kishan, please?
Yes.
The new start.
Moriarty to Kishan, who is turning that one to George Hill. Short mid-on. It's an interesting field again. They've got him a strip away to the leg side for the left-hander, George, and a long on who's about 10 yards in from the boundary. Left armour to left-hander who's sweeping this one, but Finlay Bean is very precisely placed for that and does the fielding.
I'm going to imagine that Johnny's come across him before, played against him. Not played with him though, I don't think. Which was Johnny's team this last time round?
Mumbai Indians.
Yes, maybe played against him. Internationally and IPL.
Moriarty in, and that's driven by Kishan to get his first runs for Nottinghamshire, and they're going to be 4 through the covers, over pitched by Moriarty and a bit of width as well. So 229 for 4 once they put the score up. 75 overs complete. So a second new ball can be taken in 5 overs time. And there are still 21 sets of 6 to be bowled before the end of this opening day.
Indeed so. India 33 for 1, 39 in front. What do you reckon? Do you reckon that? I mean, how's Headingley playing these days? I mean, is that, I mean,
Like a road.
Yeah. The wickets seem to have gone in
Clusters.
Yeah, so you never know. A bit of something plays, you know, 4 or 5 wickets taken together. Something implodes in terms of the game. Next ball goes back and defends. There's Haynes to the onside, no run. Still plenty of cricket in time left in the game there.
I can't find that website that I stumbled upon yesterday. The most handsome cricketers in India, having Ishan Kishan at 11th on the list. Found it, yesterday.
Glad they don't have a commentator.
Haynes on 15, driven back to Bess, who dives as if to claim the catch. He's a cheeky lad, isn't he?
Bess. Yeah, he's a good
cheeky boy. There's a slip in at the moment. This is Haynes on 15. He's been out there for 51 balls. Oh, look out.
It's one of those new shirts just out the wrapper. Just a bit of loose thread.
And Haynes is facing again. Bess in, bowls to him, driven. Can't get it past the field there in the cover, so no run. As the sun shines upon the ground, although there's an awful lot of cloud around on this Sunday afternoon, but thankfully I don't think we'll get any more rain. Famous last words, but I don't think so today. Goes back deep in his crease, Haynes, to defend that one.
I thought you were going to go into Wordsworth or something there.
What about the cloud? Just going all cloudy on you? No, it's
Wandered lonely as a cloud.
it's quite bright down there. Actually, there's quite a lot of dark clouds around, but the sun is shining down on Trent Bridge, and that's a late cut. Square for a single.
Maybe Siegfried Sassoon next.
And Haynes moves to 16, 230 for 4. That sounded vaguely intelligent for you, that.
Well, yeah, normally it'd be Vidal Sassoon, I suppose.
I bring a fielder up here for Kishan, who's on 4. He's faced 8 balls. And they're putting deep square leg on the boundary, and they bring the man up from the cover boundary a third of the way in, maybe a little bit more than that, closer in. It's cut away, and that's to that exact same fielder, and there shall be no run to finish off that over, which leaves Nottinghamshire at 230 for 4. Haynes on 16, Kishan on 4. All of this after Slater was out for 96. We had Brook out for 99 today, Slater for 96. We don't like it when they're in the 90s.
Yeah.
We like them to go on and get their centuries.
We do. We don't like anybody to be overly disappointed. Sunday starts, gentlemen. What do we think? Is that a favourite or?
A few of the correspondents I've had today have said it's a weird day to start a game on. So I think that's
compared
a negative.
See, people say that they want weekend cricket, championship cricket, so they can come along if they've got jobs to do in the week and everything. So that's why I'm loath to really get involved with that one, because of course from our point of view we can turn up 7 days a week, can't we?
Yeah, here's Moriarty. Cut by Haynes out to O'Rourke for a single.
No, we can't, because there's too much cricket. You can't turn up 7 days a week.
Yeah.
There's not enough cricket.
I don't know when the perfect day is, but these two fixtures starting on Sundays feel like, because of the T20 schedule, they're just shoehorned in when they can play them, and because a lot of teams were still playing on Friday in the other format, they had to have a day's gap to get from A to B to play today.
That's it.
Moriarty in, and that's turned to leg by Kishan, no run.
If they had a Sunday league, there'd be cricket every Sunday for spectators to watch.
Like the good old days, Davey, like those good old days, eh? We thought they'd never end.
Ground was always full.
It was, actually.
Always sunny.
Yeah, well.
Now then, Kishan's got a very fine paddle sweep away here. He's going to pick up 4 runs. Finlay Bean is going to have to give up the chase. Kishan on to 8, 235 for 4. Moriarty just straying down the leg side. Yeah, there's visions now of Mike Proctor and Vincent van der Bijl and people like this from growing up watching that on a Sunday afternoon.
There'd be the John Player cigarette hut away on the Fox Road side, dishing out free cigarettes to the kids as they came up and asked for them for their dad.
Kishan playing out square on the offside for 1.
The chap wandering round the boundary going, 5-pence scorecards, 5-pence scorecards, and everybody has one saying, how much are your 5-pence scorecards, mate? He must have heard that 500 times a day. 5-pence scorecards.
It's just like being there, isn't it? It's just like we are back in the 70s.
That's how it used to be.
Moriarty in and bowling, and that's pushed into the offside by Haynes. No run. I still have one programme from those days in childhood. I think Yorkshire played Hampshire at Headingley in a Sunday league game. So imagine some of the names from those days. Trevor Jestis of this world, people like that for Hampshire.
AME Roberts.
Don't think he played that day. Could be wrong. That's pushed out into the offside by Haynes off the final ball of the over and fielded by George Hill, 236 for 4. After 77.
Because this time 50 years ago, in fact we just celebrated it, haven't we, this week, the World Cup final, the first World Cup final, 1975, West Indies, Australia. Went to the games here. Sri Lanka got a real old pasting at the hands of Pakistan. England beat New Zealand.
I can also see Wayne Daniel playing for Middlesex, shirt hanging out as he ran into bowl. Can you imagine that? Top button undone. Buttons on shirts. I mean, that's people had those in those days playing cricket, didn't they? Oh, the full fronted, full buttoned front. That's been out for 40 years, probably, hasn't it now, since the T-shirt style came in, polo shirt style.
You old guys, eh? You two old guys.
You don't remember any of that, do you?
I'm too young.
You only remember the pyjama era, don't you?
Number 1 in the charts this week, 50 years ago, the same week as the World Cup final.
1975.
Yeah. Windsor Davis and Don
He gives you the answer so quickly, doesn't he? He's worse than
You'd never get the clue.
He's worse than Popmaster on the telly.
You'd never get the clue. I mean, Dodgy couldn't get Sam Northeast.
George Hill is back in the action, round the wicket, in and pushed for no run to Milan, who's feeling it mid-on.
Whispering Grass.
Of course I remember it. Yeah. Haynes 17, Kishan on 9. Nottinghamshire continuing to build here. 236 for 4. We are just a couple of overs after this away from that new ball. And the Duke is back on. Somebody else has decided to take a bit of a break. He's been off and on today, the Duke.
He has. Well, that's just Harry anyway.
He'll be enjoying it.
Somebody's just wound up the little...
Has he been saying to them, look, give me a go, lads. Take a break. Round the wicket. Helped on its way. Very fine down the leg side from Kishan. He's enjoyed that. I'm not too sure he's going to get to the boundary. No, it doesn't quite. So he'll just gently jog 2. And he moves his score to 11. Takes his new team, Nottinghamshire, to 238 for 4.
Nick Morrell remembers those days. Davey used to shout, 5-pence scorecards or handbooks. We chose to mishear it as 5-pence scorecards or Randalls, in honour of our hero, Derek Randall.
Yes.
Nice, Nick. Yep. Spot on, mate.
5-pence scorecards and fork handles. Handles for forks.
Hill in his 9th over comes around the wickets, driven brilliantly, beats the fielder, and that is such a gloriously well-timed drive. I was going to say it's certain to, but now it does get to the boundary. I thought that really slowed up towards the end. I thought he timed that so nicely. Unless that fielder just got something on it. But it really was a glorious shot to the boundary. Moves to 15, and Nottinghamshire 242 for 4.
Yeah, not
perfection.
Not seen a better shot during the match so far, I don't think.
So they might have got their work cut out here, the Yorkshire bowlers. Let's see. He's on 15, round the wicket again. And he goes to smash this one away leg side. How far has that travelled? Let's have a look. It's gone for 4 through mid-wicket. The battle has commenced, I think, here. And Hill is 8.4 overs, no wicket for 31. And he needs to be a bit careful here. He's going a little bit all sides of the wicket, and Kishan has taken his score up to 19, 246 for 4.
He's always been my favourite cricketer.
Well, they'd be pleased in the local support here right now. George Hill will try and do something about it. He's got 2 balls left of this over to do so. Comes down the pitch this time, into the pads, into the offside. Well, it looks like he fancies a bit of a go here.
Yeah. Ooh,
He's won that one, though.
Always down. Now, is he going to beat the count here? 6, 7. No, he's out. He's out. The towel's thrown the corner in.
Oh,
the towel's thrown the corner in. The corner's thrown the towel in. He's rolling around on the ground in obvious discomfort. Johnny Bairstow, don't think he's going to go and just check on his.
Well, I think he's going to offer a few words of advice there on how to get over this, because it's an upsetting moment for all concerned.
Yeah, hurts, mate, doesn't it? Hurts.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh.
Yeah. He wasn't struck left or right. He was struck slap bang.
Yeah, amidships
down the middle.
He's all right now. Look at that.
While he is down,
he's back up now.
Yorkshire Lad's message in to say the Lenton Lane Studios, Nottingham, were where Bullseye, The Price is Right, Supermarket Sweep and Blockbusters were recorded, as well as drama series like Boone and The Upper Hand.
Kishan on 19 down the leg side, and that's flown past the keeper low, and that's going to over the rope. Let's see what that is signalled as, and it is a 4 off the bat. So Kishan moves to 23 with another boundary, brings up the 250, so he's got his team a point there, 250 for 4. And as I say, it looks like we're in for quite an entertaining little period of play. He's down on his knees again, just a little recovery time. They're getting up and they're getting back down again. I would have thought that was very painful. I think I'd just stay in one position.
Well, he's just trying to gulp in some fresh Nottinghamshire air and get a little bit of feeling back. Nottinghamshire 1, Yorkshire 1. Andy Eason, Dave, the JPL, he says, 1:55 p.m. start on BBC Two. The anticipation of which game would be on that day. Peter Walker presenting, Jim Laker, John Arlott on commentary. The only thing that can beat the anticipation was who was to come out of the musical box on Camberwick Green.
Windy Miller.
Yeah,
if I was a betting man, I'd have had a couple of quid on Windy Miller each time. He must have beaten the law of averages there, as Moriarty slides one through quicker past the leaving Jack Haynes. There is no run. Still with that interesting field. Jack White is getting loose because the second new ball can be taken in 11 more deliveries, if so desired by Yorkshire.
First Sunday League started in '69. I think it was just called the Players County League in '69.
Here's Moriarty again. Haynes works it back at a square leg to White. 1 run.
But the year before, sort of a prelude to it, and to get television covering BBC Two cricket on a Sunday afternoon, they had a thing called the International Cavaliers. They went round all the 17 counties over the 17 Sundays in the summer on a Sunday afternoon, and that really was a case of who was in the country would get a game for the International Cavaliers.
Kishan running one down to third man. White, who'd been sent out to the boundary, has got to get himself warmed up again. The heart will be pumping a little bit as he gets ready to come on and bowl again. They get 2 there.
Sort of a guest 11, a world 11. Whoever was in the country would get a game of cricket and, against the counties, and proved very popular. And then obviously the Sunday League followed the year after, beginning 1969.
There's something in Kishan's the latest do.
Yeah.
They stop there. There's something that catches their eye at that far end, isn't there?
Yeah. And he comes again, and that's defended. Just wondering, I mean, looking at the angle he's on, where would it be? There is, right at the very top left-hand corner, there's a solo piece of whatever it is, tarpaulin, cloth, something like that does keep flapping about a bit more than the rest, so maybe it's
true.
that. Moriarty's in, and that's defended into the offside by Kishan, who's 25 off 21, so a bit of swash and buckle here. This little spell.
Of course, this was the ground where, when the pavilion, before redevelopment, there was all the seats. People would actually sit behind the bowler's arm.
Moriarty in and Kishan defends. No run to complete that over at 2:53 for 4.
Sometimes there'd be a right old argument if somebody was asked to cover up a red shirt or sweater or red
Or-
overcoat or whatever.
Or put a shirt on.
Oh, indeed. Indeed. Those of you watching the live stream, the views from the other end. We're in the middle there somewhere. Give him a wave. Can't quite see us.
That's intentional, Dave.
It is, yeah. Our camera crew today, Spencer's out there, Lee and Ella. We've got the static camera, Wilson, at the far end, and we've got Barney as well.
Have you named a camera there, have you?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you can see the flappy one there. Just
And
above
you've
the
called it
tunnel
Wilson.
overlook.
Is that
That's called
after the film? The
Castaway.
ball,
the
yeah, the
Tom,
cast, yeah.
That's Aaron in the production office. That's his baby.
Mm-hmm.
And Lewis is on replays today.
Is this the or me?
Go ahead.
253 for 4. Haynes is on 18, and it's Hill to bowl again. Now, he versus Kishan was an interesting battle, but this is Hill versus Haynes now. 35 runs, 4 maidens from his 9 overs for George Hill. In he comes, bowls into the pads, LBW, and out! Haynes has gone, LBW for 18. Looked a good shout from here. That's 5 down. 253 for 5. And Hill has a wicket in his 10th over. He's delighted with that, because I say it was a bit of a hard one for him up against Kishan the previous over, but he's got rid of Haynes anyway. He's on his way. 61 minutes, 60 balls, 1-4 for Jack Haynes. And Knott's at 253 for 5.
And there's never a good time to lose a wicket. There's always a great time to take a wicket for the fielding side, but to get one in the 80th over as well, with that potential second new ball to follow, that's a brilliant bit of timing for Yorkshire. Yeah, it's one that I think a review might have been a waste of time had there been such a thing available in County Championship cricket. We've got Ishan Kishan just receiving a drink from Conor McCurr, who's gone out there with it. Jack Haynes trudges off.
Another trudger.
Yep, having made 18. There's not many that rush off.
No, I suppose, but sometimes there is a look, and certainly
Yeah.
Ben had it earlier of, oh, why? There's an interesting photograph actually that's going to be doing the rounds already is of Harry Brook up at Leeds on his dismissal for 99, and he's got his gloves over his face and bent over almost backwards in disbelief. And he's out for 99. I haven't seen the dismissal, but that photograph you'll see plenty of.
His dad might have promised him a bit of extra pocket money if he got 100 in a home game, you see.
Oh, I see. It looked as if it was more than just money that was upsetting him.
And I know everybody talks about the Lord's
Slope?
board of honour and all the rest of it in the changing rooms. I mean, there's one here somewhere. There was one here in the old pavilion.
Well, I can tell you where it is.
I would imagine there's one in every ground somewhere. Well, where's the one here? Have you got it?
No, I think it's behind the bar down on the ground level.
You've been asked to look after it.
Yeah, well, I hope not. That's where I saw it. I saw it there pre-T20, where they had to move the T20 or not. I don't know. Nice and dry there.
Yeah, Mark the Mod's been in touch yet. Remember the John Player League days at Trent Bridge, Dave, when Pa's Tree was still standing and the women's pavilion where you could get your tea and your cake. On no account step beyond the threshold, though. Yep, that's right. Mark the Mod.
So this is Hill now to Lyndon James, who's the new batter in, and forward to that one. That's another good delivery. Firing them in, but there's just that little bit of, I don't know, how do you describe it, Dodgy, where it sort of just almost stops on itself, just a little bit floaty, just as it goes in there.
Yeah, I said earlier this morning, I think that pitch-wise, it's no bag of snakes or anything, but we know it's used, and I think if anything it might just be up and down as this match goes on.
James faces his second ball. That's a little bit shorter from Hill to him into the offside. No run.
I think if you come up with 350 plus, you've got, you're well in the game.
That would be a nightmare, a bag of snakes.
A good point, Dave.
Yeah,
what are you doing now, Dodgy? You've given him nightmares.
Oh, yeah.
Bag of snakes.
Or about Midsummer Night's Dream earlier. That would be the one. Midsummer.
This is a nightmare.
Oh dear.
Did you do much Shakespeare at school?
Not a
He
snake
did an
phrase.
awful lot. So those trips to York.
School.
James on naught. Ooh, slices at that. That went out into the offside. I don't think he knew a great deal about that. He took one hand off the bat handle, but 253 for 5. Well done to Jack Morley, of Derbyshire. 6 for 55 from 18.2 overs away to Gloucestershire. Second innings, Gloucestershire all out for 187. Second division, not second innings. Second division, Gloucestershire 187 all out. Derbyshire 13 for no wicket in reply there. Hill again, just trying to vary the length a little here at the moment. That one is pushed back past Hill by James. Surrey have this is Division 1. Surrey have begun their reply to Worcestershire's 209 all out. Surrey are 4 for no wicket. I think it was over on Sports Extra. I was talking about how many bowlers they got through today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bowlers they used, of which Matthew Fisher picked up 3 for 34 for Surrey. Hill bowls and full and punch straight back up the pitch. There will be no run. Santner got through 15 overs, 1 for 38. Clark picked up 3 wickets as well. Jordan Clark 3 for 38.
Second new ball time or not? What are we doing? What are we doing, do you think?
Well, taking.
There's Wilson, look on the live stream.
Hello, Wilson. Has Wilson got a smiley face on it somewhere? No? That was a bit of a cult film, that, wasn't it? The old Castaway with Tom Hanks. Well, so stuck there all on its own in the building site.
Yeah. Who's this coming on?
This is Jack White with a new ball.
No, coming on. Is that Ben Code?
Oh, it is Ben Code, yeah.
They brought him on to take the second new ball by the looks of it.
I think that's just been announced, hasn't it? Confirmed there.
Yeah. There'll be an extra box up here. There we are, up on the screen on the right-hand side. Beneath overs, it says ball age.
Oh, it does as well. Yeah. Oh, glorious sunshine as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I've only got an hour's worth of cricket left in the day. 16 overs to go. Trent Bridge.
How often does that happen? We have 32 in the morning session and 32 in the afternoon like that. Not often.
Do you know what? There'll be 32 in the last one as well.
Well, could be more.
I was going to say, just to disprove the point, but it was at the time that was a fair call from the girdler. It'd make me chuckle.
It won't. It's 5:15. There's Jack White then, in to bowl to Ishan Kishan, wearing number 32. And first ball with this hard new cherries played up to mid-on by the left-hander. There's no run. Johnny Bairstow coming all the way down to chat to Will O'Rourke. Maybe he'd forgotten to just tell Will O'Rourke, you will be bowling the next over, mate. 2 slips. Hill at first, Adam Lythe at second. Finley Bean in the gully. A few hundred yards away from where he got his 400 against not seconds 3 or 4 years ago. Next ball beats Ishan Kishan on the inside and takes a good stop from Johnny Bairstow to prevent it swinging away from him for byes. Poor old outfield looking very dry. That will have welcomed the little bit of drizzle we had during the luncheon interval. Caused the afternoon session to be delayed by about 15 minutes.
And it all kicked off for a short time then, didn't it? Half an hour, 45 minutes after that lunch break.
Seba Mead falling 2 balls after the restart. Here's Jack White, who got that wicket. Bowls now, and Kishan plays this with soft hands down into the gully. Diving stop from Finley Bean.
Jofra Archer's faced 1 ball, everybody with a bat.
Has he?
Yes.
Hold the back page.
Yes.
Has he hurt himself?
No.
I wonder what his pay per delivery for England is.
Well,
his centrally contracted career.
There's a lot of attention on the lad. This summer, next winter in the
253 for 5. Next ball is just cut away, square of the wicket on the offside by Kishan. Moves on to 26, run a ball 26. So his first experience of county championship cricket going reasonably well thus far. Tell you what, he's got some nice touches on the footy pitch as well. Watching him this morning, it's not too often that too many from the subcontinent come across and any good with a footy. Same with the South Africans. I know I'm generalising, but a lot of them don't like the pre-match footy, but he was certainly heavily involved this morning in the kickabout. Ishi, they were all calling him, understandably. Lyndon James on strike, yet to score. This one thuds into the pads of the former Oakham School pupil.
Could have been Kishy.
Could have been.
I mean, if it's the handsome men thing, who knows? It might have been Dishy.
He had a little fishy when the boat comes in.
I think I might
bet
need
you
to
are
explain it.
wishing I'd not started this.
I think I might have to do a bit of explaining there to our audience in India. About 1970s BBC One programmes.
90 this week, James Bolam. Next ball is past the outside edge and through to the wicket keeper, Johnny Bairstow.
Is he 90?
Yeah.
God dear
I
me.
think it was yesterday, was it? Okay, well,
He's big into his birthdays, is the girdler.
254 for 5, end of the over.
He used to be in a programme that was filmed about less than a mile from where I currently reside. The Abbey Dales up there near Kirksall Forge.
I thought you were going to say the
It was
Omni
on
Gyratory there.
Beiderbecke Fair, do you remember that? That was
Yeah.
the house that they lived in was in one of those houses.
Oh, okay.
YTV series of the past.
A lot. I mean, you're talking about Nottingham there for the TV shows. A lot of filming done in Leeds, isn't there? Touch of Frost was one of my favourite. They used to pop up every 5 minutes all around Headingley, didn't they? Touch of Frost.
Yeah.
Quite disruptive.
Yeah, it's not on really, was it?
A bit longer than that, actually. 16th of June, he was 90. Born in Sunderland.
Sunderland. Right. Good series, that. One of the first I remember. Whatever happened to the Likely Lads. Here's George Hill. Is it me?
Yeah.
Okay. And the first delivery with an open face, he's played down to third man. Ben Code is on the field and returning that from in the deep at third man. They get 2.
Of course, the original series was the Likely Lads, and was it?
Well, you two would remember that, but
Yeah,
before my time.
yeah.
We're the same age, George. Don't do that to me. You're not going to get away with that.
I mean, Terry joined the army, didn't he? And then, no, hang on, Bob joined the
We
army.
just don't look it.
Bob joined the army, and Terry thought he'd miss him.
Yeah, Hill in, and that's defended by Kisha.
No, the other way around. Terry joined the army. Bob thought he'd miss him.
Got married
And then
To Thelma.
to Thelma.
And then Ferris first of all got kicked out the army with flat feet on day 1, and Terry had joined up, and he had to serve his
Time.
yeah.
So was it Likely Lads, and then whatever happened to the Likely
Yes,
Lads?
yeah.
That was the
3 or 4 years
colour, the
later.
colour version, wasn't it?
Yeah.
As Hill's in, that's turned round the corner by Kishan. There's a couple of yelps from the slip cordon, but there was definitely wood involved there, chaps, and 1 run.
So who?
Oh no,
played-
there wasn't wood involved. Well, dear me, it sounded very woody to me, but no. Russell Lawrence says it's a leg by.
So your starter for 10 here, who played Thelma, and your starter for
Bridget
20.
Forsyth. Bridget Forsyth.
Right, and who played Bridget Forsyth's dad?
If I could remember, was it
I can't even picture him.
Terence Rigg? You're
You're making it up, George.
Terence, as George Hill bowls again, it's full, turned round the corner down to long leg by Lyndon James for 2. Ben Code returning it.
Was it not? God,
You
name's
boys.
completely gone. But was it not him who played Compo?
Below him.
Was it Bill? Oh, was it Bill Owen?
I think it was Bill Owen. Anyway,
Okay.
2:59 for 5. Not like us to disappear down a rabbit.
No, we've not gone off at any tangent there whatsoever. We've been northeast, we've been Kirksall Forge, and George Hill is now bowling to Lyndon James back here in Nottingham.
He's not wrong, you know.
Dot ball.
He's not
Was
wrong.
it?
Yeah, George Chambers, Thelma's father. Mind you, Joan Hickson
Yeah.
in Series 1 was the mum. Now, of course, you went on to be Miss Marple.
Well, I never did. And then there was the famous football episode with Brian Glover in it. On the,
Don't tell
don't
him
tell
the
him the
score.
score, yeah.
Bulgaria, wasn't it?
Yeah.
shot.
So that is, whoa, beautiful shot by Lyndon James. Wide of David Milan. And George just over pitching slightly. Interesting that George has taken the second new ball here and not Will O'Rourke. 263 for 5 at the end of the over. George with 1 for 43 from 11 overs, 5 of which have been maidens.
Brian Glover, wasn't he in Kes?
He was.
And wasn't he also a professional wrestler?
Bobby Charlton, yeah.
Yeah.
And what was his wrestling name?
Oh dear, well that'd be one for you. You were into your wrestling.
Not really.
I thought you were Saturday lunchtime with all the sport. I thought it was your bag.
Leon Aris, his name was. He was a wrestler.
Not the most
Brian
exciting.
Glover? No.
Not as exciting as Giant Haystacks or Big Daddy.
No. Well, maybe that was his real name and Brian Glover was his screen name.
Right.
I'm not sure which, but anyhow.
I don't know why, but I recently saw a very brief part of an interview with Giant Haystacks where he was telling an interviewer that it wasn't all play acting and it was the real deal.
Here's Jack White bowling to Ishan Kishan. This is pushed back to the bowler.
Anyway, as much as this is very good for a Sunday afternoon, all our yesterdays, Sussex at 267 for 8, away to Durham. Coles is on 90. Oh, I can't look at that. There's another one in the 90s. 96 not out. Archer's not out 4 or 4. Ben Slater then, 7 half centuries this championship.
Yeah.
No 100.
No.
We've just been brought back to earth. Brace, I think that was the equivalent of Kevin looking over the top of his glasses.
No,
from
he
behind his
wasn't.
desk.
Stop doing that.
Jack White in, and this is turned to leg by Kishan for a single. You just mentioned Giant Haystacks. What was his real name?
I don't know. Big Daddy was Shirley Crabtree.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yorkshireman. Yeah. I can't think.
Meantime, I'm not. It is a cricket programme, so forgive me. But Essex 255 for 6. So I'm not being funny about anything. Always another one in the 90s. This time it's Allison, 92 not out for Essex. Charlie Allison. Called him Ben earlier. That's his brother.
Yeah, Jack White in, bowls, and this is pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. They played each other, didn't they, just before the blast started, Worcestershire and Essex, and didn't they get each other out in the space of a very short time, I think?
One got the other. Farhan and Rihan apparently were bowling to each other in the garden ahead of their T20 game the other day.
Is that right?
Yeah. But I just think they played out their own version of the game before. I wonder who won that one.
Yes, he looked pretty good the other night, Rian Ahmed. Kevin was at Grace Road watching that one alongside me, or in the next box. This is tickled away by Lyndon James. Martin Ruan, by the way, was Giant Haystack's real name. 265 for 5.
Every day is a school day. Tom Kohler-Cadmore made 104. Josh Davey 64. And they were out in the space of 3 overs, the opening pair. Now Lammerby on 30, James Rue on 23, Somerset 243 for 2 away to Warwickshire.
Did you seriously like wrestling?
No, not particularly.
Oh, at a young age. It was fine. It's Saturday lunchtime. Anyway, back to the cricket. Who's on here?
Here's White in bowls. This is turned on the leg side. It was taken a few times. Grove Sports Centre in Newark used to have one on a Saturday night once a month. Just
something to do.
Yeah, essentially, just something to do.
Was it
265. Well, I tell you
Ken
what,
Walton, was it, the commentator?
Yeah, Ken Walton, yeah. You generally go swimming on a Saturday night at Grove Sports Centre, but you couldn't when the wrestling was on.
No, that's a blow.
Wrestling.
Yeah. Swimming or wrestling?
Well,
It might have been a bit more exciting if they did the wrestling in the swimming pool, really.
It wasn't supposed to be exciting. It was just silliness.
Kishan has 29. The left-hander faces now pushed confidently into the offside, and there's no run. There's not an awful lot that's not come out of the middle of his bat so far. Ishan Kishan, 29 not out from 33 balls, not 265 for 5. We've had 83 overs. We've got 13 left in the day.
Middlesex 351 for 8. They were 33 for 3 at one point today. They're away to Northamptonshire. half century. Oh, there's another one in the 90s. I wish I wasn't looking at this. Holman's on 51. Joe Cracknell on 94, not out. Oh, I got to look away. That's 3 I've just said in the 90s. Will they go on? Today has been a day of some getting out in the 90s.
The curse of the 90s.
The curse of the 90s. Glamorgan 274 for 4 away to Leicestershire. Asa Tribe, he wasn't out in the 90s. He was out for 107. It's his maiden championship century. From what I'm hearing, he's an immense talent.
Yeah, so he gets a few runs, that lad.
Hill bowls. Oh, uppish but safe out towards Milan, who's fielding here at mid-on. I think a little bit of audio description there from George about how close that might have been. If you did pick it up, and my hearing tells me that we're sorry if you did hear that, but there we go. He thought he might have had a chance of a wicket there. And he comes in now to James on 6. Next ball. Oh, that's mightily close. There's every chance he could swear again, but thankfully he doesn't. That's past the off stump, taken low down by the keeper. 265 for 5. Hill's in his 12th over. He has got a wicket. 1 for 43. 5 maidens. The wicket of Kent. 203 from Kent Spitfires in the T20 last week. That's good going, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 openers.
Yep. Bill Drummond and Mie. Next ball into the body of James. Where's that ended up? Oh, out there towards backward point.
To Wenda Maye, Luke Fletcher's last first-class victim. Or last first-class wicket.
Victim. Sorry, 11 for no wicket. Worcestershire all out for 209. No major changes elsewhere. As we see James on 6. Next ball. It's quite an expansive lead from James through to the keeper. We have got, what, 12 overs remaining today, 12.2 overs on an opening day. We're back at it again, a bit of championship cricket. We were talking about days of the week to start, and I genuinely would just like to say that in many ways, in the nicest possible way, I don't care. But what really I love about the start of the season is when every match started on the same day. That, for me, is the important thing. Thursday through to Sunday, wasn't it? I've already forgotten. No, it was. Was it that? It was. This one's into the offside. It was. No. Friday to Monday. I've already forgotten. But whatever day it was, it always started the same each week. And for me, if we could get some sort of schedule that was similar to that for the entirety. I mean, it gets really stupid in September, doesn't it? When we move, we've got all sorts of starting days there. It doesn't help. 265 for 5. Hill bowls, and again punched into the offside, and no run there at extra cover. So Kishan remains on 29, and James on 6. Nottinghamshire 265 for 5.
Yeah, we've got a Wednesday start in September, which in the football season makes no sense whatsoever. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Your 4th day is Saturday. People can't, they can't plan to go to the cricket for the 4th day until literally the day before, because you don't know if you're going to get much cricket. You're competing on that Saturday with football by then. The season's up and running. You either go full hog and make it either a Friday or a Saturday start, so people are guaranteed some weekend cricket. But I don't know. I don't think a Wednesday suits in any way whatsoever. But if it is a massive day of cricket, it's just going to get absorbed in all the football headlines.
Swallowed up.
It's White again from the far end. Kishan has been quiet for a moment or two, pushes us into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, last year finished on a Sunday. I mean, for me, I'd be thinking Thursday to Sunday. Most matches you guaranteed a day 3, so you were going. You might be seeing the end of a match on a Saturday, or you get a good day's play on a weekend day. But I also got to say that we've seen Friday to Monday games this year quite a lot, and weekend crowds are worse than they are on Fridays.
Oh, that's long been the case,
265 for 5, White round the wicket bowls, and push back to the bowler. Of course, the commercial and marketing side, they're looking to fill all the hospitality rooms, aren't they? They want the companies in, so they like a little bit of midweek cricket. But it's like we said earlier, it's a fine balance. You can't please everybody. That really is one of the cases where you can't please everybody. The first 7 matches were consistent with their start dates. But you say you're happy with that? Every game,
Yeah.
Division 1 and Division 2 starting
You know when
on
they're
the
going to
same
start.
day.
Yeah.
This next one is pushed into the offside. You mean week after week after week after
Yeah.
week, not each particular round. You wouldn't like in a particular round to have a game or 2 start on a Wednesday, a game or 2 on a Thursday, and a game.
No, I'm talking about each
yeah.
round. They all start on the same day as the previous week and the week before that, and the week before that. Yeah, throughout. So you know, start date. Oh, it's. I don't know. It's a Tuesday. Therefore, let's see who's playing who on the. You know, the round. So, I think Tuesday to Friday is okay, but I would because I get paid to cover it, so that's fine.
Yeah, well, I'm the same, but I'm very selfishly disappointed when I've got a day off and there's no cricket on.
And the reason for that is because I know that you get more coverage then when it's Tuesday to Friday.
Here comes Kishan dancing down the track towards Jack White. He's got hold of that one. You probably heard a nice thwack off the middle of the bat. He's got a good bit of wood there. Ishan Kishan 4 down towards the Batman board, and it's 269 for 5, and the debutant is already on to 33.
Ben Crossland just confirming what we probably all knew, that Big Daddy's nephew is Earl Crabtree, wonderful servant at Huddersfield Giants Rugby League Club.
It's his nephew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I thought you'd have known that. I've done an odd commentary with Earl. Nice chap.
I haven't heard all your work,
played for
Dodgy. I
England.
try and listen to most of what you do.
Played
But
for England at prop forward.
Jack White in to bowl. Kishan turns it onto the leg side and gets a single. It's irrelevant what I was laughing at then because it's now out of sight, but I thought there was a pigeon in distress, and it was a black carrier bag that was just suddenly whooshed up into the air by obviously a gust of wind, and I thought it was a pigeon in distress. It very much took the same silhouette just away to our right, but it's gone, it's disappeared. 270 for 5. Kishan on 34. Lyndon James very much, I'm sure, will have been enjoying 1 or 2 shots that he's observed from the other end. Now on strike, the tall right-hander as White bowls to him, and straight bat back to Jack White, makes as if to throw it down to Bairstow and then doesn't. Nice day's cricket. We should be mob-handed tomorrow as well.
Oh,
we've got
what's happening, Dave? Oh, Jonathan's bringing a friend.
yes, we've got
Is it bring a friend day tomorrow?
Recruitment tomorrow. We enjoyed our little chat with our Australian correspondent a little earlier on. Josie coming and joining us, telling us all about the Aboriginal 11 that came in 1868. 3 months on a boat from Australia, played 44 games of cricket, and then 3 months back to Australia.
And didn't get paid a penny for it.
No.
I wanted to talk a little bit about that game where he had to. Someone was throwing a cricket ball at him, and he managed to fend it off with some shield. But that sounds a bit brutal.
This might be brutal. Will O'Rourke to Ishan Kishan.
And he's around the wicket in bowls, and that's again driven, but sliced and driven, but it's out there towards backward point on the boundary, deep, and that boundary just inside. So that's another single, and Kishan moves up to 35, 271 for 5. I shall leave the commentary box at the end of this so that you boys can thoughtfully look back at the day. And some of your highlights, some of your lowlights.
It's a bit too.
You got 10 overs.
Too long to go.
Oh, you don't want to be left with them for 10 overs. Shall I stay for another over after that?
If you go with about an over left, then we can probably sum up the day during the last 6 deliveries.
No. James is on 6.
We'll miss you as well. We want you here.
O'Rourke is in his 12th over. 3 maidens, 1 for 52. 2 slips. This is the 6th over of this second new ball. It's in and fairly short, pushed into the offside, no run from James. He's still on 6.
Before you leave us, whenever you leave us, do you agree that it would have been Nottinghamshire's morning session, and I've got the afternoon 100 for 3, a split session. Would that be about fair? I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, so you're going on the three wickets and 100 runs, and that's what everybody's after.
A split session.
Yeah.
Because, as the game wears on, we'll have, have Notts won 2 back-to-back sessions, have Yorkshire won a set, or whatever it may be. You just like to, have it all set up, see where we are.
Yorkies are stuck at it. O'Rourke bowls and goes deep into his crease and pushes into the offside James.
Tony Sweeney has messaged in on X saying, I'd say we're even Stevens, just about. A couple more wickets would be nice, but the ball doesn't seem to have done a lot.
Couple more wickets, who are you giving it to then? You give it to the Yorkies. Couple of wickets.
I think Tony will be by the sound of it. Yeah.
So what was the T score? 196 for 3, so we're 75 for 2 since T. Can it be even Stevens? Still
the billowing shirt of O'Rourke as he comes in and bowls and shoulders arms to Lyndon James. He's a tall lad, Lyndon. So when he lifts that bat out of the way, sets quite the figure. Through to the keeper.
I suppose you can take the day as a whole as being fairly even though Notts, by virtue of it being 90 without loss, won the morning session.
Turns again. He's bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Here's Will O'Rourke. He's taken 1 wicket. He's looking for a second for himself, a 6th of the innings if they can find one. That's very short. That's fired past him. It didn't really trouble James, actually, in fairness. It's been given as a wide by the umpire.
By the same umpire at this end, Russell Warren, who didn't call it 5 wides right at the start of the day, second over of the day, or second or third over from this end of the day. Thought that was a little harsh on Johnny Bairstow, that early one.
Johnny may have mentioned it, and perhaps I'm thinking of the umpire now. O'Rourke, 2 balls left of the over. Bowls, and again has to fend it off there. James.
But in the team interest, he was better off conceding 4 runs rather than 5, which it would have been if they were called for wides.
Yes. So 1 ball left of this over, then 10 remaining for my colleagues to do a deep dive into the day.
Deep dive will be in volume 3 by the end of the 7th.
I'm going to say, so what we're going to talk about when he's gone?
What you were all watching on grandstand when the rest of us were watching wrestling.
Mick McManus.
Football Focus, probably. Next ball, and again just past the off stump through to the keeper. To complete that overall, this is some build-up to the last 10 overs, lads. Make it sing. Nottinghamshire 272 for 5. James on 6. Kishan on 35. O'Rourke has bowled 12 overs. 3 maidens, 1 for 53. Don't hold back, Doidge. Just.
And then after the defensive push in the 4th ball of the 15th over, I thought it was particularly interesting.
This is going to be good stuff. I'm going to go next door to just take a few notes.
Yeah, I know it's your snooze time. So how did a simple Yorkshire lad get involved in horse racing? 272 for 5.
That reminds me of the James Bond film. From Russia with Love, where the guy who's his contact in Istanbul, they've captured somebody and they've stuffed the handkerchief in his mouth and tied him up to a chair, and he lights up a cigar and says, "I've led a particularly interesting life," and off he goes as White is in and bowling then to Kishan, who runs that one out to Matthew Revis for a single. A shout out for the Kohler Cadmores, by the way. Mick Cadmore, who's not really one to blow the trumpet of his boys, but he's put a message up on Facebook. Tom's got 100 today. Well done, TKC, for Somerset against Warwickshire. And Ben, brother Ben, who's I don't know if you've ever played a first-class match, Ben, but he's certainly played against Yorkshire for Cheshire in one of the 50-over warm-up games. He got 105 for his club. Hoyland Swain against Honley up there in the Huddersfield League, which is one of the Premier Leagues now in Yorkshire this season. So well done to the TKC and BKC this weekend, or today. And that's James facing White, dropped out into the offside there, scurried through for 1.
I'm delighted for TKC, as long as he doesn't get one next week when we'll make the trek down to Taunton. 274 for 5.
I'm thinking about booking a holiday, Bryce, because we go Taunton one week and then Hove the next.
Oh, very nice.
What's the point in coming back, really?
None. No. Got to do it.
In September, that is. The 1st and 2nd September fixtures, and then back at Headingley for Durham to finish things off. Here's White round the wicket to Kishan, who's across and punching into the offside for Besterfield. No run.
With the wettest September on record, if you do.
yeah, you can see that, can't you, after such a good first half to the season this time around. 10:30 starts, of course, isn't it, September as well. And often early finishes because of light or lack of it.
That'd be nice. Hove to end the season. Fabulous.
Here comes Jack White with that Hendrick-like run-up, and it's flicked off the legs by Kishan. Will O'Rourke round to field. He's got through a bit of work in the field today as well. One of those players that the ball's picked out quite a lot. 1 run. 275 for 5, 9.2 overs to dissect the day. Well, I think let's dissect it by saying Nottinghamshire won the first session. Fairly even second. And we've still got 9 overs to decide, really, who's won this one. 2 wickets fallen in this session so far. Lyndon James on strike is on 7 as the sun gets brighter. At least the scene does out there. Finlay Bean running round from point to field this latest push out in that general direction. They've still got 2 slips in place here, Yorkshire, because still a relatively new ball, still pressing. If they did have a really good last 9 overs, a couple more wickets maybe.
Yes, this is going to take 2 or 3 days to unravel, really, as to how important winning the toss was, how important batting first was. How decent a score Notts have managed to put on the board in the first innings.
As White's over the wicket, and that's punched square on the offside by James for a single. Finlay Bean doing the fielding. So 9 overs to go in the day, 276 for 5, James on 8, and we'll keep the strike, and Kishan on 37.
Yes, I think Yorkshire would like to make 1 or 2 strikes before the close tonight. It might feel like it's been a long old day, should they get back to the hotel, and still with the realisation that they will need 5 more wickets when they come back tomorrow, and Kishan might still be there. Certainly like to get amongst and into the lower order. Still to come, Liam Patterson-White, who's had a first-class 100 this season, and then the 3 principal out-and-out bowlers, Farhan Ahmed, Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas. Assuming that would be the order in which they'd bat. O'Rourke just waiting for Harry Duke to be brought over from the offside where he was, and he's gone in at fairly deepish leg gully just for that little tickle round the corner for Lyndon James, who's on strike now, and just plays O'Rourke from the crease out into the covers, and there's no run. 276 for 5. Steve Crawley says Harry Duke's got his steps in for today, Dave, and probably tomorrow. He's been running up and down those stairs like Mr. Hudson from upstairs downstairs. They are a demanding lot in Yorkshire. Thank you, Steve. And if you're watching on the live stream, or you're here in the ground and you've observed it, but clearly Harry Duke's been on and off and on and off. Plenty of times today. There's O'Rourke in again, turned away by Lyndon James, and there is Harry Duke doing the fielding. Kept wicket when Notts visited Headingley, whenever it was, end of last month, for that championship game. 277 for 5. Johnny Bairstow not there, away in the IPL. So Duke was he's getting moved about. He's just gone to take the fielding position that he was in, but of course now it's a left-hander on the strike, so he's just been dispatched down to long legs. And just to back up Steve, he's getting even more steps in. There's O'Rourke into Kishan, a bouncer, which Kishan has to do a little bit of limbo dancing to avoid getting one on the end of the nose. Sharp delivery from O'Rourke.
Yeah. And if you noticed, with that wicket he took earlier on of Freddie McCann, he'd been pulled, hadn't he, down to the final leg boundary. When I watched it back, he got a 4 off the pull shot, and then the ball that got him out was significantly quicker. He really let that one rip, did O'Rourke.
Yeah.
It was on McCann much more quickly. It was a bit like the Andy Roberts slow bouncer and then proper bouncer.
Comes in again and bowls, and Kishan, like all great players, seems to have a lot of time. Cuts this out into the offside. Was ambling 1, then thought for a second there might be 2, but realised that there wasn't. Kishan on to 38, 278 for 5. 2 wickets for Dan Moriarty. A couple apiece to the out-and-out pace men, White and O'Rourke, and also a wicket to Division 1's leading wicket taker, so no surprise there, George Hill. Me Georges and me Jacks. O'Rourke bowls, lovely shot from Lyndon James, but it's picked out. Dominic Bess on the offside. That sounded good off the bat, but in the end it didn't particularly run away with any great pace or direction.
Jack Hill, mention of that name. He was a stalwart of the Bowling Old Lane Cricket Club in the Bradford League back in the day. Any Bradford League long-term listeners would know the name. Great bloke, Jack.
278 for 5. Given his all today, O'Rourke. Bouncer down the leg side. Lyndon James got back, gloves, body out of the way of that one. It is the end of the over. We've got probably half an hour's cricket left. 8 overs to go. 278 for 5. 10 to 6 now, so maybe half an hour. Dominic Bess with his arm round Will O'Rourke there. Whether he's just got the word that's the end of his spell, or maybe he's just feeling a little disgruntled with life, I'm not sure, but good from Dom Bess, whatever it was, just to come and have a consoling arm round the Kiwi and a word in his ear. And it is going to be one of the Hill family anyway from the far end. It's George.
Yeah, his Uncle Jack's just having a breather. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 43 for George. An over off his bowling today. Kookaburra ball might have something to do with that. He's very wide on the crease, bowling to Kishan, who's going to take on Harry Duke, or Lyndon James is rather, running to the danger end, and Harry misses.
We're sure there's only one Harry Duke out there.
There's only one Harry Duke. Yeah.
He's making up for the absence of a Duke ball in the game.
I'm sure he'd want to be in the 11, but he just loves being out there. He's just got a kind of natural enthusiasm about him, hasn't he? And he's at shortish mid-wicket in a catching position, really, as Revis is brought in from the square boundary a little bit more centrally at a more orthodox mid-wicket. Still the 2 slips. And in comes George and bowls it now. That's lofted into the offside over the top of Finlay Bean, an extra cover. O'Rourke giving chase. He's going to get there and flick that one back in, and they get back for 2.
It's great commitment, isn't it? Absolutely great commitment. I like everything about Will O'Rourke. He's running all day long and tried to bowl as quickly as he could, but he's not shirked anything in the field.
No, I think I said 2 there, but it was 3, of course. James playing the shot. Field changes, still the 2 slips to the left-handed Kishan.
It'll never happen, of course, but just wonder how an Englishman would go and fare straight away on debut in the Indian first-class system.
Yeah, Kishan working one off the hip down to the incoming Moriarty from fine leg, 1 run.
Because he's just gone out there and looked at home. I'm not sure how much experience he's had of playing cricket in England. I think we just naturally assume that the just be able to fly in and perform. Alien conditions, but he's not very much at home, hasn't he? 40 already.
Yeah, 40 off 46. Untroubled. Hill in, driven by Lyndon James, straight to Finlay Bean. Almost a replica of the shot he played earlier in the over, and it looked as though George was bowling for that. He didn't quite nail it with that shot earlier on that James lofted over the top of Finlay Bean, but this time he hit it straight to him. And Finlay Bean has got a very good pair of hands. 283 for 6. Lyndon James gone for 12 off 33 deliveries, including that one boundary. 283 for 6.
You're spot on. One earlier in the over was in the air. That one to the right of Finlay Bean, but this one straight to him. And Yorkshire get their second bowling bonus point. Not 6 down, 283 for 6. Just seeing it on the replay, and it's a good contact, but straight to the fielder. Nicely pouched. 283 for 6. Meanwhile, Derek Daniels, hi Dave, from a long-suffering Yorkshire lad. That catch by Matt Revis was worth the admission fee alone. Nice day in the sun here with Mrs D. Keep going Yorkshire, we never give in. And they don't. Thank you, Daniel. Derek Daniels, presumably here in the ground, having a nice day in the sun with Mrs D. LPW on his way out to the middle, Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, I should think George will get as much satisfaction out of that wicket as any he's taken this season, because when you set the trap and you get it right, and he just hit it straight to the man. That sort of planning aspect of it, you're obviously delighted. He's got 2 for 48 against his name now. The pick of the season with the ball for Yorkshire. And he's got 2 deliveries left in this over at LPW, who of course had his own say in proceedings up at Headingley just a few weeks ago. In that particular match with the bat, he made 4 in the first, in fact 4 in both innings. It was with the ball that he had a bit more of a say, as George bowling to him now, and that's dropped down to gully, where Finlay Bean is again the fielder. LPW with the ball, 3 for 40 off 30 in the Yorkshire second innings. As Nottinghamshire went on to win that reverse fixture by 163 runs.
Yes, has had 100 this season, his second first class 100. Got one down at Taunton, got one this year at home to Hampshire.
And again, big appeal for LBW, not given by Steve O'Shaughnessy. Everybody up for that, but it didn't they were all up, but they didn't linger, did they, after it was a not out, so it feels more hopeful when you get that reaction rather than confident. So 89 overs in, 7 to go today, 283 for 6, Kishan 40, Patterson-White yet to get off the mark.
Good stuff from George Hill, 2 for 48 now from 13 overs.
It's not a bad he's hitting, isn't he, but he's pitched outside the outside leg stump.
So, yeah. There'll be a little bit more of Moriarty, maybe because there's a new player out there, but also maybe because Johnny Bairstow really wants to get Kishan out tonight. He's got to 40 without too much difficulty. I wouldn't want to see him bat deep into the second day. Could have quite a sizable score if he's at the crease for any length of time. So there's still 2 slips. There's a third man. There's a fielder on the point boundary as well, as this is cut away down to the man at third. Kishan on to 41, 284 for 6. Thanks to Kevin Howells for his company today. With us, you never really know with Kevin, do you? You'll see him and you'll imagine he's going to be there for the entire game, and then he'll be whisked away to some far-flung place to to follow the story. Johnny Bairstow's come all the way down here to chat to O'Rourke about the field for Liam Patterson-White. Don't know exactly what sort of intel he'll have on the recent arrival, but it's clearly a message he wanted to get across to Will O'Rourke. He's run all the way down from the far end and he's having a little bit of a pedestrian stroll all the way back, but he's got the field setting that, well, no, I'm going to say he's got the field setting that he wants, but there's one or two more being switched around. There's 2 slips, a gully, a point, an extra cover on the offside, and man to leg gully as Patterson-White plays this up to mid-on. There's a mid-wicket and there's a long leg as well, 4 on the leg side. 284 for 6. A day that began with Johnny Bairstow, the visiting skipper, calling incorrectly. Hasib Hamid, the Notts captain, opting to bat. Oh, there's a couple more being moved about. Opting to bat first. Notts were 90 without loss at lunch. Good start for Hamid and Slater, but Hamid fell soon afterwards. Then McCann and Joe Clark both got starts. McCann into the 20s, Clark into the 30s before both fell before tea. This is driven into the offside. Fielded by Wharton, and there's no run. 284 for 6. Tea was taken at 196 for 3. And then since tea, Notts have lost Ben Slater for 96, driving Moriarty into the covers. Jack Haynes out LBW to George Hill for 18, and then Hill also had a catch in the covers. Lyndon James falling for 12. Moriarty in again. Bouncer high over the head of Liam Patterson-White through to Johnny Bairstow.
Well, they got one of those 2 wickets I was suggesting a couple of overs ago might give them what they'd consider to be a good end to the day.
Yeah.
And you know, the way things were after a session, you thought it was certainly looked like a nailed on 350 plus 400, and anything beyond that, you know, on a used pitch you'd have been very happy with, I think, as the batting side.
There's O'Rourke in again bowling. Patterson-White defends. Another wicket for Yorkshire, and they'll be very pleased. There's a bit of a tail to this Notts batting lineup. Farhan Ahmed, Dylan Pennington, Mohammed Abbas. If a wicket does go down, Farhan, I'm sure, will come out. He's twice this season been used as a night watcher, or a night watchman, if you prefer. So I think it will be a natural order of things. Farhan Ahmed doing next as the floodlights come on, as this is it into the offside, and again a good stop from Wharton, denying Liam Patterson-White his first run. It's 7 balls he's now faced, end of the over. A maiden from O'Rourke, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 56, 6 overs to go, and just purely, I think, as a little bit of a preventative measure, popping the lights on. I don't think the lights as bad as really needs to be to put the floodlights on, but there's a little bit of gloomy stuff coming, but we should be done before that arrives.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it was, I don't think. Earlier on when we observed it was pretty grim. Certainly they won't be going on in Yorkshire. How much? 6 overs of lights this time of day. Forget that. So George Hill to continue.
Those pretty little shamrock floodlights that you've got at Headingley.
Here he comes, round the wicket to Kishan, turns that one up to deepish mid-on. O'Rourke fields, 1 run. Yeah, have you been down to the Oval this season yet?
No, we got the penultimate round.
Right, well, they've got Prince of Wales feathers floodlights there now.
Yes, I've seen them on the TV, yeah. Pretentious.
Moi. Patterson-White then. 2 men in catching positions on the drive in the offside as George comes in and bowls wide on the crease. It's turned again to mid-on where O'Rourke does the fielding. Just one slip in now, Adam Lyth. Don Bess is at gully.
Yeah, they've certainly got a plan to Patterson White with those two catching extra covers, and they're also doing a good job of, I think, frustrating Ishan Kishan, who's spent much of the last 3 or 4 overs at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. Five overs and 4 balls remaining on the opening day. Nottinghamshire chose to bat on winning the toss. George Hill to Patterson White, who strikes this one nicely enough, but straight to Jack White. I nearly called him Jack Hill, and after you did mid-off turn. Go, I hope that won't stick in my head. You know, and sometimes you've got that, you can't. I think I've spent the last 2 seasons, whenever Yorkshire have played Worcestershire, calling Brett D'Oliveira Damien. I've called him that a few times anyway. I've tried to correct myself when I remembered. As Patterson White solidly behind that into the pitch, and George takes that and his follow through.
I played against his granddad, Basil.
Yeah. When would that have been?
1984 down in North Devon against, I think they called it the Samuel Whitbread 11, but it was the Old England 11.
All right, Patterson White. He's going to pick up 4 here. He's split the gap between gully and slip. Just a fraction too wide and maybe a little bit short as well from George, who's given the office to do that. So 289 for 6, and Patterson White is off the mark at the 11th attempt there with that boundary.
Yeah, I think you said that was a number for him to be wary of, though. He got a 4 and a 4, didn't he, at Headingley? So he's on 4 now. Lights are on. 5 overs to go after this one. Farhan Ahmed, Dylan Pennington, Mohammed Abbas still to come. A wicket now for Yorkshire, and they really could end the day on a high if everything goes for them.
Hill in again. Patterson White drives once more. Jack White sliding to stop, and that completes George's 14th over of the day. 2 for 53, including 6 maidens, so he's been there or thereabouts again. 289 for 6 with 5 overs to bowl today.
Just wonder if Bairstow just very quietly will just push the field out a little bit here, and again let Kishan get a single from the first ball. Just wonder if he might do that, just so as not to look as if he's gone completely defensive and push them all out there. But you know, let's not regard it as the worst result if he just manages to ease this into a gap and takes a single, because they're just disappearing, aren't they? There's a single anywhere he wants it, really. I see it's straight to extra cover.
Yeah.
Kevin says Ishan Kishan, easy for me to say, doesn't look too shabby. Spot on. Agree with you there, Kev. 289 for 6. Here's O'Rourke bowling to him. He backs away, and we'll get a single. First ball to the fielder at deep point. Left arm throw, is that Milan?
No, he wouldn't be fielding out. It's Dan Moriarty.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
T says, thanks to you and all the team today, Dave. Great day's play. Well presented by you all. Such a shame for Ben Slater. Kishan signing looks a shrewd move. Thanks, T. Overlooking the many hours of various subjects we briefly touched on and then veered away from. We're supposed to behave when the headmaster's in town, Kevin Howells, but we've managed to get in a little bit of last of the summer wine and 1 or 2 other things, bubblegum cards.
Got a photo in from Yorkshire Lad of the floodlights at the Oval on Friday night for Joe's Stag weekend. Middlesex as bad as Yorkshire in T20, but the floodlights are indeed something to behold.
Crikey. Probably need them in September when knots go down there. There's O'Rourke. Round the wicket then to Patterson White, and he's laced this one. got hold of it, pulled it through mid-wicket. Yeah, lovely. Not great radio, but Jonathan just shows me the new floodlight design at the Oval. I'm sure it's out there and available for you all to have a little bit of a look at if you've not seen it. Very impressive.
Johnny Bairstow's run fully 50 yards more, probably, down to have a chat with Will O'Rourke and make suggestions about what he wants from him here.
He did it in the last over and then walked back. And there he goes again. Middlesex, you just mentioned Middlesex. Yorkshire's over 8 plus 3 on the board. I know they only changed those in the intervals, but Yorkshire will be well ahead. They've got plenty of overs in from the spin bowlers today. So he does this, Johnny, runs all the way down, has a natter with the bowler, and then walks all the way back, implementing whatever's been discussed. They're being very deliberate, aren't they, with the setting of this leg side field. We've got catching short leg, and then there's 4 out on the leg side. Long leg and deep mid wicket are on the fence, just behind square, just in front of square. Bobs underneath. Mentioned them earlier. I'll mention them again. Thanks to everybody that's been out there today on cameras or in the production office, helping us and bringing the wonderful pictures. You've enjoyed the coverage today on Trent Bridge Live. I'm not talking about the Three Stooges here in the commentary box. I'm talking about the people that bring you the pictures and the replays and whatever. Spence, Lead, Lewis, Ella, Barney, Wilson, the static camera, and of course Aaron, who's running the show today. 294 for 6. Thank you, everybody. As Patterson White turns this to mid-on and there's no run. I think producer Kirsty will be back tomorrow, so they'll all have to be on best behaviour. 294 for 6. 4 overs to go after this one. Not had a little look at what's going on elsewhere, and just ought to update everybody on that. They've closed for the day at the Test match with India on 90 for 2 at the end. The second wicket was taken by Ben Stokes, got Sai Sudarshan out. This one down the leg side from O'Rourke. So after 3 days, India 96 ahead, 8 wickets left in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship. Sussex 320 for 9 in the penultimate over of the day up at Durham. Essex 292 for 8 in the final over of the day. Oh no, they've finished. 292 for 8. They've finished against Hampshire at Chelmsford. At Edgbaston, good day for Somerset, who are 286 for 3. Patterson White on 8. O'Rourke bowls to him and defensively blocked. Not sure how many overs to go in that one. They've only had 75 overs. They lost some time to rain. At New Road, Worcestershire all out for 209. Surrey a 45 without loss in reply. Division 2, Gloucestershire 187. Derbyshire 95 for 2. Finished at Blackpool. Kent 213 for 3. They've had some interruptions there. Finished at Leicester. Glamorgan 305 for 5. Century for Acer Tribe. And at Wantage Road they've finished. Middlesex 397 for 8 against Northants. Good day for Middlesex. Unbeaten century for Cracknell. 6 wickets for Guthrie. Calvin Harrison 18 overs, 3 maidens, none for 57. The Notts Loney. We've got 4 to go, and we've got the return of Matt Revis coming into.
You were right first time.
Matt Revis from the far end. Did me again as I looked up. Obviously, I was reading the scores and I looked up. No sign of Bairstow at this end. Adam Lyth was the only one stood behind the stumps at this end, and I thought, well, how's it going to be? And then it came up on the board.
It is getting a bit gloomy, actually. That floodlight decision a couple of overs ago looks to have been well timed, as Revis then bowling to Kishan, who pushes to Milan. Short extra cover, and there is no run.
Working week tomorrow, so if you're back in the office or college, school, university, out in the truck, out in the delivery van, or if you've just got a a day off, whatever. If you'd care to join us, we'd love to have your company.
Revis to Kishan, who turns it into the leg side. George Hill runs over it and leaves it to Will O'Rourke.
Wind gusting about, and occasionally it gusts in our direction. I got a few spots of rain on my arm then, so let's just hope we get through these last 22 deliveries. Should be okay.
Going to be out before 6:30. Put it in the diary. That's even with a 15-minute delay for rain. Revis wide on the crease to Kishan, who takes it off the hip and drops it into the path of George Hill coming in from mid-wicket. No run. Yeah, definitely got some shadowing out there from those floodlights. Johnny Bairstow is just calling for a helmet for somebody.
There's one right at his feet, but it's clearly not. That's perhaps his.
Revis then pushing off and making his way towards us. Bowls it now, again short of length. Kishan very casually just opened over that. Drops backward of point for a single. I agree with whichever of our correspondents it was about Kishan. He does look as a very nice player. First time I've seen him in the flesh.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's Kevin. His actual words were, he doesn't look too shabby.
No, he certainly does not. How long's he here for?
Just these two matches.
These two matches, yeah. Well, it could be a bit of entertainment for you over the course of the next couple of weeks.
It's a real shame that Abdullah Shafiq isn't here as well. You know, it wouldn't be a like-for-like comparison, but two different players on debut for each side.
Yeah, short ball here has hit Liam Patterson-White. He was trying to play the pull. Ross Warren is just leaving his position at square leg. And was that a helmet job? He's going over to have a word now with Steve O'Shaughnessy, Ross Warren. Patterson-White, meanwhile, is walking away and having a chat with James Wharton.
I wonder if he's saying he can't see it. I wonder if the umpire's saying he can't see it. Now he's going over to the other side.
Yeah. So he's going to go out to point to the left-hander. Interesting.
It's a short leg in there. Was the short leg in there before?
Question. Revis in now. Short ball again. Not sure. He felt like he might have got a nick on that. Certainly wasn't in control of how he played it. Will he give it as a bite? No, he didn't get a nick on it because it is a bite. Johnny Bairstow couldn't reel it in. That was fairly sharp from Matthew Revis, who's none for 26 off 6. And with 3 overs to go, Nottinghamshire 296 for 6. And Ross Warren still having a word with Steve O'Shaughnessy. They're converging.
I wonder if they ask
John. Take him off.
I'm going to say, I wonder if they ask Johnny if you can't bowl your quicks in this light. It's like they are going to get, presumably, the light meter. I don't know. We've got both umpires at this end again.
Johnny's got the lid off Harry Duke, swapped it for a cap, which has been given to Russell Warren, who now has his back to us. So they are going to continue. And Dom Bess, by the looks of things, is coming back on for a couple of overs.
So Notts 4 runs away from a second batting point. Yorkshire got 2 bowling points. If it does finish with 2 points apiece, it adds further weight to one of Jonathan's correspondents who said he'd got it down as an even day. Points don't necessarily equate to an even day, but 300 for 6 thereabouts towards the end of the day. I guess both sides will take something from it. Notts will dearly be hoping that they can have a partnership in the morning between these two left-handers. Yorkshire will be hoping to get Notts out for below 350. Do the job very quickly tomorrow morning if they can. So here's Bess, seeing if he can strike tonight, bowling to Patterson-White.
Yeah, I don't think it's a day's play where you can say either side are clearly ahead, but with 296 on the board, you're probably just about coming down on the host at the moment. If Yorkshire take another wicket, then different kettle of fish.
Next ball's pushed into the covers to O'Rourke. No run. Just had a cry of make it happen from somebody. It's in again and bowls. Patterson White bunts it back to the bowler. No spinner likes to get out to a fellow spinner just like that. No wicketkeeper likes to be stumped by the opposition glove man. Kishan's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Patterson White gently pushes this to point. Might have been a plan out there and it nearly worked because there was lots of applause there for Dom Bess about what he was trying to do. I mean, Patterson White on 8. Just floated up, hits him on the right boot on the full, but it would have gone down the leg side. One ball left in this over. Bess off a couple of paces, little jump, and then steered into the offside. Beats O'Rourke this time, and should just be pulled back by Finlay Bean, and just had to make sure he didn't stand on the rope as he reached down to get it. Couple to LPW takes him into double figures. 298 for 6 with 2 overs left in the day. Knotts 2 runs away from that second batting point.
Yeah, so back to that, as we were asked by Kevin to do our summary of the day, I'd say with this being my final over, my suggestion right at this moment in time is that Nottinghamshire would be...
Well, they're going off.
They're going off. That's going to be it for the day. So we are going to see just the 94 overs. They'll have 2 to make up tomorrow. Or will they at this time? Well, yeah, the umpires are calling on the ground staff by the looks of things, and the stumps are being uprooted, and I think that's the last we're going to see of the day at 6:20. But what I would say in summary, I'll try and keep it relatively brief, is that, yeah, I think Nottinghamshire probably just shading it because they've got the runs on the board on a used pitch, and for me they're shading it because they've still got clearly a very good player out there in Ishan Kishan. You know, had he gone at this point, then maybe it might have been an even day. If Yorkshire had taken one later on, then he might have said an even day again. But they're not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination, and I think there have been points of merit for both sides. What I would say is that if you've got a new ball, whoever makes that new ball, and you can't take a wicket in the entire morning session on the first day, then you've got to ask some questions about that. There was 1 or 2 comments down in the press room of toothless and things like that early on, which I think was a bit unfair, because they weren't terrible with the ball, but they just couldn't take a wicket. And you know, they've managed to do that. They've worked hard. They've picked up some wickets. They've got some rewards for their efforts. There were a couple of chances have gone down as well, so they've made more opportunities than they've actually taken. And stick those 2 on, 290 odd, and then you are thinking hands out there right this moment in time, Dave. I'd probably be saying it's with the home side putting the runs on the board first up, because Yorkshire are going to have to bat last on a surface that will be very worn by then.
Thanks, JD. Very much enjoyed your company and your commentary today. Agree with you pretty much throughout there. All spot on. I can tell you, I can confirm it is stumps. We have finished for the day. The umpires took a meter reading, so they do know at which point it's too bad to continue. That will just drag on in today's 2, 3 and 4 if we get bad light. Hopefully not, but it is stumps. 298 for 6, so if you've been with us for just a few moments through the day or for a large chunk, many thanks. For listeners to Sports Extra 2, I'm now going to hand you back to Kevin Howells. And to those of you that have been with us either on the live stream brought to you by Trent Bridge Live, once again many thanks to our camera crew and everybody in the production office, to all the listeners, to all the correspondents who've taken the trouble to get in touch, to either Jonathan or myself. Sincere thanks. We really appreciate it, and very much enjoy getting involved in the serious side of things and the nonsense as and when we dip in and out of various subjects. Many thanks.
and just to everybody for being there, really appreciate it. Hopefully we can be with you, God willing, just before 11 o'clock tomorrow when day 2 begins of Nottinghamshire against Yorkshire, the home side. 298 for 6 at stumps on day 1 from us all at Trent Bridge. A very good night.